welcome to another edition of D&D with I&B, The Curse of Strahd. It is upon you. You have been cursed by Strahd. Hopefully not really, but welcome everybody. Welcome our Novernauts to a Saturday stream. It is February 2nd, 2019. And welcome also to the audio folks who are listening to the podcast version of this, and who knows when in the actual calendar year they're listening to it, because obviously they're a little bit farther behind than we are in the video world. But welcome everybody to Curse of Strahd. Day 15, the Dead's Wrath is what we are calling this, and I am looking forward to explaining exactly how the dead are going to be wrathful, so we will see. Before we go any further, quick reminder about ways to support the stream. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to follow the channel, which is always appreciated. Please check out the YouTube with !ArvTube, the Discord with !ArvCord. Please make sure to retweet this stream, !tweet, as Echo was kind enough to put in just there. !tweet will allow you to get over and retweet the stream, and please do that because it definitely makes a difference in broadening this out beyond the Twitch community. !ArvTube and ArvCord I already talked about. !ArvTweets, by the way, will let you actually follow me on my Twitter channel, which is always my Twitter account, which is always appreciated. !ArvShop will get you over to my merchandise area where you can get Infinity and Beyond merchandise, and where you'll be getting other such merchandise available pretty soon. !ArvTreon is the Patreon, which allows you to support the Patreon, really kind of the financial backbone of the channel, and it really does make a difference if you can support it. So thank you to all those who have done so, and if not, consider doing so. You get inspirations for the characters, you get you can get a copy of one of my band's albums, you can get professional critiques of your writing, etc., etc. Many things available if you are willing to support the Patreon at the relevant tier. And then last but certainly not least, of course, that sub button right above the sub window. We got a couple of, got some recovery last night to get back up close to 50. I think we're at 49 as we speak. So obviously my goal is to be able to get up to 80 by the end of the year. Would love to see it. If anyone is able to subscribe and get some of those awesome sub badges and all that kind of good thing, that would be lovely. I haven't had a chance to, I reset it all, Echo, but yeah, I guess I should probably remove those. Thanks. I will move those down. I think you still have one though, but anyway, I'll take a look later on. But otherwise, inspirations are pretty much up to date. And as far as schedule is concerned, so we are playing D&D tonight. On Tuesday, I have listed us as doing the game book illustration stream, but that's not 100% yet. There is still a possibility that we are going to... there's still a possibility that it might end up being a Bard's Tale stream instead, so I'm not 100% sure about that. So the Tuesday during the day may be a little bit different than per normal. But then in the afternoon, we'll be playing we'll be playing Thronebreaker on Pen and Pixels. And then on Friday, actually, I'll talk about Thursday in a minute. On Friday, I will be at Farpoint in Baltimore, where I was last year, and I'll be doing probably a live stream of some kind from Friday. And on Saturday, we will be doing Espergenesis. We'll be continuing on Saturday, so that'll be awesome. Saturday, a week from today, so I'm looking forward to that. Now, one quick note about Thursday. On Thursday, we have got a whole bunch of stuff going on with the channel this month, and one of them is the premiere of 2 new campaigns. The first one we just did this past Thursday, January 31st, where John brought the reputable crew of the Brahms and Jennifer and Sod and not Marie Bilodeau, but she will be here for the next session in Emberwind. And starting on Thursday, we will be premiering The Clay That Woke with Johnny Pittman, Video Store Cowboy, will be the one actually doing that, and I'm really looking forward to that as well. That's going to be happening on Thursday, so you'll definitely want to check that out. So all you have to do, Nordwolf, is do Inspiration Have. That's the one. Yep. That's the one. So anyway, so that's Thursday is The Clay That Woke. Awesome new game that you will definitely want to check out. I believe that's starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, but I'll have to double check with Johnny. But I think it's 8 p.m. Eastern on Thursday. So busy week ahead, a lot of good stuff, and I hope you will be able to support what you've got. Don't capitalize the I, and you need a space between inspiration and the dash have. There you go. See? Perfect. And I think you might have 2 of them, actually, Nordwolf, if I'm not mistaken. Either 1 or 2. I don't remember. But anyway. So that's the deal with that. But for us, we have got D&D with I&B coming up. And so I'm going to unmute myself so they know that we are ready to go. And then I'm going to unmute them. Aww. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over there. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. It is the crew. For some reason, I wanted to say the crew of the Defiant. No, it's just
so you don't know this, but seriously, Matthew Mercer is everywhere. He's in our D&D, he's in our Overwatch, he's in our Resident Evil. Basically, every time.
I swear that's his token down the left in the map there.
We need to cut a check to Matthew Mercer. So no one say Critical Role. Fuck, I already did it.
Oh, see?
Damn it.
Listen, that's fine. If that immediately gets us more viewership overnight, just by saying the words, that would be great. But we are here. I'm very excited.
Yes, we have to tell them eventually.
Yes, exactly.
And then we have to give them money.
Exactly. But I'm very excited to have everybody here. And with no further ado, I'm going to start and let the folks introduce themselves. I will begin with the gentleman wearing a red shirt. Not the Star Trek red shirt, but I assume. But
please step forward and say your name.
And yes, it is, of course, our good friend, Tren. How are you, Trendane? How's life? Who are you playing? What is that shirt, by the way, that you're wearing?
It's something I got off Shirtwoot. It is a couple of bunnies, and they're eating carrots, except for the one over there who's having a carrot cake, and it says, it has carrots.
Nice.
Those aren't the Ubisoft rabbits.
I don't think so.
Oh,
okay,
God,
they look a little bit like them. Sorry, I didn't mean to ruin that shirt for you.
That's okay. Public service announcement. Rabbits really don't eat carrots. They're not that good for them. So don't give them carrots. Give them lettuce and spinach and things like that. So what was your question? Oh, who am I and what am I doing? Who is your daddy and what does he do? I am Trent Sparks, as he just said. And I'm playing, fortunately this time, I am only playing 2 people. That being Weller.
Sorry, Tren. That's my fault.
Oh, you owe me so much. Because you got the killing stroke, the natural 20 on the last monster. You are freaking welcome. God! Update your shit. Anyway, sorry.
It is just not where you were looking.
It is updated. Just know where you can see it and use the information.
That's not what I said. Don't mix up my words.
Updated in my mind.
Was I incorrect?
It's updated somewhere.
Yeah,
just not in the wrong place.
It's updated just
Senator,
like he has his shirt.
Was I incorrect? Yes.
You can't handle it.
So I'm playing.
You're goddamn right, I did.
Okay, so I'm playing Weller, a metaphysician eradicator who does not eradicate metaphysicians. He is a metaphysician who is also an eradicator.
Oh, I think we can make him turn into that if we want by the end of this game.
That'd be pretty cool. Very specific kind of class.
5 minutes in, I already can't breathe. Goddamn.
Right. Well, here we go. So, and then I'm also playing, amazingly, his homunculus, who is a little miniature version of himself, about the size of a squirrel or so. That lives in a bottle that he carries around with him and assists him in all kinds of amazing research, like how to take horse urine and boil it down into a paste to use as an antiseptic cream. Just wait until that comes into play. Thank you, Antonio Banderas, for the scene in the movie where they did that with cow urine, and that's where I got the idea. So there. But also to my friend Lincoln Monroe, who's watching. Hello. I know you said you can see me. So yes, here you can hear me too, I hope. And a friend of mine is going to be showing up with hummus and dolmas later, and you guys can't have any.
I already had some hummus earlier on, so jokes.
Is it homemade hummus or is it store-bought hummus?
It's what?
I already
Homemade or store-bought hummus?
Oh, it's probably store-bought. Well, restaurant bought, knowing him.
I mean, if it's Abraham's hummus, that's fine, because Abraham's hummus is the greatest of hummus. Anyway, it's a real hummus stinger. Moving right along. Thank you, Tren. Always a pleasure. I'm looking forward to seeing how Weller does things today. And that leads us to, of course, our good friend Strahd. So currently, while we were in a deep freeze, which is thankfully starting to pass, Australia was burning in hellfire.
Yeah.
So is Australia still burning, or
only the island of Tasmania is currently burning in a wildfire right now. I don't know if any of you heard, but we have a small island state called Tasmania, and a large amount of it is on fire right now, and it's really, really bad.
Oh my
Well, there are a lot of devils there, so it should be fine.
Yeah, not really, because they're kind of endangered species, but sure. Yeah.
Yeah, nice job, Tren. Huh?
Yeah, you just had to like go after a poor endangered species.
I was talking about a devil, the demonic creature, which would be immune to fire, And
Ah.
carry on.
Yes,
No,
indeed.
joke's
That's
dead.
by
Move
how
on.
it would be.
But yeah,
Some of us stay in the
the thing
game.
is,
Some
though,
of us
we went
not.
from low 40s to we had a bit of rain here, which is nice. So it dropped it down to mid 30s. I mean, like so that's like what 100 and something to about 90, 80, high 80s. Low 90s.
Balmy.
I mean, like that's good rain weather in the summer.
Oh, God.
But yeah, so yeah, hello, everyone. I'm Strahd on Twitch, and I was last here 2 days ago doing Emberwind. I hope some of you were there for that because that was really fun, and you should check it out next time when we do that next time, John, when we organize all that.
Indeed, we should. They should. They will.
Yes, it'll be coming a week from Thursday. And in this game today, you are playing, sir.
Yeah, and I'm playing Oleg Gug Edza, who is a half-orc paladin of Lathander.
Of which there was several moments of, wow, what just happened?
I just got basically mauled by 2 vampires, so it's just lovely.
Mm-hmm.
And by the holy water, according to Django, which was also very
Not really mauled by that. I wouldn't call that a mauling.
Hissing and burning and affecting you like it shouldn't. Oh, sorry, did I say that out loud? But like I said, don't worry. I haven't said anything. I haven't said anything yet.
You're mauled, as you were savaged by the holy water, so to speak. Anyway,
Exactly.
I look forward to hearing how that all plays out over time. Moving right along, the gentleman who GM'd the Emberwind game on Thursday, of course, is John Helfers. Yes, spectacular applause. How are you, John? How's life? And who are you playing today?
Well, my slow takeover of the Arvin Elrond channel continues unabated. I mean, yes, I'm fine. Arv, thank you very much.
That's totally fine.
John
It's
Helfers.
very, very slow. But
Radio,
Told you.
Glacial. Yes, it sucked me into more streaming. But no, Thursday went well. I'm looking forward to tonight. Radio Johnny Panda, John Helfers here. Because I guess I need some sort of Twitch name, and I guess that's it. I'm good. I also now I'm playing in 3 freaking games that are streaming because I also do the Unmade Gaming's Tuesday night Axia campaign. But that's a limited one. Mine is going beyond, but that's beside the point. We're here to play D&D. I am playing Django Lucky, the Vistani Mystic, and Reanimated Warlock. I actually got that out perfectly in one try for once. Holy crap. Looking forward sort of to seeing we're still stuck in, it's not Valaki. Still stuck here and getting deeper and deeper enmeshed in this pesky city's troubles, which is not making me very happy, but whatever. Anyways, yeah, that's where we are. Vampires.
That's where we are, and vampires are right.
Vampires.
He got the name right. I know. He got the name
vampires,
right.
man.
We continue, all of us, to not like the fact that that's the name, but it is what it is. So I look forward to seeing
I couldn't stand about living in Valaki.
Valaki.
Damn vampires.
That's exactly the scene I was thinking of.
Yep. Actually, Rob, thank you for the assist. Cause like, oh yeah, that one. That's a great line. So there you go. Yep.
Moving right along, so Don Cairo is not with us tonight. He has a personal matter that he had to attend to, which was very much a good reason to do so. So Cairo will be back with us in our next session, which is later this month. He plays Rude Vraxos, so I believe Saad will be Jaegering his character and playing the quiet barbarian. So we will talk about that as time goes on. But anyway, much love to Cairo, and we will have him back here soon. Moving right along, we have the person who is between sort of flanked by player not available.
A rock and a lot of badly done character sheets, apparently.
And that is a person who has rejoined us for today, and that is our good friend Rob. So hello Rob. How's life, the universe, and everything, and who are you playing?
Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? It's good to see you. I'm glad I'm still alive and Trent hasn't hung me out to dry over a large ravine or something. Wait. The night is young.
Exactly.
Some good samples then, if you tested that out.
Please put me down, Trent. I'm sorry. Hello, everyone. GC Darkside Rob. Good to see you. I am a variety streamer here on Twitch TV at twitch.tv back the aforementioned GC Darkside Rob. I'm currently streaming a bunch of different games, including RE2 full playthrough. I just finished up Owlboy, doing all the voices and all the characters for that game, which will be up on my YouTube channel soon. I'm also doing a playthrough of Crosscode, doing the voices for all the characters, which, holy shit, that is a lot of characters. and starting something else new on Sunday. Haven't decided what that will be, so you have to come by the channel and find out what that is. Twitch.tv/Rob. Also, musician, composer. You can find my stuff on Bandcamp at Bandcamp. DSAudioverse.bandcamp.com. That's DSR DIOVERSE.bandcamp.com. Write music on my Twitch channel as well, and do other stuff not on Twitch and on YouTube and around the internet and on other areas. So yeah, that's me. I'm going to be playing two characters tonight. The two characters that Trent did, I'm sure, a splendiferous job with, despite the the failures on my part beforehand. Dr. Mason Brockwell III, and his evil passenger, his evil half known as Dr. Xavier. So that's me, blood hunter of the highest order, which isn't saying much for blood hunters.
Many orders, actually, as we talked about earlier.
Many orders.
But great pleasure to have her up with us, as always. Last but certainly not least, Margaret Crone is still not with us. As I had mentioned before, Maggie's got a new job and has moved, and so has got a ton of stuff that has been on her plate and is still kind of getting that locked down. Her time should be cleared up by late February, early March, supposedly. That is what she has said.
It's a huge thing to both move and new job,
especially when it was kind of overnight almost. Like, it was sort of like, wait, what? So you kind of had to sort of change things around. So, but she's doing very well and wishes everybody well and all that kind of good stuff. She plays Zurama Kamamir.
Nice.
And he's been gone so long I forgot it. No, but we will have her back. So she will be, I believe,
she'll hear this.
I know that, yes. She'll be Jaegered by Mr. John Helfers, who will also be playing her as the Vistani of the group.
As the locals, yep.
As the locals. So
Exactly.
that's what we've got going on. I'm looking forward to it. Let's get some music fired up and talk about what happened in our last session and then get right back into it. So when we last left our heroes, they were indeed back in Valaki, where they had come basically, they thought, just to sort of drop off a couple of things. They had to drop off the person who was responsible for almost killing the Vistani girl that they had gone to seek, and so they had to basically drop him off. And in the process of doing so, they brought him to the camp, and on the way back they discovered that there was some weird stuff happening still in Valaki, or I guess I should say weirder, because it was already pretty weird, but it was even getting weirder. In specific, they actually went into St. Andrew's Church at the western side of Valaki, and discovered when they were there that this place, which had basically a number of people that were kind of huddled up in it, a lot of people that sort of way more than you would expect to see just on a regular everyday place in a church. And the reason apparently was that there had been dangerous things happening in the evenings, attacks by wolves and by other mysterious creatures. And so this place, the church, had provided sanctuary against the creatures of the night that were attacking it. However, the creatures of the night attacking it, although they had been rebuked thus far, were not going to be able to do so for much longer. And the reason for that was because the bones of the saint that was there, the St. Andrew's bones, had been stolen, basically removed by someone and taken away, which left the church vulnerable, according to the priest, Father Lucian Petrovich, who basically told them that this had occurred. And also, they discovered that one particularly angry young Valakian, I guess is how you would say that, had been acting very angrily and oddly, and he was the person who basically worked to help dig graves and inter bodies as they came in. So the party ended up confronting him. I'm sorry?
He was the sexton.
Yes, he was the sexton. That's basically right. I don't know whether he'd ever want to be considered even something that formal, but that is essentially what he was. And so he eventually confessed under duress that he indeed had stolen the bones because he needed to feed his family, and he had brought them over to the coffin maker, a man named Henrik van der Voort, who was a coffin maker in town and had basically asked for those bones to be stolen. The party decided that although they had other business that they had to attend to, they couldn't just let this continue, and also they wanted to gather more information about what the hell was going on here. And so they ended up traveling to the coffin maker's shop, Henrik van der Voort's shop, where they found said Henrik van der Voort, who was very evasive about what it was that was happening within his shop or whether he knew anything about it. In fact, he didn't even want to let them in, and they basically just broke open the doors essentially and blew through the doors so that they could.
I take exception to that.
More or less, you know, they
teleported into the room and opened the door politely.
Yes, after having, that's true. It was not forcible entry. It was just coming in without being asked.
Very sly.
This would be good against the if the guards come go. Look, the door was unlocked from the other side.
Yeah, exactly. It was not our doing. Yeah, and so, but van der Voort was very evasive, and eventually they ended up, because of Alec having sensed something in the floor upstairs, they went upstairs where they found a place with a lot of wood and these strange crates that were just kind of lying rather haphazardly on the floor. When they went over, they were attacked by creatures inside the crates, very clearly vampires, or at least sort of small versions of those, vampire spawn, that attempted to attack and destroy them. They managed to fight back and defeat the creatures, whereupon two things happened at the end of the session. Number one, they heard van der Voort, presumably leaving. Basically, he had been told in no uncertain terms, you better stay here, we'll find you, and he bailed by Weller, and he ended up bailing out and leaving anyway. And then secondly, they discovered that when when Weller used this holy water against one of the vampire spawn creatures, which had very powerful effects against them, the other person affected by this was Alec. This water actually sizzled and fizzed upon his skin, and Django actually noted that that was happening, and that sort of what does that mean moment is where we left in the last session. And so I'm going to hand it back over to the party. You just heard the door sort of open and shut down below. You know, Alec, the hissing, Django, you see this, and now I'm going to leave it to all of you.
Take off, run back down the stairs after
Alec. Yep, Alec is bolting, getting away. You might have the bones on him.
Yep, exactly. Tear it off after what's his face.
Okay. So let's see.
Actually, wait, was that the back door or the front door?
It was a door. You don't know which door, but it was a door.
I tell Alec, take the front, I'll take the back.
All right.
Because I saw him over here, so I will go over.
What are you counting as the front? Sorry, you mean you?
The door we entered in. He knows what I'm talking about.
Gotcha.
And I saw this one because I was in that room, so yeah.
Okay.
I don't.
Well, we just took off, so.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay. So.
Where are they all going?
So I'm gonna start with. I'm gonna start with Alec then. So. Actually, no. I'll start with Django. So Django, go ahead and move your character down to here, which is
okay. Yep.
Over there.
Wait. Slow down. Am I here? There.
Vampire stake him. Prom says. All right. Okay, so let's start with, you have no idea where this guy is. Let's have you, Django, go out first. So when you exit and you look to your right and left, you see and hear nothing from this side, other than just the sound of, regular daytime sounds, merchants and, things like that moving over in the clearing to the east.
Go to the corner and check down the side and along both ways now?
You do not see anything along either direction going down that way.
Look up, just in case.
He has turned into a bat. No,
well, you never know.
He is not above you. At least you do not see him.
All right. Damn it! I knew I should have done that before I left. Crap. This is the back of the house, right?
Yes. I mean, more or less, yeah. It's the side.
No,
of the
he'd
house.
have to be okay. I'm sorry. What is over here along this? Isn't it like come on? I can't. For some reason, it's not cooperating. What the hell's going on here? It's moving. I'm trying to. This.
Trying to ping? Or you do it? You have it
on. Ping
Never
where the
mind.
border of the actual map is. What's over there to
Over here.
there? Yeah, that one.
That is basically a set of more houses, I believe. Let me just double check the Valaki map. Yes.
Should have gotten familiar.
Yes. So there are the back of some houses. Also to the southwest of there is a small grove of trees, and if you were to go directly south, there's a building in front of you, but if you were to go around the building and go directly south, you're not all that far from the southern wall of Valaki, because the wall surrounds the entire town as well.
I guess I'll go check out the trees really quick first. Actually, where's the nearest like house one could get to and hide like behind and go around?
Probably the one that's directly to the south, I would say.
Head
would
that
be
way.
An example
Head
of that.
way. Yep.
Okay. All right. When you get there, and I'm going to jump over to Alec in just a second.
It's fine.
When you get to this house, which is a rather large-ish one, this is what you find. Okay. All right. Let's see. So, this door, the house is fairly decent size. And as you come up to the outside of it, make a perception check for me, please.
Okay. Damn it. Let's put that down where it's supposed to be so I don't keep...
Hey, Cyber Piglet. Greetings from Tejas. Oh, really?
All right. Perception, you said?
Yes.
Perception. Oh, Jesus. Why you gotta do me like that, Arv? Why you gotta do me like that? Oh yeah, the shadow dice are back, but it's only a 9.
Shadow dice have returned. Yeah, the house doesn't. This house seems to be relatively silent. You don't notice anything in particular. The doors are closed. The windows are shuttered, but that doesn't say much. Most of the buildings in Valaki have their windows shuttered if possible. And
try
it is
the
a
door real
two-story
quick,
floor.
anyways. Yeah.
The door is locked.
Okay, I'm assuming you didn't get in there and lock it. I could keep moving, I guess.
Okay. As you cut around the building, you can actually see the road, which basically goes further south and ends at this wall, basically the wooden wall that surrounds it. It's not right there, but it's pretty close. So if you followed it just maybe like a minute, you'd be at the gate.
And still no sign of this guy.
Not so far. There is that grove of trees, as I mentioned, which is off to the right as you look to the south, but yeah.
All right, go check out the grove. Maybe try to hide in there, which could make some sense.
As you are going there, I'm going to jump back up to Alec.
Mm-hmm.
So, and by the way, while we're doing this, just to be clear, what are Weller and Zarama and Mason and Vraxos doing?
Weller is going over to this window to look out and see if he can see where the guy is.
Okay. In that case, I shall reveal Blagothkus. I shall reveal your doom.
I know it! I know it!
It's gonna happen someday. All right.
Last day of this campaign, he's gonna show up.
I should really have a guy named
Hurry, my friend's at the door.
Blagothkus Petrovich, you know.
Oh, there's a friend's friend.
My friend is at the door. I have to go.
Okay, okay.
I see.
That's fine. Oh, just like there's houses to your north and to the east. You don't see that guy in particular, but you can't see around the east house. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Quick question: where did Tren leave me during? I hadn't had
See the
time
token on your map? That's exactly where you are.
Well, that.
So you did the finishing blow to one of the vampires that were in the.
That meant. Sorry, go ahead, Todd.
So a vampire, basically 2 vampires came out of these boxes, if I remember correctly, and they attacked me, and we fought them. In the final blow you just went around the back and kind of jabbed your sword through, killed it.
Okay. Did I take damage from any of them?
I don't believe so.
No.
Was there any?
Okay. Is there anything left of them?
Oh yeah, I mean they haven't disintegrated or anything.
They haven't disintegrated?
No.
Okay, this isn't like the movie Blade where if you
No, they are I mean there's a lot of their skin is still burning and hissing from where the holy water hit it, but
who was the guy that I'm sorry, I just need a quick refresh. Who is, since I don't know it, who is the guy that ran?
That was the
Coffin
owner of
maker.
this shop, whose name is Henrik van der Voort. This is the that's not his name. Henrik.
Oh,
They're
it
all
was.
C's.
Yeah, van der Voort. That is right. Henrik van der Voort, who owns this coffin maker shop. This is the guy that supposedly was being worked with. He was the one who asked them to steal the bones from that church. And this is where you came to actually find them.
And apparently, he's either in league with or being, extorted by the vampires under Strahd.
Oh, so that's why he
Mhm.
ran. Okay.
Well, we're thinking he may be in freaking league with them. Who knows?
Mhm.
So that's why we need to catch him to find out what the hell's going on.
Interesting. While the boys are running after that guy, I would like to go examine the vampire body that's decomposing, or
Okay.
that's already whatever is happening to it.
Okay.
How many are there?
There are two.
Are they within close proximity of each other, or are they?
Yeah, they're both lying on the
Alright.
ground.
So I'd like to examine them. I'd like to see if there's anything. Two things. I'd like to examine the bodies themselves, just because, it's not all that. It's a rare opportunity to get to see vampire corpses up close. So good things for the knowledge. Whatever, you know what I'm trying to say. And I'd also like to see if there's anything on them that might be of any use or value, or anything that might give me a little bit more information about who the hell they were.
So, as far as the answer to the first question, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot that is on them. They have sort of just basic clothes that are kind of ripped and in bad shape. Their hands are claw-like. Their skin is very grayish. Their eyes are, no longer obviously functional. They were, before, their eyes were kind of a glowing red with no pupils. They do not have any gold on them or anything that's sort of obvious. One thing that's clear, though, is that, and you would know this based on sort of previous experience, these are creatures which are definitely lesser. Frankly, if your party had been fighting two sort of fully functional vampires, you probably wouldn't be alive. It's hard enough to beat one, let alone two. But these are not vampires, but the vampire spawn, so they have vampiric
They're like
qualities.
acolytes or something.
Yeah, basically, they were created by someone, and you could probably it probably is not too much of a stretch to figure out who would actually be creating vampire spawn in Barovia.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Mitch McConnell.
Yes. Very true.
Totally.
Come on, Trent. This is a horror campaign, but let's not
Yeah,
take
but
it too far.
They'd all look like turtles. Anyway, so nothing particularly special about them. Nothing particularly note. That's anything that stands out as unusual or
not in particular. They were obviously kept in these crates, and I think I mentioned that when you looked out, Weller, the window just then, you were able to see it, but not very well, because you may remember I mentioned that the windows were frosted and it's kind of hard to see a little bit. But you could make out kind of basically what was out there, but there's not a lot of light that is let in. And of course, if you're a vampire, it makes sense that you wouldn't want a lot of light being let in. They were hanging out in these crates before they attacked you when you came over to sort of look at them.
Of nasty, stinky earth, I would imagine.
Yes, that is correct.
and nothing particularly interesting or noteworthy about the crates they were in?
Not so far. You might now, if you wanted to dig through the dirt, you would have to sing the amazing Peter Gabriel song "Digging in the Dirt." Secondly, you would have to, but secondly, it would take a few minutes to do that if you wanted to dig through the earth. The crates look like just crates, though.
Yes, I would like to do that.
Okay. So we'll have you do that. In the meantime, Django, oh, sorry, not Django. I already talked to Weller. Okay. Is Vraxos, Saad,
I'd say
Vraxos
Rude
just
is
hanging?
gonna.
What is he doing?
He's gonna actually smash the other boxes to make sure there's no other vampires in them.
Okay.
So we just walk around to every box and just smash it.
Smash. Okay.
Pretty
So
much.
he does that, and everything, just one after the other. Couple of rupees green pop up at one point. I'm just joking. It's a Zelda joke. But no, he doesn't do that. But as he smashes these, I know I'm pandering. As he smashes these boxes, there doesn't seem to be anything else in them. The other crates mostly have things like straw. There's one that seems to have nails and like various things that would be part of the coffin maker's trade, but not anything else except for those 2 crates that very clearly, they're the only 2 crates that had the dirt inside them.
So Rude will go,
is
I
Weller
don't see any more of those monsters. That's what Rude would say.
Yes, that was a very good Rude.
Yep. Okay.
Is Weller still there?
Yeah.
Nearby me.
I'm looking out the window on the north side, presumably.
Yeah, thankfully it is this time actual north.
Okay.
And I sort of look to him and I just mention, I'm sure you've already done this, my friend, but perhaps your homunculus would take a bit of this soil as a sample if you haven't done so already.
Actually, no, I hadn't done anything because I was trying to keep people from getting their blood sucked out. But I can do it now, yes.
That would be. I would be interested to see what the results would be of this soil sample.
So would I.
And so Weller's going to go ahead and do that.
Okay. While you
Also,
were doing
jolly good
that,
job on the first part.
While you're doing that, I'm going to jump over to Alec. Alec, as you jump out of, as you head out down the stairs,
Burst out the door
and out the front, yeah, and you actually you do see your quarry running away, actually a little bit faster, but let me not overemphasize, not vampiric fast, but he is sort of more spry than you would expect, given his age, or what his apparent age anyway, and he is sort of running up to the road. Basically, he's
the main road.
Yeah,
So he's
up to
going
the main
northeast, northeast.
Yeah, northeast,
So,
basically.
Like, I got him. He's heading up to the main road, and they keep running after him.
Okay, I would like you to make, please, an athletics check. He's going to do the same thing. We're going to see whether you're able to, how fast you can catch him.
17.
Okay. The athletics critical fail on his part is not going to work out well. So, yeah, you make up a lot of ground as he's sort of stumbling forward, trying to make his way very quickly. You notice that he doesn't have anything with him. It's just, him basically running along the road. And he then ducks in between 2 buildings. So there's these small little houses that are lining the main road. And just before he gets to the main road, he sort of heads off to the right and tries to clearly be sort of ducking in between this alleyway between the 2 houses.
So I'll try and, if there's like an early alleyway, I can cut him off.
Yeah, actually there is. So you're able to jump up, and just as he is heading to the main road, you are able to sort of cut in front of him. So he's still a good 10 feet away probably from the main road.
So I'm going to attempt to run out and grab him. No, you don't.
And he kind of is like, he's like punching at you. Like, let me go. Let me go.
Not letting you go. Where are the bones? And I pull out my sword and I put it into the ground while I have one hand on him.
Okay. And he says, you'll never find them. They're not yours to take. They're the vampires now. It's theirs.
Where are the bones?
And he's sort of like, he's kind of struggling, like, as you've got him.
Gonna message you something.
And he's kind of, struggling back and forth, kind of flailing. And you can see his eyes. Okay, you can see his eyes getting a little wider. And you see his eyes getting a little bit wider, and he kind of sort of has this moment of, you have this sense that his like eyes cloud over a little bit, and then he kind of pulls back and there's a moment where his eyes widen, almost in, you might almost say, in recognition or something that he sees, and then he tries to pull away from you, and then everything goes black. And I'm going to cut back to the everything going black in a little bit. let me jump back to Django. So Django, you are trying to find in this sort of grove of trees, I believe.
Yeah, I didn't. Did I hear him shout? Did I hear Alex shout
No,
when he
you went the other direction, and you were running at the same speed. The others in the house probably did, but you wouldn't have.
All right. Well, what's in the trees? Anything of interest?
Go ahead and make an investigation check for me, please.
Okay. Let's see. Well, that's mildly better. All right, hold on. 21.
Okay. So you are, as you get into these grove of trees, you are sort of pulling yourself through. It's fairly dense, actually.
Okay.
And you're kind of pulling yourself through it, and you hear, at a certain point, you begin to hear this sound of what sounds like a scratching and a kind of sniffling from ahead. Probably maybe 100 feet, 50 feet ahead, somewhere in the middle of this little copse of trees.
Okay, if it's 100 feet ahead, that's not a little copse. That's a quite large copse.
Yeah,
I'm just letting you know.
Let's say 50.
Ah, crap. Quick glance back. How far away is the house right now?
Probably from you. I mean, you can still see it from your position, but it's probably still. I mean, you could probably still see it from here. It's I don't know.
Within 100 feet?
Yeah. Well, a little more than that. Maybe 200 feet away.
Crap, out of range. All right. I'm still going to investigate because I'm curious as to what the hell's going on here.
Okay.
Might not be the smartest thing I've ever done, but screw it. I'm here now, and I'm not going to go back and get help.
Okay.
Because I just don't feel like it. I will start moving more cautiously, but still approaching whatever this noise is.
So this sound of sniffling and scratching continues to get louder, and eventually, after probably, I guess, maybe about 30 seconds of kind of carefully, moving in, you actually hear it coming from what seems like a clearing, probably right in the middle of the this copse of trees, and you are right on the side of one sort of dense part of it, so you can't really pull up. You wouldn't be able. Well, you could try to pull it apart to look and see it, but you will be revealing your presence if it's looking in your direction, or you could just kind of like, leap forward into the. So it depends on what
I'd
you
prefer
want
to
do.
edge around this particular thicket until I can get to a position where I can see without hopefully revealing myself.
Okay. Going to be a little hard to do though because of the noise factor, because you're going to be making noise as you do it. You can try.
Okay.
But...
I'll tell you what. If I'm coming to a clearing, I want to start circling around the clearing to find a spot where I can see without making that much noise. I will take my time and do this because it's not like this thing is going anywhere.
Okay. Have you do stealth check then.
Sure.
Because edging is a very difficult thing to do properly.
Wow.
As all the examples on the web show, exactly.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, Curse of Strahd After Dark.
No, not my strong suit apparently.
So you kind of pick your way in, like you kind of step on a couple of branches, and you hear this, and then it stops, and then there's this.
I will step out.
As you step out, you see something. You catch just the backside of something darting into the undergrowth. It looked like it was relatively small and might have had some fur, like maybe orange fur, but it's not.
Go after it.
It's not clear.
Go after it.
Okay. So
it's a werebeagle, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. It's a were orange. Be aware that the creature, as you're doing so, that it appears to have been digging into something in the earth in front of you, and
Urch. Wait. Stop. When I notice that, I stop and let it go.
Okay.
Did it look canine or feline, or I couldn't tell?
Couldn't tell. It was just the last, you think it had a paw, but it was just,
well,
and not very large, as I say. It was probably the size of a
class of animal have paws, so it doesn't really narrow it down. Thanks.
Oh yeah, well, it's a size, but it's a smallish creature. Maybe the size of.
I will, however, investigate where it was digging. That seems interesting.
Yeah, you can see that it was digging away at this thing that had there's like mounded dirt that has been sort of dug away by this thing, And
So hold on, let me clarify. There was a mound here, and the animal was digging into it.
correct.
Not the animal was digging and creating a mound. It was
That's
digging into
not
an already existing
not
mound.
certain. It was a small. Well, the thing is, it's only a very little mound, so it's not clear whether it was digging in the mound or whether it was not. This mound looks fairly fresh, so it's maybe more likely that it created it as it was digging. If you had to guess, because it's just sort of like a slight hump in the earth, basically.
Right, but okay, if it's digging using the classic animal digging, then it would have a hole in the ground and the dirt behind it.
But
Is
it
that
looks
the
like
case
some
here?
of the dirt, the loose dirt, fell on top of where it was digging. So that's kind of the thing. So it looks like you could just clear away, like very easily. You could just kind of brush away a little bit of the dirt and see what it was doing if you want.
Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Yes, I'm going to go do that.
Okay. When you do
particularly
that,
though, I've been looking into it. I'm going to turn and walk away because I don't want to get my hands dirty.
yeah, exactly. Where orange is the new black. Yeah. Okay. When you brush it out of the way, oh my God, Shadowner with the resub. Thank you, Shadowner. Yay!
Yeah,
Thank you
it works.
so much.
Woohoo!
Thank you for the resub, Shadowner. Thank you, sir.
Awesome, sir. Awesome.
And
Okay.
let me just move that down there. Cool. Thank you, Shadowner. As you sort of brush away the soil in front of you, you can see that you are somewhat startled, perhaps, to see a blue hand basically sticking out of the dirt. So it is just sort of like up like this, almost like halfway up.
Wait. Do that again. Okay, a blue hand, blue skin where the skin is colored blue, or blue because I was so freezing cold and
Might be. It seems like it might be more likely to be that, not colored like a deep, not blue like this shirt blue, but more
frozen
bluish.
blue.
Yes, or from lack of not breathing.
Mm-hmm. Well, hey, come on.
It's the left hand.
Don't be speciest, okay?
True.
That's right. Well, you don't see that every day. Did the animal get like a licking, rip off a finger? Was it
Doesn't look like
nibbling
it.
at it?
It doesn't look like it, but I mean, you don't know obviously the rest of what it is, but it doesn't look like it. It may have just gotten to this spot.
I will start.
Like there's
clearing
actually dirt around the wrist, so you can see that there's like
Start clearing some more.
Okay.
I guess I'll draw that stupid rat pommel dagger and start like kind of loosening the earth. Basically, is there more to this?
Yeah. So the the wrist bone's connected to the the hand is connected to the arm, and as you continue to dig down, you can see that there is in fact a body here. And after you've taken about I don't know, a couple of minutes, because the dirt really is pretty loose. This is not a very good job as far as, digging in well.
So this was recently placed here, apparently. It's not like it was packed or anything.
Pretty recent. Now, the corpse is not riddled with maggots, and it's not, so it's not, it can't have been, it's not something where it's been here for a long time, and the skin is clearly not warm or anything like that, so it didn't die in the last 5 minutes either. But as you sort of dig further and further, you finally see... You reveal the face of this man of some kind, who is sort of a middle-aged man, you would guess, blue skin, both of his hands sort of like this, but his expression is this expression of horror, and his throat has been torn out.
Okay. I am not probably strong enough to move this entirely. Although, if it's left loose, can I pull him? Once I get like head and shoulders revealed, can I pull him out of the earth?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. When you pull him out, you can see that he is wearing a tunic, wearing standard kind of leather pants, kind of a or I should say actually heavy cloth pants, sort of typical for Valaki natives that you've seen around here. But and he has sort of dark hair, maybe salt and pepper right along the edges, and he has does not have a beard or a mustache or anything. He's clean shaven, but you can see that he's got that his tunic at the top is ripped open, and his throat has been torn out, and frankly his entire top half of the torso just looks like savaged by many wounds and bites, and like this was not a refined job.
Is his heart still there?
I'm trying to think if you would. Well, it definitely does not expose.
Can I not tell? Basically?
Yeah, you can't tell. It doesn't. I mean, it's not exposed all the way to the heart. It's the throat. It's not the entire torso.
Okay. Fair enough. Oh, that's not something you
My
find
heart
every
was in my throat. Just what I hoped for. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to be interesting, but I'll pick him up and sling the corpse over my shoulder and head back to the house.
Okay.
I'm at the edge of the copse, by the way. I'll check to make sure no one's like watching
I
this
was
right
just
now.
about to ask. I was really kind of hoping to be like, doo-doo-doo. So
damn it, I can't whistle.
you don't see anyone. You do not see anyone yet. But this is not very far from the southern gate, where you know there are guards. You don't see anything looking obviously in your direction, but it is possible because there are houses around here and so forth. I mean, people could be looking out of the windows. I mean, there's any of that is possible.
All right, change of plans. I leave him at the edge of the forest.
Okay. Inside or outside?
Inside the woods.
Okay.
Carefully brush some leaves over him. Go to the house, or I should say, I approach the house to within like 100 feet so I can still watch that area. I mind speak to Zarama and ask her to come join me outside, which my range is 120 feet.
Okay. And what does Zarama do? Pray tell.
Well, magically, since I'm controlling her, she will go and see what the hell I want.
I see. Very convenient. Okay.
I mean, I assume she would anyways, but yes, I need your assistance.
Okay.
Okay.
So she goes down.
Yep, and then I tell her I do not know where he went. Hopefully, Alec found him, but I found something else of considerable import, and I take her back to the body, and I say I want to get this inside, but without being seen. And Zarama, being a clever girl, says, well, I could make you invisible. I'm like, that would be delightful. And that is what she proceeds to do.
Okay.
So I pick up the body, she casts invisibility on me, and I walk back into the house, and she closes the door behind me, making sure we are not seen.
Okay. All right. So you are now inside the house, invisible warlock with his dead body, along with Zarama. Okay.
Yep, and we'll go into this room, and I'll probably just lay the body on this table here, because why not? Why? I cannot, for some reason, ping. I cannot ping on the map for some reason.
Might want to try to reload it. I see it now.
Yeah. That wasn't me.
Oh, that wasn't you.
That was me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna reload. But yeah, that's where you're gonna place with a body. I suggest maybe if Drama wouldn't mind to go collect everyone else who might be here.
Okay. Speaking of everyone else,
yeah.
Let's jump up to them. So Weller and Django, in the meantime, you have been trying to do this heavy analysis. So what kind of analysis are you trying to do on this things? Is it blood? What are you focusing on trying to discover about it? Yes. Agree. What?
Well, since you agree, then obviously it worked.
Ping!
Give me a ping, Vasily. One ping only,
Ping
please.
only.
One ping.
That was my DNA analysis in the alchemy bottle.
Right.
So we now know, like, this is like the whole 23andMe. We now know everything there is to know about this. Weller's probably not just going with the blood, but he's also examining the dirt and that they were in.
Okay.
But specifically, checking for variations in viscosity and to get an idea of, is this all not the same blood type, but the same type of blood? Does that make sense?
Sort of. Okay. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Yeah. To basically to confirm what you think you know about these creatures. Is that basically the idea?
Which, admittedly, he doesn't know a lot about vampires.
Right.
So.
I mean, definitely the blood is very consistent. First of all, this blood it moves much more quickly in analysis, than blood typically would. It's you'd almost say that the blood is thinner, but it's more than that. There's a kind of heat, first of all, that comes off of this blood, which is a little odd, that kind of is radiating from it. But also, yes, all of the blood from both creatures is of a similar type. And I mean, you don't really have the ability to determine blood type per se, but you can determine that it's the same source if you had to guess. And then about the dirt.
Little Weller, since he can detect magic at will, is using that in conjunction with all of this.
Yeah. So there are traces of magic reflected around all of it. These are definitely creatures that are not naturally occurring. It's not clear. Certainly, they did not have magical items or anything like that you can tell. But there are vestiges of whatever sort of dark magic first formed these creatures. that you can definitely discover. As far as the dirt is concerned, that's a good one, Cyber Piglet. As far as the dirt is concerned, the dirt appears to be relatively fresh dirt. It appears to be dirt that was added into, and the other thing is that there are many different kinds of dirt. This did not all come from the same plot or place.
That's one of the things I was thinking was going to happen.
Yep.
Pity I only have one. Only had one vial of holy water. I would love to sprinkle some all over this dirt, but I'm not going to worry about it. I know, right? God damn it. Only I could have prayed twice. Oh well.
I know. Jeez.
People always interrupting me. Hey, we're going to go talk to the sexton. You want to come with it? No. The rest of it, I will leave to Rob to say what.
Right. I was just about to ask.
Mason's doing.
Django, what are you doing as you guys are doing this? Sorry, not Django. Mason, what are you doing as this discussion, as this analysis is going on?
That's not my name, Governor.
My bad. As Weller is doing his thing, what are you doing, Mason, with the analysis?
So Weller took the sample, and I'm sort of confused because I don't really have a whole lot to do here. They caught the dude. Question again, because I apologize for not being fully up to date on everything going on. The guy we talked to in the cabin, he's not with us currently, right?
I'm sorry, the guy you talked to.
The guy from the. Pardon?
The Dusk Elf that showed you the images in the fire?
No, he's not. He stayed up to the north of Valaki because he thought it wasn't a good idea to be, hanging out, walking around Valaki at the moment.
So this is the thing for him, though, right? What we're doing right now?
No. This is something that kind of popped up, and I asked if you guys could help, and kind of all went, yeah, sure.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
So hold on, Rob. We took the guy who threw the girl into the water and handed him over to the guards.
Right.
How did we get to the church? Was that Alec?
That
was after you guys went to Casimir and went back to the camp and gave the kid back, and you decided to meet at the gate. We meet at the west gate. Yeah.
Right, and that's where you did your church thing. Right. Okay. Yeah. That's okay. All good.
So this is Saad. This is a thing. This is your show.
This was just he asked me, and I went, all right, sure. You asked you guys, and you went, oh yeah, sure. So
that's what we're doing right now. Okay.
Yeah, because part of the problem was that it the fact that this was tied in somehow to Strahd, clearly.
Yeah.
I remember the lead up to. I remember the lead up to this happening, but I don't remember how he got here because I think that's the part that I missed.
Well, just so what was taken was holy relics. Technically it's a bones from a saint, and they're known to give protective auras to areas that they're buried to protect them against, for example, undead. And they were taken.
So I don't really have a horse in this race, so I'm not really sure, because this is sort of taking me and my character off of the sort of the path of what I'm looking to do. So I'm sort of gonna look around and see if there's anything worth my time in the space or that has any value or use to me, knowing that this is sort of like not the thing I want to be doing right now. Even though, it's, we killed some vampires. That's good. That's part of my job description. But like, I really want to go do that other thing. So I don't really have much to do here.
Well, perhaps I can help. Because you hear Django in your mind say, Doctor, I could use your assistance.
Bloody hell, where are you?
First floor, in the back room. Some sort of, is this kind of like a kitchen area, so to speak? Our like food preparation place. He's got cabinets. He's got a table.
Yeah, there's a that spot has got a room down below
with a view.
A room with a view. Yes.
It's got a beautiful
is-
marble top kitchen. It's
It's lovely.
Yeah, so this down here is basically the workshop, right? That's the place where a lot of you could tell there's a lot of tools and things like that on these long tables. The kitchen doesn't seem to be down here, though. There's a room that's basically kind of like a junk room that has some cabinets that are on this kind of on the walls right here. And then obviously his actual shop is here. You have not yet seen a kitchen or anything else, but there are a couple of rooms on the second floor you haven't gone into yet. Because you can see the doors, you just didn't go through them because you were too busy dealing with vampires.
oh no, the internet got John.
We've lost him.
He's done for.
He's not gone. He's still there.
He's also been given a license to kill. He's J. Helfer's 001.
He tried to take on the whole empire himself. And
Oh.
look what happened.
What
John
is
is the Dak of this
It's the
situation.
classic from, what is it, Goldeneye? What is he doing? His job. I don't remember if it's that, if it's Goldeneye.
I don't know, but it's available on Netflix. You want to go look it up after the stream.
Yeah, exactly.
What
Don't do it right
what the bloody hell is he doing? His job.
now. His job.
I thought for a minute you were quoting the line from The Departed. Hey, who the fuck are you? I'm the guy who does his job. You must be the other guy.
Oh, no. No, I was trying for the British right there.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the difference between British and Boston.
So anyway, while John, we're waiting for John to come back in. So you
All right,
folks.
so I'll just-
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Sorry, had to take a quick call.
Oh my God, that was very
I'm
impressive.
here.
He literally just like morphs out of
Acting.
existence for a minute. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So.
Oh my God, it's a velociraptor. They can't open doors.
So what I was saying was that you have not yet found any kitchen area, but there are two other rooms there's rooms that you haven't been to yet, because you can see there's a door that you haven't yet opened. You were too busy dealing with vampires.
So when I hear John, when I hear Django say, John, who's John?
Exactly.
Hello, John. When I hear Django say that, I go, yes, my dear Django, I shall be down momentarily. And just for the record, doing this when I can see you is one thing. Doing this when you're in a different part of the building. Screw it, I'll get used to it.
Indeed. And that's his answer.
Okay.
So where? Okay.
So you're going down to the first
I'll
floor?
say.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, I'm down on the first floor now.
All right.
Okay. Oh, hey, I should move myself. Wait, there you are.
And you
All right,
walk
except-
in to see this body, Mason, lying on the ground, which is covered in dirt. Has
No,
some dirt on it.
we're over here. Over here. He walks in this way. Mr. Rama's here. We're both here. And you can join us.
Oh, so the
There.
body is the body with you though?
On the table. Yeah, I put it on the I wanted to put it on the table here.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. Okay.
It's-
So
I mean,
yes,
I guess
there
there was
is a-
kind enough room, but I didn't want to disturb his crap.
There is a body with dirt on it here.
Uh-huh.
So I look at the body and then I look at Django and I just look at him and
Holds up his
I go-
clean hands and only dirt
And-
smudge.
and I just say to him, "Friend of yours?"
No.
Ah,
I found him in the copse out the back. Some animal was digging, apparently attracted by the smell, and I thought we should bring him in here. This guy does not look familiar, by the way, at all, does he?
No.
Okay.
Other than the fact that he looks like any one of many
Typical
Valachians.
Valachian,
Mhm.
blah 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 blah. Mhm.
sure.
I mean, the cause of death is quite obvious. However, someone went to some partial lengths to conceal the body.
And Mason takes a look at the body and goes straight to it's got a huge gash in his throat, right? That's what you said, Arv.
Yeah, more than that. It
just
definitely
like
looks
his-
like,
Destroyed.
yeah.
It's
Ripped apart.
it's funny because I mentioned this off cast before we started, but I was talking about the movie Annihilation. If anyone hasn't seen that movie, by the way, this is a very
you gonna
appropriate
spoil?
injury. But you should watch that movie. It's good. But yeah, that's all I can picture right now is that
And
I'm looking at
American
this.
Werewolf in London.
Tell me if you're going to spoil because I can take my
American
headphones off
Werewolf in
right now.
London. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not. There is so much that goes on that movie. I could not possibly spoil it. But wait, give me time. So I'm looking at the body and I see the clearly like his lower part of his face is gone, and I once again just sort of like I put my hand out and sort of gloss over it, but I don't really touch it. I'm just sort of like drawing out with my hand where his jaw should be.
Right.
And I say, it's at least poor sod suddenly won't be singing anytime soon, that's for sure. We can clearly see that cause of death was lack of jaw and throat attached to it. How did you come across this poor unfortunate soul?
Seems like the song.
For those listening to the audio podcast, Trent just became Ursula.
I took the back way. I took the back way out to see if our illustrious coffin maker had gone that way. I don't think he did because I did not see any sign of him. While investigating the corpse in case he might have tried to hide there, I came across the corpse in the corpse.
So while I'm looking at that, I start doing a post-mortem examination of the body. Again, this I have to be careful with what I can and can't do, considering my area of expertise, and we're not into CSI land yet, but there are obvious things to look at. Like if I look at the body, could I notice any pooling of blood in any areas, or wrists or feet or anything that would have happened pre-death, that whatever finally killed him, that would indicate what he would have done before he died.
Go ahead and make a medicine check for me. This is not going to be a difficult one. In fact, you can actually make it a +2.
All right. I'm going to go use my revised and updated character sheet.
Oh, just rub it into Trent, why don't you bastard?
Trent, I love you. I'm sorry.
In a time
Mason's
when one man
not.
had 10 hit points.
Mason's not going to make it all the way through this campaign, is he?
You got a chance because you didn't take Order of the Lycan, so everything's fine.
You said +2 on that?
Yes. Yeah.
Boy, that stunk.
That's all right, though. As I said, it was not difficult. There's no question that
So that's 16.
The proximate cause of death here is unquestionably not anything that happened before this attack. He died from lack of blood, loss of blood. And in fact, this sort of bluish tint to his skin indicates that he also had very little oxygen at the end there as well, which might happen when you had your throat torn out. As you're sort of looking at the body and sort of the amount of blood, it's very clear that whatever tore this up did so not with a knife or dagger. This was definitely caused by claws, and fairly sizable ones. Not claws that you even would have seen on the vampire spawn. Animal claws.
Okay, so before I get to the animal part of that, I just the cause of death is obvious. What I was specifically looking for was if there was anything done to him before death.
Oh, yeah, it does not appear to be.
There was anything showing on him like he was tortured or
No, doesn't look like
he was tied up or anything?
Nope, doesn't look like it.
No. Okay. So
In fact, I'll even say something else. It looks to you like on the sort of hands and so forth, there are also some cuts and scrapes. And if you had to guess, I mean, this is not CSI. Like, this is something you could determine even at the time. It looks like he was trying to keep himself from being killed.
Yeah. Does it look like he might have had his arms in the,
defensive wounds, as they say.
Could I assume from the information that I have that he was caught off guard by this attack, or did he see it coming?
You said that his facial expression was one of horror?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Facial expression was one of horror. It's very hard to tell whether he was caught off guard, but whatever this attack was utterly overwhelmed him, quite obviously. I mean...
So upon seeing this information about the claws and the look on his face, and the fact that he clearly did not have any time to fight back or protect himself and lost that battle, I'm gonna basically jerk my head up, not super fast, but in sort of a alert manner, and look at Django and mention to him, Django, did you notice any tracks outside. You're muted, John.
Do you mean outside the house or outside the copse of woods?
Leading to or away from this body and wherever you found it.
I will confess I did not take the time to look.
Would you please show me exactly where you found this body? And as he does that, I would like to activate my Hunter's Bane and do a survival check to get a little bit more information on what this creature might be when we reach the area that the body was found, if there is, in fact, any information in the area as to what this creature might be or where he came or went from.
I will I will get to that in one sec. Weller, and also let me do Vraxos first and then Weller. Vraxos, what is Vraxos doing, Sod?
He's just like watching Weller.
Okay, so what is Weller doing? As goes Weller, so
watched
goes
by
Weller.
Braxos.
I am sitting waiting as Vraxos watches me. This is great.
No, he's just standing. He's just leering over you, just looking. Just like...
And so, while the Weller has his alchemy bottle up, and little Weller is popping in and out of the bottle, taking different samples that Weller's preparing, and it's just this, this mass of movement back and forth and teleporting in and out of the bottle and starting experiments and coming back with results, and Weller going to other crates, because I believe somebody said that they were searching other crates, right, to make sure that there weren't any more.
Well, by searching, Vraxos was just destroying them all.
Right.
So, yeah.
Fine.
Yep.
It's there's concussive searching, and then there's
definitely.
Okay. So yeah, he's searching through other stuff, making sure that there's nothing else that has dirt like this in it. That maybe there are spawn that could have departed and are resting somewhere else or whatever. And then once that's, he's going to continue doing that until either somebody calls him or he gets to a point where he feels like he's finished. And he is going to then, because he wasn't there to hear the answer, he is going to start searching the house for the bones.
Okay.
And he will specify as such that he is.
We need to find those bones. They should be here somewhere. I don't believe he took them with him.
Maybe he buried them outside.
Let's search the house first. Then we can worry about the other. There's a lot more outside to the house than there is inside to the house.
Yeah.
For some reason, this is just becoming more of Mice and Men all the time. Like, I just keep letting you know, which way did you go, George? Which way did you go?
Tell me about the bones, George. Tell me about the bones.
Tell me more about the bones. Anyway, okay. So, so there is one door, as I mentioned, Weller, that you know is there that you have not gone through. So I'm going to assume that's where you're going.
Yeah,
next.
so Rude will pretty much go in front of Weller and just at this door, just get his axe out ready just in case there's
that door.
more of
Yes.
them.
What door?
Yep.
That one. Thank you.
This one, yeah.
Okay.
And he's going to open it.
Quick housekeeping note. Who still has temporary hit points from Zarama's song?
Rude
Mason
has.
does, because he didn't use any of them.
Olok has, because the damage was taken after the hit points.
Okay.
I think everyone else does have theirs.
Okay. And Weller does not, because he wasn't in range.
Yeah.
Although I think I removed those temporary after the combat was over, because I don't think, how long did the temporaries
How long do
last?
those last? Yeah.
See, this is why I asked before we started this.
Yeah, I don't think the temporaries last beyond
All
the
right,
combat.
so just take it off.
Pretty sure they lasted in a combat. Yeah.
Yeah, I would think. I was like,
Well,
wait a minute.
I'm
what?
gonna go check.
Yeah.
Great.
While you're doing that, I will tell you that as you open this door, this room, it appears you have found the kitchen that you sought, because there does look to be like a square table here, and then surrounded by chairs, and there are shelves of provisions. Looks like various dried stuffs that you can see over here and over here. So this appears to be the kitchen previously discussed.
Also, quick side note, John, can you ping? Because if you can't, make sure that you have the arrow button selected on thing that's.
And it looks like you can.
Select mouse.
Yeah.
Select move.
That still wasn't me. No, for some reason nope, it's not working.
Click off of the arrow and back onto it.
Yeah, let's try that. No, it's like my mouse is not registering it for some reason.
Hey, King Jin.
You're dead. Okay.
Apparently,
it's
well,
This is what happens when
technically,
you start using shadow
Don't-
dice, and all of a sudden you
John, don't be
register
that guy,
it.
man. Come on, figure it out.
Yeah.
Come on, you can do this.
yeah. My try.
So Rude's gonna go. Rexus is gonna go to the
Anyways.
next door and open.
Okay. And when you open the next door, what you see is this. I can now open this up.
Oh.
Okay.
Like, opens it.
This
He
is
said,
a
"Stay
modest.
out here, trend."
This is a modest bed. Oops, sorry. This is a modest bed chamber, which holds a cot and several well-made pieces of furniture, including a table, a padded chair, a bookshelf, and there's a wardrobe over here.
Coffin making
So
pays
yeah,
pretty well, apparently.
Rexus is probably going to straight over and open up the wardrobe, so he's going to get a swing if anything comes out.
So in the wardrobe, you can see that there's only one, it's a fairly decent sized wardrobe, and yet there's only one what looks like kind of a tunic hanging from a wooden bar in the middle, and that's it. There's no shoes in here or anything else. It's got a fairly high floor for a wardrobe, actually, like a fairly high sort of shelf, basically. And then, as I say, there's this wooden bar that is hanging there.
He's going to go over and check under the bed. He's going to basically just flip the bed. Both
Okay.
his hands just
So he
straight
does. He
up.
flips it
You learned
over.
it from Einstein. You just have the same clothing to wear. You don't have to expend any extra thought.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So he just flips it. Nothing.
Clear. No monsters.
And Weller kind of looks back at the wardrobe and over at Vraxos and back at the wardrobe and kind of back and forth. And
Did you see how tall the coffin maker was?
He was that big.
Right. Do you think that he would need a chair or a space to sit in a wardrobe like that?
I don't
noting
know.
the high bottom of the wardrobe.
No, I don't know.
All right.
So he's going to go over and do a very thorough check of it because this just doesn't look right to him.
Do a perception check for me, please.
No, I want to just know what it is. Okay.
And also, I'm going to let you do it at +2. That's the kind of guy I am.
24.
As you're sort of looking around it, you can hear there's like, dunk, 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 donk, 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 as if you started to hit something.
There are
hollow.
Muppet aliens in here. Do you hear
Exactly.
that?
Wall. And you hear from below. No, you don't hear that. You hear the sound of it. The Swedish chef, yeah. It sounds hollow, actually. And as you tap on it a couple of times, you notice that you sort of tap, 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 and then you notice that there's one spot of the wood that seems smoother, and running your finger along it, you find that there's something which you think you could pull up, if you wished.
Right. Well, nothing here.
No. We're going to pull that grenade. Yes.
When you pull it, it actually allows you to pull out the panel that's on top. And indeed, you find there is a compartment here with 2 sacks. There's a large sack and a small one in here.
Oh, this is a trap. Definitely.
How is it that you guys all get to have trap-free cupboard openings?
Well, I was going to wait, actually. Vraxos goes over. He immediately,
Opens it up.
Hey,
And
don't do that to Cairo. Wait till Allah comes back. That's really the setup.
Yeah.
Right.
Come on.
needles in the eyes. It's
That's
just
true.
a
Yes.
needle bomb.
Yeah,
right?
2 needles, yeah.
God.
It's like that scene in Hudson Hawk in the ambulance where he grabs the thing full of syringes and slaps the guy in the face with. He's got all these.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
Anyway,
That is a good bad movie.
Oh my God, it's so great. Anyway, as much as I was bitching about us not getting on, what the fuck is it?
That's why we just let you go at this point because we know it's going to come back around.
Eventually, paying it forward or backward or whatever.
Okay, backward.
So he's going to say,
You see, this is what I was talking about. This is not a latrine of any type. These are not sort of depository bags where one would. Do you want to take the big bag or the small bag?
I'll which is rude. Vraxus goes over and just picks up both of them out of it. Just
Okay, he
Same
does with no
time.
problem. But
Oh, that-
definitely the large one is definitely heavier than the small.
Right. Well, I guess, let's see what's in them.
And the reason that he doesn't, the great fortune that there's no traps is because Fuller doesn't think like that. He doesn't think about traps.
so Rude opens up, like puts bags on the floor and opens up the bigger one.
The large one has bones inside it, and bones which look to have fairly recently. Actually, wait. Let me think about that. No, actually, they do not have dirt on them.
I'm about to say.
They do not have dirt.
There are bones in here.
Oh, really? Well,
Do you want me to check the other bag?
yes.
And while he's doing that, Little Weller will once again detect magic and gaze upon these bones.
I don't think he's going to be detecting magic on these, but they are remarkably well preserved. So,
And the other bag.
also, and by the way, both Little and Big Weller can tell that the scent is not what you would expect from these seem almost bleached, these bones, and do not seem to have much of a scent to them, as if they
Quite
are
possibly
extremely
been
old.
anointed with holy oils.
Oh, that's quite possible. Also, have not been clearly coming directly from the earth, or there'd be a totally different smell.
Mhm.
As for the small sack, there are coins inside this one, Vraxos. 30 silver pieces and 12 goldish, looks like maybe electrum pieces. Not gold, but goldish. But all of the coins bear the profiled visage of this cruel-looking face. High cheekbones, sort of angled chin, proud, almost certainly the image you would guess of Strahd van Zarevich, because you have seen kind of pictures in certain places before. So all of the coins are stamped with his visage.
There's weird money in this one.
Well, I don't care so much about that, but these are interesting. I believe these may be what we're looking for.
Should we take him downstairs?
Yes, and the gold, please.
Okay.
I mean, I don't care that much about it, but I'm sure the others will be like, ooh!
Well, it's weird gold. Maybe they won't.
We shall have to find out.
Okay, so you are going to bring bones and gold down below. As you are heading down...
Sounds like a title of a movie. Or book,
I was
rather.
thinking of
Bones
pirate
and
song,
gold.
actually.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, there's oh god, is it the Pulse sign is Hearts and Bones? I think is the album by him. Hearts and Bones. Anyway, so you go down the stairs, and now you are waiting. The three of you. Oh no, you. No, I'm sorry. Mason was being led by Django and Zarama to.
I'm going to have
Corpse of Trees, right?
Zarama hang back, A, to watch over the body, and B, in case others come in to tell them what happened.
Okay.
So, Doctor, let's go take a walk.
Okay, so when you two arrive at this copse of trees and you push your way through, you get to the clearing and you reveal the same, scene as was seen before. Mason, you see this dug-up hole, which has clearly been recently.
The scene
dug
was
up.
seen. Perfect.
You see, yeah, the scene. You have seen the recently dug-up hole where there's just some loose dirt kind of sitting around the outside of this spot.
New York, could you give us all a break?
You hear the sound of sirens coming close to you.
It's the Valaki Fire Department.
Stand away from the body.
We're here to burn it.
This is where you found the body?
He nods.
Is this supposed to be a makeshift grave?
Well, okay, wasn't this guy buried, like, almost standing up, Arv?
No. He was back on his back, but he had his hands
Oh,
up
okay,
like
thank you. All right, just to the hand. Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
It
Kinda
certainly looks
shrugs.
like the opposite of hallowed ground, though. I mean, this was a horrific
Right,
job,
it's
if that's
just-
what they were doing.
Is
I
this
mean,
is this
watch them
area
up
on
dumped
the
in-
map? Is
Yeah.
this map on the screen?
There is no mapped area for this. No,
Oh, okay,
I'm sorry.
got it.
This is theater
That's
of
fine.
the mind, I'm afraid, in this case.
Use our imagination. We can do it.
So somebody dumped him here.
Well, not just dumped him, they took the time to bury him. It wasn't just like toss. They took some
Well,
time
then-
to cover
But
him.
if he was completely, there must have been some part of him sticking out of the ground. How did you find him?
The animal was digging. An animal, I could not catch what it was digging at the area where I found his wrist. Yeah, go like this. And then
A standard animal, or in other terms, a basic animal, right? Okay. It was. What is it? Dog?
I could not tell. It disappeared before I could get a good look at it.
It was trying to unearth it.
Mhm.
Huh. Interesting. Taking a look around the hole that has been dug up from where the body's been unearthed. Is there any sign of dragging or any sort of pathway to or from the hole that would have shown where this body had been dragged from originally?
Make an investigation check for me, please.
Do better than I did.
Easy. Watch
Mhm.
me get screwed by that.
-5.
A likely story.
Where the hell did it go? Sorry, my roll 20 just got completely screwed. What's happening? Why do you do this?
It doesn't like you.
Yeah, my roll 20 is broken.
Brr, brr, brr. They told me they fixed it.
Well, this is what was happening to me before, where I kept bringing up my character sheet and
Oh, do you
nothing
use
on it.
Actually, you know what, Rob? Do you use a password manager?
I do.
Because
Now
if
that
it's
that's in
LastPass or if it's one like that, that actually screws up with Roll20, and I finally figured it out myself. And you have
that
to
might be
disable
what
it
it
for this
is.
site. And it's actually a known
Alright.
issue. I don't know what it is, but yeah.
Okay,
it
that's
just
cool.
threw me off too because I'm like, what is going on? That's what it is.
Let me.
Side effect.
yeah,
Side note: if you haven't had a chance to talk about this already, you should consider using a password manager and two-factor authentication.
Ooh! Can they? LastPass does not sponsor this D&D. Can we get them to sponsor
Sponsored
this?
by
stream?
LastPass, hopefully.
Cool.
No, not sponsored yet. If LastPass, if you would like to sponsor us. I like how you would sponsor us,
They're
but we're telling you to
watching.
disable it for Roll20. Like, we sponsor your cast. Okay. Anyway.
They're absolutely watching the show. I can't get it to roll, so I'm just gonna roll it manually. So it's an investigation check.
Yes.
All right, I have to do this the hard way, so just give me a second. Okay.
You have
so-
advantage because of the feat you invoked.
Do I have it? Yeah, not on this particular thing. If it pertains to the creature that I'm tracking, yes, but not the
Also,
the body.
what creature are you tracking, by the way, Mason?
I guess. Well, actually, that's a good question. Do I have to know the creature I'm tracking in order for
I
it?
believe so. I think. This
Okay,
is
so then
similar-
it won't do shit. So then that's fine. So we'll just forget I ever mentioned that and move along with our day. Thank you, everybody. I hate D&D. No, I'm kidding. It's a wonderful game. No one should play it. That was an awful roll.
Yeah, it's
You did screw yourself. Nice job.
So, so as you're sort of looking, and now we've done this so much, I don't even remember what you were investigating. What were you trying to?
If there was any story in my life, what did you say? I don't know. I lost track.
Signs
Is
of
there
the body
any
being brought here.
indication of
Oh yeah, dragging.
Stop
That's right.
talking over me, John.
I remember dragging. No, I remember
Never.
now.
I can tell my own story. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're not the
so
DM here.
The answer to this is you don't see anything specific. There is a lot of sort of disruption around this area, but it's hard to tell. It's very confused. Like it seems like there may have been digging that was done by maybe the animal that Django referred to. There was definitely soil that had been thrown on the body to begin with before he even found it. Since then, you and Django have both been there, so you don't necessarily see any sort of dragging from a distance. The other thing is that the wood around here is very dense, except in this relatively small clearing. And so there's not a lot of like ground through which to kind of examine, this.
how about blood, dried or otherwise, on the ground and around the area?
There does not appear to be any of that, although it may now have been mixed in with the dirt. This body was killed. Clearly, this body was dead for a while, but not long enough for maggots to get to it or for really to have decayed much. So a day or two, a couple of days. So you do not see any obvious blood around it, but I mean, there may be some mixed in with the dirt, etc.
So morbidity occurred within 24 hours, is what you're saying.
Maybe a little more than that, but not more than a
little
couple
more than
days at
that.
most. Yeah.
All right. So okay. All right. So. Okay. So he couldn't. So from the way the body is, he couldn't have been here more. Well, it's the state of the body and the state of the grave. It seems like he couldn't have been here more than a day or two at most. The body is aside from the shape that it is in, is about to be expected of a body within 36 hours of death. However, this was all done hastily, clearly, especially if he wasn't buried deep enough for the creature to know that it was here. So that lends the next question. Is there anything here left by the person who did this? And then I sort of look around. Is there anything nearby, anything that's out of place, anything that would have like maybe dropped off of somebody else or...
I'll let you make a check for that. Do an investigation check for me again, please.
Good Lord, how do you let it be better than the last one?
I guess I'll join him.
Okay,
if
so
I'm
both of you
allowed.
can make investigation checks then on that
Actually,
basis.
this is one of my skills for some odd reason, so go figure.
Oh, okay.
Good start.
I probably don't even need to make one at this point, but
Hey, give it a whirl there, good sport.
I'm going up in the world, 11.
Yeah, he's at 11.
There you go. There you go.
You don't really find anything in particular that seems to have dropped off or nearby, Mason. Django, you don't exactly find anything that's dropped off, but you do find one thing which is interesting, and that is there are two fairly large-sized marks in the earth that look like something was scraping at it, and it is much larger than the paws of the creature you saw departing. So these are like two scrape marks, as if something dug or scraped around there, or perhaps even could have dug to get dirt on top of the body even, that is right near the grave site, not the grave site, but where the body was buried. And the marks are larger, clearly, than the animal creature that's there. And my goddamn OBS disconnected because of course it did, so give me a second while it reconnects for literally no reason. I am so annoyed that this is continuing to happen. I don't understand why it's doing that. It's really frustrating.
Out of interest, just do any roll in your character sheet. See if it works now.
Oh no, I'm sure it's right back. It's gone for like 3 seconds, and now it won't do it again for the entire night. I have no idea. It was fine yesterday. And
Just want to see if it works for you, Rob, because if not, we may have to.
Yeah, I'm
recreate.
trying to turn off LastPass, but LastPass doesn't work like ad block, where it's just like, here, disable it. It's like it's always fucking on. So I have to try to figure out how to disable it if that's actually the thing that's causing the problem. Or I have to disable it in. Are we back? Are we back online?
We're still going on the recording, so give me a second. All right, now it's back up.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Need one of those technical issues. Splash.
Yes, the stream is back.
It's annoying. Okay. All right. Anyway, we're back.
Streaming, it's a reliable business.
Super reliable. Yeah, exactly.
It's so fantastic. Come stream today.
Okay. Where did we? Yeah. So I mentioned what I just said to you, Django.
So before your OBS dropped, did it look like shovel marks? Is that what you're talking about?
Looks like scrape marks, like claw marks.
Creature marks.
Yeah.
I'll wave
Of the thriller. What?
Mason. Oh God, it's October. Stop it. I'll wave Mason over so you can get a look at him too.
It's always October, John.
Mm,
For the
in-
thriller. Wait, what?
in Barovia. That's pretty good. So we didn't have the echo on, damn it. Anyways, so yeah, I'll point it out to him.
Yes, show me these thing.
Mhm.
Okay, so
So you see these marks now that he points them out to you, and they are definitely animal marks, animal claw marks of some kind, Mason. Definitely pretty good sized.
can I go deeper into what those marks may be from my encounters with beasties?
Not.
Do I have enough of an imprint in the claws to sort of look at, like, I mean, because the types of claws, the scrape marks, would it give me at least a general idea of what it would
well, in this regard, the claws there are basically several, at least 4 marks on each claw, and what looks like possibly pad marks below. So in other words, these were definitely paws with nails that were associated. Oh my God, we got a resub. Nordwolf with a resub. Thank you, Nordwolf. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, Nordwolf. Nordwolf is back. It's interesting, though, that Nordwolf was talking about this just as we were talking about animal things. I don't know whether you're just trying to distract us from, Nordwolf's like, it has nothing to do with me. Anyway, no, but thank you so much, Nordwolf. I really appreciate that. Welcome back, sir. So you are using as you look at it, definitely it looks like there'd be pads basically below the nails in each case. So,
and like 4 claws, you said?
Yes, on at least 4, might be 5, but at least 4 on each hand.
But nothing about the claw marks that is a dead giveaway to
One
any
thing.
one.
It's the same size as the claw marks on the neck, almost certainly. The same type of
It was
claw
definitely
marks.
claw marks on the neck?
Yes, unquestionably.
Oh yeah, he was very clear about that. Yep.
Okay. Well, this is confusing. If we're to believe the evidence in front of us, it seems the body was buried, and whoever buried it, when they left, the creature returned to try to unbury its victim. Probably for some ghastly reason. You said there was a beast here scraping at the grave. What kind of beast?
It was a small animal, dog or a cat, perhaps. Not. Wait, Wait, I was confused. You're saying the person or being or creature or whatever beast brought the body here, covered it, and then came back later to try and uncover it? Is that what you're claiming?
No, my dear Django. What I'm suggesting is that someone buried this body, and then some creature, probably the creature that killed it, is trying to dig it up again. I do not know if these are the same things, or different people, or different creatures. However, I will say, the reason I ask you specifically about the creature you found digging this body up is that some small creatures have been known at time to become bigger creatures and revert to normal size, as I'm sure you are aware. And I'm curious if there was anything unusual about this animal you saw crawling at the grave. Something of size that a creature we ought not want to encounter again was very interested in this body.
Also, one point of clarification, by the way. It is possible where the claw marks were found, they were found near some of the loose dirt. So it is also possible that said claw marks could have been something trying to bury something, like basically kick. Because I mentioned that the soil was very loose, so it was not padded down, it was not tamped down. So it's possible that it was also the claw marks of something trying to cover something up, a la a dog bearing a bone. So I just wanted to mention that. You can't tell for sure, but it's not necessarily the case that it was trying to dig it up. It could have also been trying to bury the dirt, maybe.
Did you happen to see any digging implements or instruments for digging a hole of this type?
I'm presuming I did not.
No.
Didn't really look around again. There was nothing was here. But we must assume that the murderer was intelligent, because an animal would not bother to hide this evidence. So
A dog buries a bone?
But it's a bone to eat later, not a body.
No.
I think
Size of the bone depends on the size of the beast, my dear Django.
Nevertheless, I believe it. However this went down, the killer is possibly someone who transforms themselves. Either that, or they like to file their nails very, very sharp.
I would not like to meet that manicurist.
Nor would
Anyway.
I. Is there anything else you need to see here? Otherwise, there is another matter we need to discuss.
All I will say is, clearly there's something around this place that is not very friendly and has a lot of very, very sharp claws. And I would much prefer that we get out of here and finish our duty before we encounter it, rather than after. And I would also suggest that if there is nothing about this body that is related to why we are here, perhaps we should leave it where we found it. What is it?
Possibly. I wish to think about that.
What is it about the body you're worried about?
It is
Aside
not that
from the obvious, of course.
Yeah, yes. It is. Well, one thing we do not wish to be. I mean, yes, you're right. Perhaps shaking the body back is the best course of action, and then trying to ensure someone finds it. But I'm also wondering if there's a way we seem to be getting entangled deeper and deeper into the events of this city, whether we like it or not, which is not to our advantage.
We haven't had much control over our own destiny since we started this journey.
Again, welcome to Barovia. The key is the vampires, of course, are a problem. If they are undermining the church, as the old man said they were, or I'm sorry, as the sexton, the priest, as the priest said they were, that of course is a problem. The city cannot fall to Strahd's minions. That, of course, is a huge problem that we must try to alleviate before we leave, unfortunately.
Agreed, but we also do not know who this poor individual is.
Oh, that's why I think we should investigate and see if we can find if there's any sort of missing persons report recently.
Missing persons?
Correct.
He hasn't been dead nearly long enough. He hasn't been dead nearly long enough for anybody to know he's missing.
A day or two? That's long enough.
Maximum. I mean,
I would think
yeah.
48. I would think 48 hours would be plenty. It looks like he was not a laborer. He was not a hunter. It looked like he lived in the city. Someone goes missing for 2 days. The family will want to know where he is.
Which city? Which town? We have no idea where he was brought from.
He's a local. He must be. Why would you kill someone and bring him into another city to bury him? It makes no sense. You just leave him out in the wood.
We don't know that there was any actual malicious intent behind the killing. It could have been a beast looking for food. Even large beasts, even beasts that I have hunted, don't necessarily need a reason to kill.
And I look out and point toward the wall surrounding the city. Really? A beast would come into this town to kill someone, not eat it, but bury it in a copse of woods. I'm sorry, Doctor, have you gone quite mad?
Beasts will hold on to food for... Beasts
and they will take it somewhere private where they can eat it in peace. Even I know that, and I do not hunt. This story you are spinning is fantastical. Someone in this town killed another person in this town, and then hid the evidence that they did so. It is someone in here. I am sure of it.
I am not saying your theory is incorrect. I'm saying we don't have enough evidence. And until we have more evidence as to who this is or why why someone wanted him dead in the first place, we will be running around this place like a chicken with our heads cut off, trying to find answers when we have no way to figure them out. We need more information as to who this person is and why he ended up without a throat. Sorry. Let me rephrase. Without the lower part of it, there really is no good way to say this. You know what I mean.
Why he was killed in the manner in which he was killed.
Brilliant. Couldn't have said it better myself. This is why I'm a doctor, not a wordsmith.
I'm just a simple weaver, but that is not the point.
And for the record, I am only playing the devil's advocate here because I am not entirely sure of what this beast is. There are many different types of beasts, and not every beast operates the same way, especially ones... We have not discovered yet whether this is of lycanthropic properties or not, whether this is human, beast, creature that walks on 4 legs or 2. We need more information. And I'm starting to sound like Weller, and I don't know why. I've been spending too much time with the short man.
This is the internet. We are all Weller, right?
Yes.
And this is how Wikipedia started.
Yeah, exactly.
Doctor. When you did your examination, was there still blood in the body?
I believe there wasn't. I'm pretty
Very
sure
little of
that
it. I mean,
from
there was
a
some,
strike
but it
like
wasn't
that-
drained.
from-
But it was very little. Yeah.
It. I mean, my. All right. So let me figure out the answer for that before I answer it.
Exactly, because that's important.
From my from my observations, I believe that at the area of impact there was very little blood left because of the trauma around the area. However, I would have to assume that whatever blood was left in the body was not drained post-mortem. But
are you
a strike
sure?
a strike like that would have resulted in a lot of blood loss.
Correct. However, a strike like that resulting in such blood loss, if he
did not die instantaneously, it would have been within a matter of moments.
that is not my point. The creature that seeked to destroy him might possibly drain the rest of the blood from that wound out of the rest of the body, is my point.
But he's talking
i.e.,
about the
was it the-
vampires.
Exactly.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have no vampires to interrogate.
Alas, no. Which is why I'm hoping that Alec actually was able to capture that old man so we could interrogate him.
It has
And
been, by
perhaps
the way, a decent amount of time at this point.
Yeah.
Perhaps we should go back, and perhaps he'll know more about this body that we found.
Speaking of Alec, I'm sorry. It is of Alec that pertains to the other matter I wish to speak to you about.
Very well. Continue.
And I hold up your hand that we're not going back yet.
Oh no, I know that. Yeah, we're not walking back yet.
Yeah.
Did you want to? And I sort of look at him and I go, I know that with no one else here around, but did you want to speak to me in my head?
Oh yes. I was speaking. Yeah, yes. Let's keep this
It's the only way
solely
he
between
can.
ourselves.
Well, no, but I'm saying
But
I would
he's
do it as well.
replying. Yes.
But I would reply in my
Yeah,
head.
he taps his. Yeah. Sorry.
Before this conversation starts, let me just quickly thank ENT for the host. Thank you so much for jumping in and the raid host. Thank you, ENT. Welcome. Sorry, let me go.
No problem. All right. I would do the echo, but I still haven't figured that out yet. Anyways, yes, yeah, he says mind to mind. During the battle with the vampires, it seemed that somewhere along the way, perhaps back at the church, Weller had created holy water, of course, which you are aware, I would assume, is a powerful weapon against the undead. And it's quite the echo. And attacked the vampires with it with considerable effect. I believe you were performing your coup de grace on one of them. And I don't believe at this time anyone else noticed this. But I happened to see that the holy water did not just affect the vampires, but it appeared, because again, I do not have entire proof. It appeared to also affect Olak in the same way.
It affected Oleg too.
Yes.
Clarification, was he the only one that noticed this, or did I notice it too?
He was the only one. I think I had everyone do perception checks, but I think Jenga's the only one who made it.
Yep, only Django noticed.
Yep.
Weller didn't notice that?
Pretty
Weller,
sure
wasn't even there.
Yeah, Weller was
Weller's
not.
the one who threw the holy water
No,
on
Weller threw it. No, I'm
Oh,
pretty
but you
sure
still
we
didn't make it though.
We did checks for
But-
everybody, but I thought it was only Django who found
Yeah.
out. But it might be. I don't remember honestly whether Weller.
Weller got a
or not.
12 for the roll.
Oh, that's true because we can actually see it. Right, so he did not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It ended up being me, not bragging, just saying. So
I'm just saying.
just saying. Yes.
It was the follow through, Weller. You threw it, and you're like, oh, and then you're like facing the ground.
Well, he'd never seen a vampire get splattered by holy water that sears its flesh away, so I think he'd be very interested in that. Exactly.
Does just other clarification, because I'm not sure how holy water works in this context compared to what I think holy water is capable of doing. Is its majority effects only felt against vampires?
Yeah,
Or does it also have
undead
effects against
creatures.
undead?
Undead
Okay.
creatures in general are very affected by holy water. Most other creatures would not. There may be some exceptions,
But not beasts and
definitely not beasts. Conceivably demons in certain circumstances.
Okay.
But definitely not beasts. And not just I'm a bad guy either. You know, like that type of thing.
So I do not I do not know what this means for either the short
I
or
do,
the long.
I do not know what this means. I do not. Oh, hi, Mark. Sorry. what?
But the point being is that you would better watching if this is to progress further.
So wait a minute. Let me see if I get this straight. The holy water that was thrown, some of it hit Orlick. And his reaction was what?
Well, his reaction wasn't anything spectacular. It was what the holy water did upon contacting his skin that was unusual. He did not make any real move to brush it off. In fact, he seemed almost to ignore it, or if he was surprised, he hid it and did not seem to bother with it at all.
Now, if it had made contact with his skin, and it was going to cause some kind of reaction, it would have been accompanied with a tremendous amount of pain to him if he were in fact inflicted with vampirism or he were undead, which he clearly is not. What exactly happened to his skin?
It burned under the water, and smoke came out of it, arose from it, like it was acting like holy water does on the undead. It serves as it's kind of an acid in a way. It eats away at them, and that's what it seemed to do to him.
What is Oleg's background again? I mean, his class background. He's a
Paladin.
paladin.
Lathander, who you met.
Have I heard of any situation in which a holy warrior, warrior of light, paladin, or anything like that would have been infected in any kind of way like that, or any related story where holy water would have had that effect on someone not undead or vampire?
Certainly not the latter. Holy water would not have that effect, as far as you know, on anything that doesn't have certain, vampiric qualities or undead qualities. As far as the first one, what was the first thing you asked about the?
If there's any, have I ever? Well, wait, which one did you answer?
I answered the second one.
The
second one. I answered about.
It's a very difficult question because I don't actually. What I'm saying is that if I go back through all the things that I've potentially encountered, I mean, I've encountered holy water a lot, but it would be under very specific circumstances of either vampire or undead, because that's the use quality.
That's all you've ever heard of holy water having.
But is there any record book or history of somebody who is neither undead nor vampiric in nature having a allergic reaction to holy water?
Not that you know of, no.
It burned. Well, I have to say, I have encountered holy water on many occasions. But its use cases are very narrow. Despite its powerful effects, it really only has alchemical properties against the corpus of an undead or a vampire. Now, we have traveled with Oleg for some time. He has not shown any elements of either of those things, obviously. He's clearly not undead, unless he's got a very good job at hiding it, which I find very unlikely. And if he is a vampire... Is the whole daytime, nighttime thing true in D&D too?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure. He would not have been able to travel with us during daytime hours as he has done so as well.
Well,
I should say that it's not will not instantaneously destroy you the way that it typically would.
Yes, but we didn't have any sun
like that
potion on hand.
Like
is what
an
I'm
interview of a
saying.
vampire, right? Like it would definitely have
Blade.
it would have a severe effect.
Yeah,
on
he
their
would
ability
not.
to
He
fight
would
it.
be unwell.
Right.
it's always super cloudy here. It's not like we get the sun shines out every day, though, too.
Can I? All right. So I'm gonna RP this, and you can jump in if I'm incorrect on this information because I'm not entirely sure. The only bit of information that I have that would even fit the information let me start that again. The only situation that I can come up with that fits the information you presented me with. There are rare instances in which holy water against demonic properties would create that burning, although to a much lesser extent. Perhaps to a level where it wouldn't even be as painful as it were for undead or vampire.
You are
Especially if
claiming
it was only a small amount of it.
you are claiming he may be possessed.
I'm not claiming he may be possessed. I'm claiming he may be part demon and we just don't know it. How much do we really know about any of our backgrounds? How much do we know about wherever we came from?
I do not recall many demons granting healing spells, healing abilities to their warriors. It's usually the opposite.
Demons are a very strange thing. Not all demons are bad. Much like Fae, it all depends on the history of the thing. I have not encountered very many demons who were helpful. Then again, it does happen. And one's lineage, as I said, is never fully known to us. If he is part demon, that would be the only thing I can think of, based off of my knowledge, that would explain the burnt skin. The only other thing that's left to do is either keep an eye on it from a distance, or ask him. And I'm not sure that we are prepared to do that here. But the time may come.
Indeed.
As to whether it is a threat to us, I personally do not believe at all it will do anything to harm us. There are others that I am more concerned about, quite frankly. That being said, we have enough things to worry about. We should investigate this further, but I think if something is to come of it, I think Oleg will either let us know himself, or at the right time, we shall ask him.
True. I just wished that I wish to share this information with someone else in the unfortunate event something would happen to me. I don't, and I'm not saying by him either. Let's be realistic. I have traveled with all of you enough to know, except for one, that I feel I have a pretty good inkling of whom each of you are and why you are here and how you react to things, even those who are carrying other passengers. Alec seems to be fairly straightforward, but this change can work very subtly at him and be very dangerous, to where he changes enough that we do not even know until it is too late. So I urge that we still keep an eye on him, still be cautious. That is all. But I felt you should know.
Let me just ask you one more question about this. Do you think that this change occurred while we were here in Barovia? Or do you believe that this was the way he was before he arrived here? Because that will change the way we deal with this quite drastically.
I could not say. I did not know him before you arrived out of the mists.
Nor I.
Given how, he kind of chuckles, given how things work in Barovia, of course, to lay a paladin low with this condition, it would be an educated guess to say, yes, it did happen here. However, where you come from may be 10 times worse. Or, I'm sorry, where he comes from may be 10 times worse. Maybe all their paladins are touched by this affliction. I don't know. But if I had to choose one or the other, he points at the ground, more than likely it came here. Strahd would take much pleasure, much delight in corrupting a paladin to his own ends. That I can assure you.
Well, we must watch Oleg's personality over the next few days. See if it
Indeed.
shifts or there are changes in his warrior of light stature,
Exactly.
paladin's actions.
Yes, his code and all that. Since I cannot watch him 24/7, I sought to enlist your help.
I shall assist you in that and happily do so. I would also say, was there anything particularly interesting or different about the way it burned? Compared to or
Arv, was there?
I mean, I don't think so. I think the way you
Other than
described
my
it as
surprise
being...
that it burned him at all, basically, but it didn't,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
there
just
was-
assuming that whatever the reaction might have been when it hit his skin, considering if it's
yeah.
different to whether it was undead or vampire, which it would have just...
No, it would be. You wouldn't be able to distinguish like between those things, except you could say that it definitely burned in the same way that it seemed to be burning. It not as strongly, but it definitely burned in similar ways to the way that it did against the other vampire spawn.
Yeah. And that I will reiterate because that's the thing that caught my eye the most. Yes.
Very well. I will assist you in this, and hopefully it will come to nothing, but if it does, at least we will know together.
Indeed. We should probably get back, not out there wondering
Agreed.
how long we are intending to walk.
I will still say, once we are done with our investigation, we should bury the body. It would be wrong to leave him as is.
Yes, I hope to do that. Or, well, okay. If he has family, he should be returned to his family for a proper burial. Absolutely. For now, I think we leave it. Crap. Let us go back. Let us rejoin.
Going to start to stink.
Yes, but it is at the coffin maker's house, which actually kind of makes sense. So let's leave it there for the time being. And then, depending on what the rest of them say, we'll notify the guards about what we have found.
Very well.
All right.
Is my suggestion. Let's head back.
So you folks head back, and I'm going to jump over to where Zarama was waiting for Weller and Vraxos, who, when you come down the stairs, come into the room to see this body lying on the table, and Zarama
Lovely.
waiting by it.
And so all I'm saying is that if these are the... Oh, my goodness. When I came through this room,
And he takes one look at the damage to the body, and once again that razor edge focus just kind of comes over him, and all of the aloof kind of behavior just vanishes, and he is just at the table. The bottle is down next to him. Weller is out of the bottle, and they are going to town examining this body.
Okay. Give me an example of what things they're looking for in particular.
Orientation, size, and spread of the claw marks.
Okay.
If there is a combination of teeth and claws, or just claws. Whether it looks like, much as Mason was doing, if it looks like this is something that was trying to exsanguinate the body or just kill. And in addition to that, kill and partially eat, because since there is a ton of dirt on it, to examine whether it was something that had been attacked and cached for a later meal, or whether it was actually, without seeing the site, he would have a hard time determining that part. But definitely teeth, claws, size and spread of the claws, patterns of things like that.
Give me a make it a medicine check. You can do this at +3, and we'll see how much of that information you gather.
While that's happening, Fraxos just looks at Zara and goes,
Oh, he gets a
found-
+3. No.
He
I
gets a
think we
+3,
found the bones.
and he gets advantage because
know.
Weller is helping him.
I know.
And because it's relative to his species focus. It doubles his proficiency bonus. So it'll be.
But I'm the doctor.
And because he's awesome, he gets the awesome bonus.
But I'm also awesome because I'm a doctor.
But he's got a giant beard, so he gets a giant beard.
I don't give a shit.
So 25.
Okay. Okay. Suddenly, just bat vision. You see everything. No. Not quite. But
You've discovered the Matrix.
just kinda like I am the one. I am the one. It's just all ones and zeros around you.
Blonde, blue, redhead.
So, okay. So, as you are able to determine the following. This definitely does not look as if these wounds were intended to, I believe, use the term desanguinate. It does not look as if it was intending to do that. It definitely looks as if these were intending to kill, but not eat. There doesn't seem to be anything where they were like sort of, eating into the body. However, the body is, has been like really, ripped in a very, animalistic kind of way. There might be teeth marks, maybe, but at this point, the body is so ripped apart, it's hard to tell. But unquestionably, the claws, you can sort of see the claws and the sort of scraping at it. The claws, however, are not man-sized, right? They're smaller. They're not tiny, though. They look like a very large paws of some predator species. That could be... It could be wolves, or it could be some other, beast of some predator that, walks the night. But it looks to you as if these are very animalistic paws rather than hand claws or something like that. They're tearing at it.
Okay. And so Weller's hackles kind of go down a bit. He doesn't actually have hackles, but,
Yeah.
he kind of relaxes a bit, and it's like, not what I thought. That's better, sort of. In an odd kind of way. So, Ram, this was not here when I went upstairs, when I told that nasty little man not to run. Where is he?
Do not know. Both Django and Alec went after him. I points to the two doors. Neither have. Well, no. Django had me help him bring the body back when he discovered him in a copse of woods out back.
We've lost Australia. Australia is down.
Australia
is down.
The land down under is just down now. We lost Strahd. He'll be back in a sec, so bear with us.
Okay.
Pictures are off. I'm not going to recorrect it because he'll immediately come back when I start. So
I do not know where Alec is, but apparently this was found in the woods out back.
Have we returned?
it should be very shortly. You'll be getting back. This conversation is happening simultaneous to you guys having your extended CSI
Chat.
slash, you know, whatever.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
All right. So when we arrived, there was discussion of howling in the southern, southeastern part of the city, and that's generally the area where we are. So it is entirely possible that whatever did this is what caused that howling. I do not believe that this was caused by any lycanthropic action. However, that does not mean that there's not necessarily a rather large, either canine or lupine individual, a creature loose within the city. But where would it be hiding that it was not immediately noticed? And curious, isn't it? It's
Is there any saliva left?
Not,
mixed
I
in
would
with
say
the
not
dirt
at this
as well,
point.
yeah.
Yeah, not at this point.
Yeah, saliva can be difficult to come by. Well, or not. Okay, yeah, that's about as far as he's gonna.
Okay.
But he is going to. No, he's not. Never mind. Okay.
Now I
He's
think,
gonna. No, he's not.
now I think Django and Mason would be back. So would enter the room, and well, actually would enter the house, and I assume that Django and Mason would then go to the next room where everybody is, I would guess.
You
but
are
if I'm
correct.
wrong. So once you get in there,
Good. You've all been introduced to the body.
Officially,
So I've got some theories. What have you got, Weller?
the same. Well, not the same theories, but I also have theories. It could be the same theories, but it's not necessarily the same.
Well, let's begin at the beginning. What do you believe it's not?
First the Earth. Cool. No.
first I was
What-
born.
What do I believe it's not? Well,
Much better to rule out what it's not than what it is.
well,
Separation of player knowledge and character knowledge.
Hey,
Yes.
Trent, why don't you have Weller join us in the actual room where we're all
There we
sitting?
go. See, I called it. I just had to start fixing Trent's window, and Sod comes back. I just knew that.
Well, the
that's how it
reason
was.
that-
Sorry.
the reason that is out of place is because when we were connected to the Zoom call, Sod had connected before John. And so when he left, John moved up in the stack, and
Yes.
Yeah,
but now
yeah.
they have to play each other's character. So
Promotion!
if you come back in a different location, you end up
Sweet.
playing a character wherever you fall into.
This
Oh,
is
that's
one of the reasons
hilarious.
why I now just generically refer to webcams as opposed to so-and-so's webcam, because it's never the same person by the end. It's always somebody different.
Oh, I'm Alec. Arr!
well, now that you're
Wow, what a perfect description. I'm
Well, gee, now
that's
we
you,
know what
Alec.
that
I'm
holy water
Alec.
did to
Rah.
Jesus.
now that
All
he's
is
lost,
revealed.
he can tell us exactly what's going on with the holy water. It's
Oh,
no-
God.
God, I'm a paladin. Ah.
No
I'm
offense, Sod.
conflicted as a half-orc.
All right, Sod, give us your best Russian accent. Let's go. Let's go all the way with this.
Keep in mind, that's a low bar to
Oh,
clear.
man.
Russian accent. I'm Russian. Is this better accent than what you
Hey, look, I have no.
It's so bad.
Great.
It's
How are
so
you doing,
bad.
Barovia? Would anyone like some vodka? All right, let's go.
All right, we're back.
Are we?
Yes, sort of.
Did we ever leave? Yes. We left the sanity at the door.
Should we have? That's the real
Yeah, I'm
question.
sorry. Yeah, all of yesterday, I lost. My net cut out 8 times yesterday, and then this is my first disconnection today. So hopefully it doesn't continue, please.
Boy, it's a good thing internet is reliable
Yeah, no,
worldwide.
thank God.
yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So discussions of theories.
well, looking over the body, of course, I haven't seen the site where you dug it up. However, I believe that this was not done by a therianthrope of any breed.
Come again.
Agree on that.
A therian. Well, there are lycanthropes, there are ursothropes, there are philanthropes, many different types of
Tropes.
yeah, thropes. Yes, exactly. So, therianthrope is the overarching.
But do we believe it was something of the Thrope family?
I do not know.
So that brings us back to our discussion of purpose as to why he was killed in the first place.
Was that sentence? I do not comma know, or
I do not comment
know?
no. Yes.
Thank you. All right, I wanted to be sure. What about? And he points upstairs.
Oh, a vampire spot. I do not know. I don't. I do not believe so. No, I believe this was done by some manner of beast, possibly under the control of or greater. But I don't believe that this was a humanoid variant of some beast.
And I kind of
We haven't.
look at Mason in surprise at that.
Wait, say that again?
I said, Django looks at Mason in surprise because that was your theory, partially.
Mhm.
And I find it surprising. Okay, wait. All right, go look at the body. The only wound on it, and you guys have already looked at it, no, but the only wound on it is the throat wound, correct?
No, there are the wounds are
And
all
the
centered in the
cuts on his
torso.
hand.
The cuts in
Yeah.
his hand and the upper torso leading up to his throat.
But there are no, like, claw marks on his shoulders, claw
No.
marks on his feet, or his
Maybe on his
ankles, or
shoulders only
wrists.
because like a sort of stray, but none on his feet. No, definitely not.
But nothing that looked like, hey, I pierced him and then dragged him somewhere.
No.
Or I pierced him to carry him. All right.
No.
And the wound on his face was clearly done with hands, not with a
Well,
jaw,
Oh,
not with a crushing jaw.
Oh, okay. For a minute, I was like, "Well, what?" Yeah, no. Definitely with claws, but I wouldn't say hands. Like, as you know.
Right. What I'm saying is that it was done with claws. Like it was swiped out of his face, not.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Well, do you find it odd that the death blow occurred with claws rather than a crushing bite at his throat?
Yes and no. Here's where it gets interesting. Because you see, if this was something that was attacking out of a need for food, it probably would have eaten a bit more than this, I suspect.
Agreed.
Thank you.
We assumed the same.
Yes. So, if it was in defensive territory or something like that, then we would need to know more specifically where the attack took place. If it was here, then why the expression on this individual's face is one of clearly shock and horror and not awe, but
And also, a quadrupedal beast would not have been able to make such an attack as that, don't you believe?
perhaps not of its own accord, but if it were being controlled by someone else.
Even then, it would not be able to get quite the amount of attack force necessary to do
If
that.
it caught it by surprise, perhaps. The expression on his face seems to indicate the victim was totally unaware, as if he did not expecting. I.e., if something were controlled by another being, i.e., some sort of pet, that suddenly turned on its master.
Agreed. All I am saying is that we have to determine whether this was a bipedal or quadrupedal beast. That fact, that bit of information alone, will give us
But a
a
wolf
much
is
better
strong,
indication of what this
enough to,
creature was.
a wolf is strong enough to spring on a man and tear his throat out like this. And that the wolf
With
is
its
not.
mouth, with its jaw, not with its paw.
Acting as a beast, yes. But a beast under the control of a superior intellect, not necessarily.
Then there is the
No
mystery.
further along in this.
There is the other mystery of how that body got to the corpse in the first place, since it was not moved by the animal. And there was no sign of that bloodletting in the clearing.
Well, we have a
Someone needs to turn
We
into
have a-
Poirot and solve this motherfucker.
particular jackass of note over here who might be able to enlighten us on some elements of that story.
Well, we did. He has
Bring
not,
the knave!
He has not been located. And come to think of it, where the hell is Olak?
That's what I was.
Oh, shit. I thought we already had him here.
No,
Not yet.
he ran off.
Rewind the tape. All right. Well,
Yeah.
what happened with that fool who ran away before?
Yes, I told him not to leave, and he did.
Quite right.
bastard
They're not
of-
to listen to you, Ella.
Indeed.
Foolish man.
I know.
That is the greatest insult. This shall not stand.
Not go
You shall
unremarked.
stay here. And he runs.
I would suggest we should find Olak and hope he had more success than I did in locating this gentleman.
So, welcome to on this episode of Where is Alec? Where is he? Is he?
All I know is he went out the front
It's
door.
gonna be- it's gonna be-
No, that was
No,
totally not RP. I was asking if Arv was about to bring him back into our
It's a
general.
picture of Valaki, and
Right
there's like
now, we
millions
just
of little things.
last Alec knew it was all fade to black.
Oh, that was the fade to black thing. Okay, so
Yeah, he
not quite.
faded to black. Yeah, exactly. So we don't know where he is.
Wait,
It's actually, it's now been like, I don't know, 20 minutes
And
or so.
all of a sudden, as all of this starts flooding back into Mason's mind, out of nowhere, Xavier chimes in and goes, "He's bloody not fucking here, mate. Are you bleeding out of your Christ mind? He's not here. Go fucking look for Oleg." And I sort of regain control. I'm like, I don't think Oleg is here.
Well, I will reserve comment.
And you actually hear a throat clearing in your mind. And like, yes, be best.
Well, sometimes the most obvious thing is the thing we overlook, isn't it? We should probably go see if we can find Oleg. I will deal with Xavier in time.
Indeed.
Do we know which way he went when he left here?
I was upstairs. I don't know.
Assuming I told him to go out the front way, so hopefully there.
Well, in our attempt to find him, let's see if we can accomplish answering more questions than we create.
Not had very much luck with that so far, so I doubt
I would
the
say not,
future
my friend. I would say not indeed.
It is doubtful the future is going to be much better for us. But you are all optimists, so who knows?
Well, if I'm the one to go missing next, don't worry. I will all damn you to the pits of hell. Shall we go look for him?
Should I deal with this gentleman first?
In what way, Weller? What should we
yeah,
do
it's like
them next?
Prevent his condition from worsening or getting up and shambling about.
yes, please.
Thank you. Go ahead. It won't take more than 10 minutes. I'll be along.
So
Very well.
Vraxos comes and goes, "Oh, and we found the bones."
Literally burying the lead.
One bit of good news.
He just like plops them on the ground, like lets the sack kind of open
Clank.
up and just reveal them.
Could have done with that information 10 minutes ago.
And
Anyway,
there's a bag here with
Well,
really funny,
look, we were distracted.
and there's a bag here with really funny coins. He drops that as well.
oh, I'll take those.
Told you. Told you.
How many coins is it?
It
30
is
pieces of silver and assorted electrum and
yeah, about 30 silver and 12 electrum, I believe, but all with the stamp of this, high, proud, haughty expressioned face stamped on it.
Don't worry, I'll hold on to this for safekeeping. We'll split it after the party has reached its conclusion.
After the party's demise.
yeah,
After I leave.
We will divide it after our deaths. Okay.
after your deaths.
All right. So so Weller is staying behind. The rest of you are heading out to find Alec, I believe.
Yes, and I want to make Zarama should come with us when we do this.
Yeah, she will. It's gonna be
So
everyone.
the only people staying inside are Weller and actually
Vraxos.
is Vraxos is not coming with us.
I think he'd keep an eye on Weller.
Probably a good idea. Probably somebody should. Weller's not too keen on that idea, apparently.
Weller can watch over Weller would be perfectly fine.
With Weller, yeah, Weller,
Yes.
Weller it is.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, we're gonna have Brax.
Yes, I love the security firm of Weller and Weller. It's a very reliable industry. Anyway,
All right.
okay. So how are we? Considering this really is becoming Curse of CSI, Strahd edition. How are we planning to try to find Alec?
Before you do that,
I
let
didn't even know-
me just quickly jump in and sort of reset for folks who have come in. First of all, thank you
Sure.
all for watching tonight, and I apologize for the obnoxious disconnect, but I hope you were enjoying what you've seen so far. This is day 15 of D&D with I&B Curse of Strahd, the episode that we are calling The Dead's Wrath. I am joined by 4 out of the 6 members of Infinity and Beyond, Trendane, Saad, John, and Rob, who are continuing to go through and CSI it. If you like what you see and hear, please make sure to follow the channel and check out the YouTube with !ARV2 where you can see past broadcasts of this stream. And please consider supporting the Patreon or the sub if you want to be able to inspire these players more than just with words, but also with deeds, as they say. And thank you all for being here and tuning in. All right, let's do it up with these folks who are leaving. So now you can. Oh my God! And the immediate, yeah, exactly. Andy Disco's up. There's Specchio. What's up, Specchio? How are you? 20 months in a row with that tier 2 sub. Thank you, Specchio. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Welcome. Good to see you. I hope all is well, man. Good to see you again. Okay. So, as far as how you want to find him, that is going to be up to you. I don't know if you want to try to track down or trace him. But
Yeah, I was asking.
the party.
I wasn't asking you, Arv.
I'm not relevant in this discussion. All right,
Nope.
you may proceed.
Some of that large would leave tracks, or at the very least, people staring after him as he runs past them in full armor. So it should not be that hard to find them, I would think. It is not as if he blends in, I believe the term is.
I mean, is this the kind of, how is the ground around us? Are there any tracks of his leading away from the place that we're currently at?
I don't think you'd be able to see necessarily tracks in this relatively. Well, actually, I take that back because there was a fair bit of rain, and so it might be a little bit muddy. Yeah, I'd say it's not very thick mud, but I would say that you could probably see some tracks sort of running off quickly. Now, whether you're going to track them, how far you can track them will depend on how well you do with investigation check.
That's what I was going to ask next.
Yes,
can I
absolutely.
investigate those tracks?
Absolutely. So investigation would be what that is.
Indeed.
I assume Roll20 is still not working.
It is now.
Okay.
For some reason, I don't know.
Maybe. Oh, there we go. That was
Huzzah.
really delayed.
18.
Okay. So you do indeed see tracks that lead from here. They're faint.
Alex tracks.
Yeah, well, it actually looks like a couple of sets of tracks. One seems to be smaller, and then you see the heavy boots tracks of Alec, presumably Alec coming out of the door. You see it heading up towards the main road, and then I'm going to do a thin line here. Fairly thin. So from here, and it kind of goes like this. Seems to be kind of almost in this sort of in this road area, but then at the last second you can see that it cuts.
Is anyone else
like
seeing that?
this.
Because I'm not seeing it.
I'm probably not done with it yet. There we go. Now you should be able to see it. Make sure you're looking at the right spot on the map too, which is right here.
Hey.
And I'm zoomed in pretty far. You'd probably need to zoom in.
I see it, yeah.
Okay. I'll zoom in farther for chat as well. So there we go. This is so it's just at the moment Vraxos and Django and Mason and Zarama, right? Weller is still back at the house dealing.
Vraxos is not with us.
Oh, Vraxos is staying with Weller.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay, got it. So then the
we'll
three
follow
of you,
the tracks
Zarama, Mason, and
to the
Django.
end of the end of the whatever the thing.
When the track cuts back to the north, basically into this little alleyway in between houses, you come into the alleyway and you look to see what very clearly is the body lying face down of someone, but it looks like the back of Henrik Vandervoort, who you were sort of coming out of here. In the alleyway right near him is a sword, a familiar-looking sword, which is rammed point down into the earth. And lying on his back with his hand sort of outstretched, basically right next to the body of the face-down Henrik Vandervoort, is Alec.
Wait, so Alec is
on his back.
Positioned how? He's on his back.
He's on his back, but his hands are like, essentially the way I would describe it is his hands are like over his head, reaching towards like the body of Dervort. And then Dervort is face down. This is assuming that it is Dervort, but it looks like the same clothing.
All right, so as we approach, I sort of point to Django and I go, one of us need to check both bodies. And I walk over to Alec and I sort of motion to him to go to the other body and check to see if the other body is still breathing.
Anyways.
And I go over to Alec and first thing I check is to make sure that he's still breathing.
Yes. Alec is definitely
Is he awake?
breathing.
Is he alert? Or is he unconscious?
He's unconscious, but his breathing is slightly shallow, but it doesn't look like he's in any danger, just that he's currently unconscious.
He doesn't seem to be in any discomfort?
No, but you notice that both he and because their bodies are pretty close to each other, Dervort, are both lying in small pools of blood. And you haven't so far you've just been looking at it. You actually haven't, like, I don't believe, touched or moved Alec, right? You just sort of like bent down and see that he's
I've
breathing?
just gotten down to where he is. The pool of blood, does it look like it was pooled underneath him, or it's coming from somewhere from him.
Looks like it's pulled underneath him.
So it's not his
Devort, you don't know, but as far as Alec, it doesn't necessarily look like it's coming from him. You can still see, by the way, that the you can still see sort of wounds from probably his previous, like the fight that you just had, like the battle against the vampire spawn. So you could still see that. You could see sort of these partially healed wounds here. And
you said his arms are outstretched, or did I?
Yeah, they were outstretched, kind of back over them, and you could see that his hands were almost clenched.
So they're like this?
Sorry, do that again. Yes, exactly. Well, stretched over his head. And his hands also were clawed like this, as if he were, it looks almost as if he were choking or holding something.
Check his hands. Is there tension to them right now, or are they leaning back and just sort of like does it look like he went
Probably still like that.
and then let go?
Probably like
or,
that.
Or is there still tension in his arms?
There still seems to be some tension. I would say not so much in the arms, but in the hands.
In the hands.
Yes.
Well, that would, they would feel like these muscles are whatever this forearm
that's fair. Yes, that's
are
fair.
active,
That's
right?
fair. Yes.
But he's not breathing heavy. He's breathing. You said he's breathing shallow.
Correct. Not again. I don't want to overdo that. Like shallow, but not like he's going to die in 2 seconds. But just,
right?
Not a
But
deep
like
sleep.
he's napping.
Yeah, except
It's not a pleasant
napping,
journey.
yet napping and having dreams of choking somebody. Apparently, yes. Alec is alive, but his breath is shallow, and yet his arms are incredibly tense. I'm not entirely convinced he doesn't believe he's still choking the life out of that other body. Is that man alive?
Oh, Arv, what do I see when I investigate Heinrich?
Are you touching him or just like looking at him?
He said he's on his face,
Yes.
and there's a pool of blood underneath him.
Yes.
Does it look like he's breathing?
No.
God damn it. Yeah, I'll roll him over.
Wait, and I stop him before he rolls him over. I just want to say, here, let me come over and join you. And I sort of look, I come over to him. Do I see the body rising or falling at all?
Divorce, you mean?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so I'm going to get on the other side of him.
Okay.
And when he rolls him, I'm going to assist him in rolling him over so that he doesn't flop over.
Okay. When you move him over, you can see that he is clearly dead. He has been stabbed what looks like through the heart. And it looks like a stab that would be the result of a wound from a sword.
I look over at the stab wound and I sort of just like, run my fingers over it again, just like not touching it, but just sort of looking like outlining how the cut went in. And I look over at the sword. Does the sword have any blood on it from just eyeing it?
Right now, all you see is
He means the sword that's planted in the ground.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, the sword that's planted in the ground.
I'm trying to think about. Make a perception check for me.
Okay.
Possibly. The tip of the sword looks to have been rammed into the earth. It is into the muddy earth. It is sitting at an angle, like it's kind of leaning a little bit, but it might be that there is some blood on the edge of it. You'd have to actually pull the sword out to get a better look, because you don't see a lot, but there might be just at the spot that's near the ground. It's also it's pretty decently in. Like it wasn't just tapped there. It's like someone went like, Excalibur stink, into the.
I was just gonna say the sword through the spine of the dragon.
Exactly.
Django, the sword. Grab the sword. Be careful with the end of it.
All right. I go and pull the sword out of the ground.
Do you see any blood on the end of it?
Yeah, you sure do.
Even stuck in the dirt, eh?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Yes.
Damn. Go check on Oleg. I need to.
Why? I thought you already did. What am I checking him for?
See if you can wake him. I don't have anything that can snap him out of what he's into. I can't tell if it's medical or magical, but I don't have anything on me that can revive him.
All right. I will go take a look.
Okay. How do you want to try to? You can see the previously described somewhat shallow breathing, etc. Do you have anything in particular that you're going to try to do?
Yes, since he happens to be unconscious, I'm going to see if I can contact his mind and find out and see if I can get. It's going to be tricky. I mean, he can't be technically willing, but I want to see if I can mind link with him to see what he may have seen in the last few moments before he fell unconscious, perhaps.
Can you
If that
do
might
that
be
while
still
he's still
memory.
unconscious?
It doesn't really say one way or the other.
I don't think you could do that. Because you would see whatever. Yeah, you can't. I don't think you can really kind of look through it while he's unconscious. I think it'd have to be sort of a connected thing while he's awake.
That's fine. That's fine. All right. So in that case, he's gonna make sure he's more or less okay. You know. Other than that, there's not much I can do. I'm not a medic. I have no idea how to take care of someone that way.
I mean, are you going to try to wake him up just a bit, like the quick slaps?
Actually, Zarama might be able to do something more here.
Okay.
Than myself. Because she has...
Oh yeah, Zarama's with us. I forgot.
Exactly.
He's gonna tune up her bagpipes and then just get right next to his ear and play something.
You know it. Not
Is there tuning on bagpipes really? I mean,
no, it's a drone note that then the air is redirected to make the different tones.
So no.
Through the bag, yeah. You don't need to
out of tune all the time. Nobody can.
Yes,
tell. Okay,
it always sounds
exactly.
annoying, no matter how it's played.
Except when they do
It's a
Amazing
beautiful
Grace,
instrument.
which is awesome. But otherwise, yeah.
The Ulian pipes are much more beautiful.
Try to do for now. Just try a healing word.
Okay.
Let's see. This is a first level spell. We'll cast it at a second level, so it's 2d4 if that helps. I don't know. That's her initial is to see if he was injured, so he would get shadow points. 6 points back if he was down any.
He was.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, does that help bring him back out of it?
It heals him, but he does not seem to have moved yet. I mean, more than he's been moving. I mean, like he has not opened his eyes or anything yet.
All right, then
It's
Django
just
will
healing
leap down
word,
and like,
right? Okay.
yeah, healing word. You cast a second level, then he will kind of pat his cheek, try to wake him up.
All right. What happens, Alec?
As soon as you touch him, you just hear this. You see the eyes open. You just hear as he grapples you and attempts to pin you to the ground.
Well, that's kind of a
I
mistake.
need you to make a dex save for me, Django.
Sure. So he just came out of it like out of nowhere, basically.
Yep.
As soon as I
you
touched him,
touched
it was all right. I can't remember if we saw this from you before. Dexterity.
Well, there was the
save.
time when he tried to clock Mason because he's pissed off at him in the bottom.
But I don't
of
think
Death House.
I don't think I was there. Is the problem?
Oh, I thought.
8.
Yeah, you were on the bottom floor. Sure, you were. It was.
Yeah,
when
he
you-
was there.
Yep. That is
Mason.
a definite not make
Miss.
on the dexterity save. Okay, so he basically you just overbear him completely, Alec.
Yeah,
And he's
so
now down on the ground. And Mason, you also just saw that happen.
I pull out my hand axe and I put it straight against his throat and just you just see it. You've got an axe in your throat. My eyes are beating red, just bloodshot red, and
I grab his wrist and cast Shocking Grasp.
Okay.
I can't remember if there's a save on that. Let's see.
I do a dex save. I think I get disadvantage on that if I remember correctly.
Well, except you're grappling me. How are you going to dodge? You're already touching me, dude. How can you possibly get away from that?
That's right. So I'll take the wrong.
I have to. You're wearing metal armor, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have melee spell attack with advantage. I think I'm probably going to tag you with this one.
Yeah, I would agree.
Well, it's in the.
So that's just 1d8 lightning damage.
Yep. Kind of shock him back to his senses. I cannot see. 16?
To hit me, it's a miss.
Which seems ridiculous since he's holding on to me. I mean, really, I don't understand how I can.
I actually was going to give you just the damage. I actually don't think.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Okay, then. Yeah. I mean, because
I could probably pin the hand as it's coming towards me. You know,
it's coursing
still
through
have
me
the effect,
too,
though.
I mean, yeah.
Still have
yeah,
the effect. This to me, I think that. So I think you should just roll the damage,
Okay.
Django.
Yeah.
Also, Weller, at this point, I'm going to say that you are having completed stuff. You are walking up now, you and Vraxos, and you hear this, roar, and then bzz, 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 basically coming from the alleyway during the tracks
pretty
that
much.
you're finding. So you hear that going on, and it's definitely the sound of Alec's voice yelling.
I've just invented Django's taser.
And that 25.
Do I try to do a save see that makes me let go of him? Anything like that?
Actually, it's a good question. I think I actually want to double check on their shocking grab.
It's usually like athletics versus acrobatics type of thing.
Right.
The grappling.
No, it's not a grapple. This, and it actually doesn't really tase you, but it does like. It sort of depends, I think, on what this does one way or the other, because it definitely is, if you'll excuse the pun, a shock to the system.
That's kind of what I'm actually going for. Shock him out of this state he's in.
Shock
really.
to the heart and Alex to blame.
Should I do a roll for that off?
Okay.
This is getting worse.
Stuff we talked about before.
Yeah. Yeah, actually.
All right. So this will be a wisdom save, if I remember correctly.
Yep. I literally just typed that in. Yeah. Go ahead and make that save and throw.
I think Mason. I think that conversation might be coming a lot quicker than we thought.
I say.
Like now.
Wow. Okay.
So as soon as you shock him, like you see like oh! He kind of like shakes his head, and his eyes the redness has dropped down a lot, and
now I will try to mind speak with him.
Yeah, I think this is a good time for that, John.
Yeah, because I want to get inside his head. I need to know his mental state, other than what he's projecting right now.
Either mind speak or a screwdriver. Pick one.
Well, I've got the screwdriver. Don't get me wrong. Actually, I'm going to do telepathic link because the question is that he's probably not willing, but I am touching him right now because I haven't let go of his wrist. That's what I did. I grabbed the wrist and did the shocking grasp. I try to establish telepathic link with him. Am I able to do so?
For the record, I have also pulled out my crossbow at this point. I just want people to know I'm not just standing there with like, my pants hanging around my waist. I'm just like, I have my bow drawn and like pointed at Alec.
Hey, can someone else just do a roll for me quickly? It didn't pop up on my player screen. I don't know why. I know why. Never mind. I know what happened. Never mind.
You talking about my roll?
Yeah, because you did it to me. Never mind. Yeah. I figured it out. Thank you. Okay, so yes, I would say that at this point you can probably do so, and then the question is if Alec is willing. Now, Alec, who has regained some control at this point, may just be willing to like have this conversation.
I think
it's up to what Alec wants to do.
Well, if he's trying to read my mind, he'd just read. I think it would go straight through because Alec wouldn't probably resist it.
Okay, so you're not trying to resist it, but what you get from this, Django, because you're trying to connect his mind not just to communicate, but to see what I give you sight beyond sight. Like our
It's-
minds are
it's-
one, Doctor. Vulcan mind meld type of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's what telepathic link pretty
Right.
much is how I interpret it. Right.
okay. So yeah, what you get is a lot of confused images. You get images of seeing Vandervoort sort of running. You see kind of presumably it's Alex's hands reaching out to him. And then there is just a quick moment where you see his hand, like his sword is drawn. You see his hand reaching for Devort, and then everything goes black as if, he lost consciousness or something at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And you get that bit of orcish rage because he's
Yeah. Oh,
It's
a
all,
lot of
it's
anger.
all red tinged. All red
Yeah,
tinged.
everything. I was gonna say because he's just seeing it. Presumably, I don't think the emotional content wouldn't necessarily be there. But
All
yes,
right, and
everything
then-
is just red filter. It's all.
And then I speak. I say, Alec. It's Django. I want you to look very carefully at what you're doing. Well, first of all, you have an axe blade to my throat, please. By the way, you're on top of me, right?
yeah. I'm pretty much I'm talking to you.
Okay, I'll have you do an intelligence check later. All right, it's like, so first of all, I would prefer if you would take your weapon away from my throat.
I would also prefer that too, Oleg.
With your crossbow, this is like one of those John Woo moments. Everyone's got a gun. At
Yeah, I'm pretty much
everyone's head,
looking
like,
down at you, confused as to what I'm doing.
And I'm kind of frowning, like it's really
Can
like
you
a
actually frown, John?
Oh yeah, my face works just fine. Exactly.
Yeah, well, you
Not
got
the
you
part
got a
that
mask over.
frowns.
Hey, I've got eyebrows. They can knit. Yes, absolutely.
I can knit.
It's kind of like disappointed at his pupil. Basically, it's kind of like a teacher admonishing a student. Like, really.
So sorry.
Perhaps start with pulling the axe
That's
away from his throat, mate.
Yeah, so I slowly put it away, put it back, and kind of get off him.
And at this
And
point, you're in
stand
the
up.
alleyway, Weller. By the way, you and Braxos at this point now.
What happened?
Do you mean before or after you decided to treat Django like a pincushion?
What is the last thing you remember before passing?
I caught him. I was about to just tell him asking where the bones were. And, don't. I remember how just felt angry, and just you, and just sitting on top of you, and really angry.
I probably set his sword down when I went to check him, so he did not remember.
Yeah,
to
you don't
run
have
your
the sword
weapon.
with him.
Yeah, I don't have it.
It's right. It's next to you, though. I think.
Right. I kind of look down at it, with a still bloodstained tip there.
How angry are we talking, Oleg?
Well, ran over, put the sword down, went up to grab him. Demanded where the bones were. And that's it.
And you said that Weller and Braxos are there now, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, seeing part of this as they're walking up, Weller just kind of looks back and forth at everything. Like,
Oh, look, stand up for me, please.
Okay.
and he kind of looks up at Oleg and is like,
I'm sorry. Kneel down for me, please. You're too long.
Okay.
and Weller is going to put his ear to Oleg's chest.
Okay, and you hear.
Are you still angry?
I mean, no. Actually. Well,
It doesn't sound like it.
I was. That was. I don't know what that was.
When we found you, Oleg, you were unconscious. You had shallow breathing, and I assume, from what Weller was just doing, he was listening to your heart. And it hasn't changed from when I examined it, and according to Weller here, your heart rate hasn't increased to match your anger. So, When precisely were you angry? And did it result in anything even close to, and he just points to the body of the man that he was chasing.
Oh dear.
Like this? Did you do this, Olek?
I kind of no. I don't remember.
All right. May I recommend that we take this back?
Just grabbed him, and then I don't remember seeing what happened after that.
Are there people passing by on either end of the street?
You are fortunately you're in this alley, and it's the alley that you can actually see. Kind of there is a main road, but it's a little bit over. There's ground intervening, and then that. So there may be a couple people walking by, but not many. They're not looking in your direction. Although I do want to point out that you are beginning to hear a little bit of a commotion, but it's coming from the southeast and a little bit of a distance, basically back in the area with the whole merchant, stuff. But it doesn't seem to be anything associated with you. You were fortunately at the moment not noticed.
Well, he's clearly dead. We cannot stay here. I must agree with Weller that we should probably get off the street, but we can't leave the body here. Do we have any way to move him without drawing any attention?
And Django and Zarama exchange a look and say, I think we have that covered.
Then I agree with Weller that we should continue this elsewhere. Even though no one is looking yet, it does seem like there is a bit of a commotion going on nearby, and I don't want to be anybody else's news of the day.
Indeed. She goes to Vraxos and suggests that he picks up the body, since he's the biggest of us. And she will cast invisibility on him as well.
How many of these does she have left?
He's got one second level spell left.
Okay.
That's it.
Just want to make sure. Okay. All right, so you're able to do that.
All right, so we're going to make our way back to where we were.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
We got another body to add to the pile. How many before this session ends? Place your bets now.
There are plenty of coffins to use.
I was just going to say, it's a very, very appropriate environment. Note the title of the episode. I should have said The Dead's Wrath and Count, the Dead's Body Count. Anyway, as you head back in that direction, again, you hear this commotion, and you may remember that I described this area as having this brightly colored, what looked almost like a carnival wagon, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was in there.
Yeah.
And there are, you notice that there are a number of people who are gathered around this caravan, and they look pretty angry. They're sort of, yelling and pointing at it. And in front of
Octavio's cart, wasn't
I
it?
was just about to say, yes, and in front of this wagon is none other than Rectavio himself, who seems to be talking with, I'm not going to say chatting with, it's more intense than that, talking with these people that seem to be townspeople and are very, very displeased, apparently, with something.
What is he
has
saying?
not noticed you because he's talking to them. You're still too far away. You'd have to.
Is he
actually get
shouting
closer.
or is he?
They are
talking
shouting,
on
and
a
he's
level?
kind of like, sort of.
Trying
hand
to
up.
placate them?
Yes.
I
Sorry, hang on one second.
because okay.
Yeah, go help your buddy.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, I was gonna say to you guys, you all take him back to the church. I'm going to go see what this rabble is about.
No, we're taking it back to the coffin maker's place.
Oh, the coffin maker's place. We'll get him to the church coffin maker bakery, whatever. Whiskey Charlie Tango,
That's right. That's right.
Foxtrot.
Litters?
What?
The sheet slitters?
Sure.
We'll keep on sledding sheets until the sheet slitter comes.
Sorry, I had to bring it.
Did we start all talking in reverse and I didn't know it?
Okay, sorry about that.
So yeah, I've motioned to them to go take the body back to the coffin maker, the butcher, the baker, the coffin maker,
Okay.
and I'm gonna go find out why they're about to split Rictavio in twain.
Okay. As you get close to the wagon, I'll deal with the.
And
first
it's
gate
just
event.
me going up to the wagon, not the rest.
So
of
as
them.
you get up there, you can see that there are a good number, probably 16 or 17 townspeople standing around. You don't see any guards as of yet, but you see a number of townspeople standing around, and you can see that they are talking angrily with Rictavio, who has not yet noticed you. And as you get close, you can. One thing I want to note, sort of quickly.
I haven't made myself known to him yet. I just
right. You're just walking.
What's going
he may
on.
see you though. Just because you're not trying to.
I'm trying to go
right?
up to him without him noticing me, and I want to make it. I mean, okay, so if they're all talking around him, I don't want to approach him like, "Hey, direct
hey, boss, my friend." Yeah, no, I get that. I
want to sort of come in from the side and not draw too much attention to myself. Like even if I have a hood up or something, just something I can do to just make it take a moment before, or several. So I want to find out what's going on first.
As you get,
I don't know if I want to get involved.
As you get close, you can actually hear. As you get close, you can hear some of what the townspeople are saying, and basically it sounds something like, "The truth is, we don't know anything about this creature, except that we know what it's been doing to our people. You will show him to us. He must be killed." That's right. Think about the 3 that we lost last week alone, howling, and they blamed it on wolves. It is your fault. You and whatever you carry in that cursed, half-elven, half-breed thing that you've got in that wagon. It's true. I heard it myself. Like there's different people talking, and Rictavio, my friends, please. There's no reason for any of this kind of talk. I can assure you that nothing in this wagon is of any threat to you or anyone in this town. So you say, half-breed. We should never have been allowed in here the first place. This is the fault of you and of even the Baron. And that, like, they say the Baron, but their voice drops almost as if they're even in their anger a little nervous, about getting heard. And others start to sort of yell. I want you to make a perception check for me, please, Mason. You can do this at +3.
All right.
Okay.
So that's 21.
The wagon itself seems to be rocking back and forth slightly.
Slightly.
Yes.
How slightly?
Well,
is it shaking on, like, is it the wagon's on?
It's on
normal
wheels,
size
but
wheels,
it's got
larger wheels.
It's on wheels, but it has blocks underneath the wheels. Basically,
Is it
to kinda
shaking
hold
on
it
the
in place.
axle, or is it
No,
like shaking?
it like the entire wagon.
The
seems to
entire
be
thing is shaking back and
side
forth.
to side. Yeah.
Have any of the other people shouting noticed this?
It doesn't look like it. It looks like they have been sort of so busy, kind of like the reason you're able to notice it is because you're coming up fresh and like looking around, whereas they are sort of yelling at each other. So you get the impression though that if the movement got much larger, and it's not shaking a lot, it's not like, but like your impression is that if this continues for much longer, someone else is going to notice it, like for sure.
Does it seem like it is occurring because of the noise that the people are making
Nope.
next to it?
Nope. It
That
seems
the
like
shouts
the shaking
are...
is coming from inside it.
It's coming from inside the
Either
wagon.
that or it's
The
an
shaking
animate
is
wagon.
coming-
Which is possible.
Well,
maybe
It's a mimic wagon.
It's a mimic wagon.
had it been happening before I came up, or did it start when I walked
You don't
up?
know. You're not sure. It was just the first time you noticed it is now that you got close enough that you could hear them.
Oh, shit.
I assure you, my friends, there's no reason to speak this way. I have been nothing but a model citizen since I've been here. You're not a citizen, half-breed. You are not one of us at all. And these attacks had nothing to do with us until after you arrived. It's got something to do with whatever is inside there, whatever you've got locked up behind you. And I don't know.
Is there any way for me to go towards the wagon to see why it's shaking without getting Rictavio's attention?
The problem is the wagon is pretty much by the edge of this kind of road clearing thing. You could try to circle around, but it's very unlikely that you won't be noticed by Rictavio as you do that. Maybe you don't care, but like as far as being noticed by him, but it's very unlikely you wouldn't be able to be noticed. There is an outside chance, but like it's towards the edge of the clearing, of the area, and so there's not really any ways to circle around from that much.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move towards the wagon and make myself known in the motion. And as I do so, I'm going to I don't really have a good way to help him, so I'm going to help him by not helping him. Oi! Have you all seen over here? This thing's shaking. Have you seen? It's shaking. It's shaking. What's wrong with it? Hey, you! What's going on with it?
And so he so they all a couple of them look, and then they start murmur, "It's right. It's a creature's in there. It's gonna get out, and I tell you, there's something in there." And you can see they all kind of draw back a little bit, and then you sort of see a couple of them. Basically, one of them bolts, and a couple of others are like, "The guards, go get the guards!" And you see a couple of are booking it out of that area.
You all should get out of here before I go. Run away. Get away from it as quickly as you can.
Make a deception check for me, Mason. You can do it at advantage. It would have been worse at the advantage. So a few people sort of back off and are sort of at that 11, by the way, for the folks listening at home. You can see a few people kind of stagger back a bit, and one looks like a mother with a small child who might have just been sort of at the edge of the thing, not kind of necessarily yelling herself, picks up the child and basically, makes it out, heads out. But most of the rest of them do not run away. They all are kind of
I'm going to tap into Mason.
They seem uncertain.
I'm sorry. I'm going to tap into Xavier. And do it again, and just say, with both voices. Well, you not hear me the first time? Get the bloody hell out of here! Get away from the damn thing! You don't want to be here right now.
Okay.
This thing is going to kill you. Run now!
Okay. Now I want you to make an intimidation check. And let me see. Do I want to have this? Yeah, go ahead and do it in advantage.
All right.
The double voice, probably. Oh, he's got a voice effects thing, he does.
I do. I does.
Indeed that is. Freaks me out.
I'm sorry, Roll20's being a butt today. You said intimidation, right?
Yes, this is intimidation.
I think that'll work.
Ah, okay.
19.
So a 19. Yeah, so these, they sort of stumble back a little bit, and then they, I'm not going to handle that and whatever this is. And they sort of look at you very fearfully, Mason. You get the impression that they're half running from whatever, and a bunch of them are running from you. And they just sort of turn around and just book out of the way. But you can tell that they're still sort of shouting. Some of them are shouting curses and things back at you as they all head out down to the clearing. And Rictavio sort of looks at you.
I turn to Rictavio before he says a word, and I say, I need you to get this wagon the hell out of here, and I need you to take me with you now.
And he sort of nods and he says, you won't be able to go inside where this thing is, but you'll be able to sit up front with me if you prefer. I think my time has probably come to leave this village anyway. What about the rest of your party, though?
I will return to them in time, but I have questions for you, and a body you must answer for. Now, get on the wagon and move it. I will join, and we will somehow figure out a way out of this.
And he nods. He removes the blocks quickly from the wagon. And nearby, basically, sort of not too distant from it, is a small building that looks not really like a stable, that's too dramatic, but basically kind of like a lean-to that's large enough to hold over basically a single, two horses that are kind of like the Vistani draft horses, although not exactly the same, but similar. And so he gets them and basically hooks them up. If you wish to help him, because he actually sort of looks at you and kind of gestures like, could you help me with the...
Oh, yeah, I'm going to help him get this
okay. So
fucking
you get
thing
those
out
things.
of
So
here.
you get those things sort of hooked
I
up
just
and ready
put
to
my
go.
neck on the line, and nobody likes me now in this town either. So we're getting
Right.
him the hell out of here.
And it looks like...
I got questions, and he's got answers, I'm sure.
It also looks like these things are already pretty much ready to go. They already looked like they had their tackles on, the reins and everything were set. So it looks like these things were ready to kind of go. So he gets them on and hooked up and ready. And the wagon begins to trundle out and then off to the west, where towards the west down the road. As it is going down towards the road, Rictavio says, "The only problem with this is that they're going to be able to discover, I think, our whereabouts. I can't make this thing invisibly vanish through the gates. And unless I miss my guess." And then he stops because from in front of him, I'm going to put a little line up here. So he's heading down this way. And right about here, when you get to about there with the wagon, which is going at a fairly good clip, but it's not a, it's not a F1 racer, right? Like it's as he's heading up this way, you can see there is a group of guards walking along towards you, very clearly walking in your direction. And at the front of them, Mason, you recognize Izek, who is, you may remember, sort of the commander of the guards, right-hand man of the Baron, not a good dude, or at least very much not to be messed with, at least. And you can see he is at the head of the group that is heading towards you.
If I remember correctly, you said that as much as people fear the Baron, they really scared of Isa.
You got it. And behind the guards, trailing at a respectful distance, you can see a few townspeople. And I'm going to put that on freeze frame as you think about, oh God, now what? And we're going to jump down to the coffin maker's shop, where Divert's house, where the rest of you have managed to get with the body.
Yep.
And I'll hand it over to you.
So we get, I assume we're able to make it inside without too much difficulty. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, we're kind of, well, the owner's dead and this other guy's dead. Django was just planning on dropping it off and going to see what the hell the commotion was at the wagon, but it seems like that's already come and gone. So.
Well, this is all kind of happening simultaneously.
I know. So. I mean, the question is, if we drop the body off, I'm not sure what everyone else is planning on doing. I was going to head out back to the courtyard, so in time to see Mason go and do his little thing to drive the crowd off, etc., etc.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was going to ask, were you going straight back and then dropping it off and just turning around and coming right back, or like what was the?
Pretty much, we already know kind of what happened. I mean, Alec gonna have to talk with him later, but now's not the time, especially if Mason might get himself in trouble. We don't need to.
Well, the question is whether you would know that. I mean, like, I just want to make sure that I'm clear as to whether.
All right, here's the deal. We already split the party once, and someone died.
So.
Okay. Let's not do that again. So I'm going to suggest we head back to because that mob could turn into an early mob, and we don't need to cause any more trouble than we already have. So,
is everyone in agreement on that? Like, everyone else going to go back as a group collectively, or no? Okay. So then, right, as I thought, everyone's shaking their head no. All right, let me take that one by one. Django's going to turn around and go back, and I'm guessing Zarama will do the same. So then what about Weller and Alec and Vraxos? Weller, let's start with you.
Weller's going to prepare the body exactly the same way he just did with the coffin maker.
Gotcha. Okay, so he's going to be doing that.
Another 10 minutes right there.
Got it. Alec, what about you?
I'm just spacing out, just watching, trying to piece together what's happening. So Alec is going to stay near Henrik's body and just stare at it.
Okay. In that case, and Vraxos?
Vraxos is A, going to stay invisible, and B, come with us.
That's what Vraxos will do, because Vraxos doesn't know what's going on.
Okay. Would Vraxos stay with Weller, or would Vraxos just head out and rest them?
Or the other question is, I think Vraxos might stay with Weller.
That's up to you guys. It's what
I guess Assad, do what you think he would do.
I'd say Vraxos would stay with Weller.
Okay. So then it's Django and Zarama.
But he's still staying with, he's still invisible. It's because he's probably never been invisible before, so it's like, this is freaky.
So you just have an invisible Goliath walking along.
Yeah,
right,
pretty much.
Sounds good.
Wow. Pick something up, it floats in the air, he sets it back down. This is amazing.
I was about to say I could have used an invisible Goliath in high school, but I actually think I would have preferred it to be visible. Like, I would have actually preferred that we actually saw my 8-foot friend that,
There you go, exactly.
Would have made things much easier.
So yeah, heading back.
I can just see Vraxos like, watch this. Peekaboo. I can still see you. Ooh.
That's funny. This is great.
Go ahead,
okay.
pick a card. I promise. I'll keep my hand over my eyes.
Right, he wouldn't even think about that as like theoretically cheating. It's like I can find out everything. Yeah. Okay. So I will deal with Weller and Alec then after I deal with Django and Zarama. So Django and Zarama are going to head back. When you get there, you actually have seen. Let me think about the time frame. I would say that you now see the wagon pulling out of the clearing. The townspeople have gone, and you see the wagon pulling out of the clearing.
Okay.
You don't see Mason, but that you also can't see the front of the wagon. So
yeah, I'm gonna assume they. Oh, okay. We don't see Mason anywhere, do we?
Nope.
Delightful. Okay.
Remember, all will be well here in Valaki.
That's right. That's right. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to start walking, following the wagon about 50 paces away, and Zarama's going to join me.
Okay, so you're going to be behind it.
But not looking. Just that two travelers happen to be heading the same direction as the wagon. Not that we are trying to catch up with it. Okay.
Gotcha. Okay, sounds good. And also, what's up, Aaron? Now that's a good question. I don't know. All right. In that case, I will deal with Weller and Alec, and then I'll jump forward to. Actually, I'll deal with. You know what? I want to deal with Alec first, partly because I'm going to give Trent a second to get back to his seat. Let me deal with Alec first. So Alec, how are you just gonna stare there for like?
I'm pretty much just staring at the body as well as doing whatever it is, and just not there, spaced out, just completely trying to piece together what the hell happened. Just waiting for Weller to do whatever Weller was doing, and he will definitely notice the wounds. Kind of just look at his hands, see, trying to figure out what the hell happened. Maybe he was attacked. Maybe don't know what the hell happened. So yeah, he's just gonna sit there, just staring.
Okay. All right. Well, then, in that case, I will ask Weller, if Weller can hear. Now he can hear. Weller, I will ask you. So Alec is just sort of staring. After you have completed your ritual, are you then leaving to follow the others?
Before we do that, part of the ritual, I figure, for gentle repose involves some amount of praying to Lathander. So I'm kind of curious if any of that, given that he is a paladin, might help to get through any of his.
I'll leave that to Alec.
No. Okay. Still, like, everything is just what the hell's going on.
Okay. Then in that case, once he's done and the bodies are, the other thing that he probably would have done is said, let's move these off the dining table and to somewhere where, you know, the once the coffins were made, the people would have been put into them, you know, over to wherever that area is, so that they don't look like they've been set up for thing. But he also would have wrapped them in cloth and whatnot, just to prepare them to be ready for burial.
Okay.
As part of the gentle repose. But when he's done, he'll just kind of look up at Alec and over at Vraxos, and then back over to
Keep in
Alec.
mind, Vraxos is still invisible.
Well, that's true. He is, however,
I'm just saying.
he is a very loud breather, however.
That's true. He's probably
And he keeps giggling and moving shit around.
Probably got footprints on the ground as well. It would be like
well, yeah, the floor's creaking under him wherever he's.
I'm here. I'm not. I'm here. I'm not. I'm here. I'm not.
Oh my god, that's funny.
really screw with his head and like mind speak to him. Yes, I can see that.
Oh god, that's funny.
But he'll look at Alec one last time and kind of try to get into his line of sight and sort of.
Are you with us?
yeah. Yeah. Saw the wound on his gut. Did I do that?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Is there anything else?
Do you
Maybe.
feel like you've done that?
I don't know. I didn't.
Do you still feel the presence of Lathander? Or do you feel that you are no longer a paladin?
I still feel him. I put my hand on my the neck wound from earlier, and I just do a bit of healing work. Lay on hands just to see if it works.
It does.
Yeah, still feel Lathander in me.
Then I suspect that is part of where you must look for some of your answers. Some of them. In the meantime, I believe... Did everyone else go to that cart of Rictavio's?
I wasn't looking.
Yeah. Raxos?
I'm behind you.
I know where you are. Which way did they go?
Out the door.
Mm-hmm.
Outstanding.
And you don't see he's actually pointing.
Right? Yeah, he's like, what? It's right that way.
It's like the movie Slither with Nathan Fillion. There's a scene where he's talking to like the dispatch lady on the radio, and he says something, and he's like, there's like silence, and he's like, "Are you nodding?" And she's like nodding at the thing. Sorry, just that make me laugh.
Right. Well. All right, Braun. The two of you come with me.
Braun.
And we'll head towards where we last saw the cart.
Okay. Assuming that both Alec and Vraxos follow, and it just only takes a minute, basically, to get to the clearing where you find that the wagon is gone, and your companions with them, or companions with it, I should say.
Right, I guess we're on our own then.
Maybe the cart went on the main road. I mean, that other pathway is probably not big enough for a cart.
Anybody milling about?
Not at the moment. There may be some people that are in the kind of stalls, but the merchant sort of stalls around here do not seem to be occupied at the moment.
Well,
so what's the weather like?
It is overcast and gray. It is not pouring rain anymore. It is overcast and gray. And I think right now we're looking at, I believe it's probably late afternoon, if I'm not mistaken.
All right,
So
as we've seen in the village of Bree, main roads in, townships and whatnot tend to be rather heavily trodden. And
yes,
since it has been raining recently, are there relatively fresh cart tracks?
there are tracks, and they're sort of long wooden, long tracks that you can see, not wooden, I should say, long tracks as if made by wooden wheels that are extending up the road to the west. Over
not
in this
full of
direction.
water because it's not raining, so they must have been made recently.
Yep.
I think they went that way.
Okay. How long was I out for?
You mean
Do you know?
outside?
I don't know. Like
Because
I grabbed
I
him.
was upstairs, and then you went out the front door. And since that time, perhaps...
Because I caught him pretty quickly.
Perhaps an hour and a half. I mean, from the time that I last saw you, because I didn't see you after you left, and I only saw you once you were conscious again, so I actually don't know how long you were out.
All right. Let's go.
Okay.
All right.
Assuming you all go, you follow the tracks up until you can see what looks like a. Okay. You follow the tracks up until you can see that it seems to be stopped, and there are the people on the wagon or whatever are discussing things with a set of people below. You can see even from here that the people they're talking to seem to have some kind of basic armor and weapons, although there are a number of people now behind that group of people as well. So as you are coming up, you can see that there's people in the wagon talking with them, and I will have you brought up to them in just a moment. While you are making your way up, I'm going to jump back up to the wagon, and I'm going to jump up to where Mason is there. Now, Django and Zarama, you'll be able to come in on this in just a minute, but at least Mason's going to get the first chance here. Rictavio draws the wagon to a halt as he sees these guards marching up, and he says, "That's what I was afraid of. They've come rather quickly, I suspect."
And I just sort of look at him and I just say, "I don't think I can save you, my friend. All I can suggest is try to stay alive." And I sort of shove him back into the wagon and sort of jump off to the right and start shouting at him, "Oh, bloody hell, thank you so much for making him stop. He got me on that wagon. He's crazy there. You should get him out of the city as quickly as you can. He's nothing but a nuisance, and he's threatening people's lives, and he's out of his mind. Somebody else." And I sort of try to run to get other guards and try to run away from this, from what's going on.
And Django and Zarama, you hear that commotion. You see and hear that.
Do I see them? I'm looking back.
I don't know if you'd be looking behind the wagon or not. I think you'd be looking towards the guards in front, wouldn't you? I mean, if you think you might be looking towards the back, you might see them.
I'm shouting at them, but I'm not going towards them. I'm trying to get away from them.
Then I think you probably see them. You probably see them. Django and Zarama, you're not going to have a chance to. You can think about what you want to do, but this thing that I'm about to say is going to happen regardless initially, which is that the guards sort of strides forward, the lead one, Izek, and says, "Stop. No one is to move until we have decided what has happened here." And the guards quickly take up positions. They clearly were ready for something going down here. And Rictavio kind of pulls himself forward. Mason, you've been told to stop. Now, if you try to run from them, they will note it. I mean, they're staring right at you. Izek very much is "You come here" type of thing.
Oh, but you want me to? But I don't know this man. I've got nothing to do with him. He was the one who told me to get on him. Me?
And he says, "I need to speak to you. You've already been to my Lord Baron's home, and you are not from here until I have figured out what is happening and why you're on the wagon of this person." And he kind of jerks his head in the direction of Rictavio. "There is nothing more to discuss." And at this point, Django...
So he actually know... Wait, we've met this guy before?
Yeah, Izek was the guy that you saw in the Baron's house. So...
Yep.
Fortunately, you didn't say, I don't know you. I mean, fortunately, you said, I don't know anything about this man, so you haven't thrown yourself off yet in his eyes. But he very clearly is not here for any nonsense. He's just kind of we're going to all talk about this. As you come up behind Django and Zarama, you can see now that Mason is standing talking to them. You see Izek, which I've previously described. There are 5 other guards that are taking up positions around the wagon, and a number of townsfolk, and their mood is ugly. They are sort of muttering to each other, and you can see, I hate to say this, but it's true, a couple of them with pitchforks. So it's...
Is there a couple torches
covering
in the rain?
No torches, but definitely a couple pitchforks.
But they are flaming pitchforks, so it's...
Yes, exactly. Flaming pitchforks, exactly.
Amazing.
So, yes.
Wait, where did we meet this guy? I'm sorry, I completely forgot who this guy was.
Izek is the town.
You
went to the
Bard
Baron's
in
house.
the inn? The Blue Water Inn?
No,
Or
not
is that what the
Rictavio.
guy-
He means
I
Izek.
totally don't...
Izek.
you guys are going to have to forgive me. I have no memory of this guy whatsoever. Who
It's
is he?
okay. I barely have any memory of him too. When we first got to town, we wound up
Yeah.
going to the Baron's longhouse or whatever you want to
Mm-hmm.
call it. They were laying all the thatch sticks, getting ready for the Festival of the Blazing Sun. He was there. We met him then, the day we met the Baron.
No, I wasn't there for that. I was talking to Rictavian.
Oh,
I've
right.
never met
You're
the
right.
Baron.
Water
Oh, right.
in.
You went to
Yeah.
talk to Rictavian.
That's
That's
true.
why I
Okay,
don't
yeah,
remember
I
him,
take that back.
'cause
then.
I've
So he
never
wouldn't
met
know
him.
you. That's true. So he wouldn't know you. That's true. He would know the others. I take that back.
Good
So
call. Thank you.
yeah, I take that back. Thank you for clarifying. You're right. So nonetheless, he still is not here for any nonsense. Regardless, he doesn't. So
All
'cause
right,
you're definitely
but
not
if I
dressed
say
like anyone
I
here.
don't know this man, I've got no information. I've got nothing I can give you. This man, he threatened my life to get on the thing. And actually, wait a minute. Nope, I don't say that. Back up. What I say was, he told me to get this bloody wagon out of here. I've never met the man before. All he wants to do is get out of the town. There's a lot of people who are making a lot of trouble, and I just want to go about my business, goddamn. I got no issue with nobody, nothing of going on at all, not at all. I know nothing, Governor.
Okay, so
I'm of no help to nobody.
So you hear the I know nothing, Weller, and I'm sorry, Django and Zarama as you're coming up to him. You hear that I know nothing business.
I'm not getting involved unless situation this our hand is forced, at least. Well, both of us are going to observe this right now.
Okay. Izek says, very well. First of all, you get down from the wagon. And he's looking at Rictavio. And so Rictavio shrugs and steps down and says, I'm happy to do so. And Izek says, were you planning on leaving rather suddenly? And he says, rather suddenly? No. I had made the decision that it was time for me to move on. And the townspeople behind are shouting, after he knew that we understood what his problem was, that we knew the beast that he carries, there's something he's got in that wagon. Someone was able to show us. And that man, and they point the townspeople, and now you see a couple of them, you do seem as familiar, Mason, because you just yelled at them, 5 minutes ago. They're pointing, that man yelled at us and told us to go away, and he spoke strangely, spoke as if he had some strange change in his voice. He was the one who was there. He was there yelling too. We don't know him either.
Come off it. You don't know what you're talking about. You look like you've been drinking all day. Get off it, Governor. What you know of anything of voices? You probably hear voices in your room when you're fighting with your missus. Now, you don't know what you're talking about.
And so
You've
you see
never
them
heard
kind
any
of like,
voices before.
the muttering gets uglier, and you can see they're getting louder. A couple of them are sort of like, talking to
You've
each
never
other.
seen any like me before in my life. I've never seen you before in your life.
And they sort of,
You drunken buggered fool you are.
So they gesture towards you, and at that point, Izek raises a hand. He's like, everyone will be silent, or I'll make it happen permanently. And he kind of, as he turns around to look at the crowd, they are almost instantly cowed. Like they're just kind of like you just,
And I'm just kind of go like this. I just go, yeah.
Right. Okay. So yeah, he's right. Exactly like you did it. It's sort of like, right. It's like that scene from Batman Begins where like she pulls out the what is it? Rachel is being threatened by the mob, by Falcone, and like so his men are there, and she like pulls out the taser, and they all like freak out and run away, and she's like, "That's right, you better run!" And like behind her is Batman, is the actual thing they were running from the whole time. So anyway, Izek sort of looks back at you. And Rictavio is now standing there, and he says, first of all, we need to know what is going on in this wagon. What is it that's in there? And Rictavio sort of looks and says, that is my private property. I believe there are still laws that exist within Valaki, and I have been told that it was perfectly within my rights to keep it there. And Izek says, your rights do not extend in this case. I have been told by the townspeople that you may be part of the reason that things have been happening here. And you know of some of these, Rictavio, for I have seen you at the Blue Water Inn and elsewhere for some months. You know of the deaths that have happened here. And a couple of people, that's right, I heard him. And they sort of say, sorry, let me get the name right. Yes, you, Gunther. Gunther, tell them. And you hear the name Gunther a bunch of times. And then they push someone forward, and Gunther staggers forward a little bit. He actually looks, he's sort of he's balding, slightly overweight maybe, kind of looks not very intimidating, but he has got a slightly finer outfit than the other villagers do. He might be sort of a well-to-do merchant by Valaki standards. And so he says, well, I did see something, and Izek turns and says, then you should repeat what it is that you saw. And he kind of stammers, well, of course I don't know. And Izek says, this is not the time, Gunther, for your cowardice. You will tell us in public what you told me in private, or we will have this discussion elsewhere. And Gunther is kind of like literally like he's just been like, slapped, basically just kind of does one of these things. He's like,
was it a jackass's backside? Because that's what you sound like right now, because you're not having anything to say.
And Izek
you don't know what you're talking about.
Izek turns with his hand up, is like, you will keep your peace. Like, hand up, like, towards you. And so he, Gunther sort of looks around and then says, well, we run the stall near where he is, and where Rictavio has been for some time, and we've been there for a good long time. And Izek says, no one needs to know how long you've been there. We know what you sell, Gunther. Tell me what you told me in private. And Gunther sort of, again, kind of recoils a bit and then says, it was Rictavio was taking something and dropping it in the top of that wagon. One time I saw him with a package of some kind, and I saw him take whatever it was, unwrap it, and then drop it into the wagon from the top. And then I saw the wagon move. And so Izek sort of nods and looks back at Rictavio, and Rictavio doesn't say anything, and Izek says, Gunther also told me that you paid him for his silence. Is this true? And Rictavio says, this is not really anyone else's concern, especially those who seem to have a misunderstanding of what loyalty means. Yes, I asked them to keep quiet, because it was of no reason or concern to anyone else what I did. And Izek takes a step forward and says, I'm tired of your games. You will explain to me right now what is in this wagon. And Rictavio sort of looks around, again, guards all around him. A bunch of them now have crossbows trained like right on him. And a couple are also, there's one or two that have something trained on you too, Mason. But most of them seem to be focusing on Rictavio. And Rictavio shrugs again and goes over to the wagon, and he gestures to Izek. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome to the Argonauts. And Izek sort of comes over, and Rictavio goes up the ladder there's like a little ladder that goes up to the top of the wagon, because the wagon itself, of course, is covered, so it's just the front that is open, but the thing itself is covered like a covered wagon. So he goes up to the top, and stands on the top, and he gestures to Izek, and Izek sort of looks around and then gradually clambers up and waits. And then Rictavio looks at you, Mason, and says, perhaps you should see this too. That way we'll all understand together, won't we?
I suppose there's no time like the present. And I sort of return back to my other accent.
Okay.
While I say that, so he knows what I'm playing at.
Yep.
And I figure since the crossbows are trained on me, might as well take a look.
Okay, so you go up the ladder as well. It's not a lot of room now on top, but you're able to see. There is probably about a, maybe, say a maybe 2 by 2 foot by 2 foot hatch on the top. A wooden hatch that clearly opens that is latched. And at this point, Weller, I would say you and the invisible Vraxos. I just thought of you seem to have an invisible Vraxos. Anyway, so you come up and you actually see Mason and Izek, because you do know Izek, and Rictavio standing on top of this wagon, and you see guards surrounding them with crossbows pointed, and you see Django and Zarama sort of observing a little bit behind the wagon. So you could, if you wish, go up to whoever you want while this is happening.
So,
and I'm sorry, and Alec, I beg your pardon, and Alec is there too. So I was thinking of Raxos as being invisible, but not Alec. So yeah, so you see this too, Alec. So any of you could go up and, they're going to do something. Obviously, they're standing on top of this wagon, but you heard how I described it.
And would we know what Isaac's title is? Is he guard captain?
You could probably refer to him as captain. Yeah, that's sort of what they would refer to him as. You know his name as well, but yeah, captain, I believe, is how you refer to him.
Weller will walk up and just kind of take in the scene for a moment. Captain, should we go around?
And Izek for a minute sort of looks down and then catches sight of you and also Django and Zarama, and he says, I don't know why I should be surprised that all of you are here. All of you can gather together in front of the wagon right here. And a couple of his men are like crossbows over to you. He says, I will talk to you in a moment.
And Weller looks genuinely confused.
All right. Don't know what I did to anger you.
I don't have much choice now, so yep.
Okay, you gather in the front. When Rictavio bends down, unlatches, and pulls it up. When he pulls it up and you look in, you can actually see pacing around slightly inside this very, very large saber-toothed tiger. And the tiger looks right up at you, Mason, and it gives this slight growl. And Rictavio stands there, unmoved with his arms folded, and says...
okay, go ahead.
And says, there you are. Does that satisfy your curiosity? He's saying to Izek. And Izek says...
as he's...
Indeed,
yeah, sorry.
And Izek says, it does indeed. Okay, now you can say.
Yeah, and I really want to say, pardon me, Governor. This is not my. I don't. Could I please be allowed to wait outside? I don't want to be any closer to that creature. May I please go outside, please?
And so Izek nods at you, and so you can go back down the ladder if you wish.
All right, and I'm actually going to go on the opposite end and not to the rest of the party, and sort of go like. As I'm walking around,
he's still got a guard on you though. Like, just so you're aware, like they're not just letting you go. Like,
no, but I'm not going to go over to. I'm going to go out the opposite side so that I have to.
It doesn't look like he's with them.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, I totally got it. Yeah, that's cool. Just so you're aware.
Nailed it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So going to the other side, just be like, gonna believe. And I start talking to the guy who's got the bow and arrow. He's just like, I know you've got to do this thing, but you're not gonna believe it. There's a much bigger problem in the wagon than you've got with me, Governor. Let me tell you right now. I'm going to stand over here, but you might want to point that thing up there.
Okay, so you do that. Rictavio, Izek says, close the hatch again. And so Rictavio does so. And then he says, all right, come down the ladder. We have things to discuss. And so they come down and come in front where you are. And then... So he stands in front, and the townspeople who've been sort of silent are starting to murmur again. And a couple of them are sort of like, what did you see? And Izek says, it's not any of your business, at least not yet. And he turns and lowers his voice. It's still loud enough, though, that the group, including, I would say, Mason, can still hear. And he says to Rictavio, you understand what is going on here. You are going to explain to me exactly what has happened here, because this creature is certainly what was responsible. And Rictavio says, that is absolutely not true. You can see that I have complete control of this creature. It is not throwing itself against the walls. It is my tame pet, and it has been so for a long time. And so Izek says, this pet of yours is not native to our land. You brought it here, and since it came here, since you arrived, there have been several deaths. There have been howlings. There have been other examples of beasts. It was blamed on other creatures, and now I find the actual culprit right inside the city. And Rictavio says, I'm telling you, this is not the same thing that did that. Use your brain. Why would I allow myself to be seen with this creature? Why would I reveal it myself if I really thought that it was the culprit for any killing? And Izek says, you know very well that you are clearly responsible for something here. You have been paying them to keep silent. Why would you do that if everything was normal? You find yourself with this group. This one, he sort of gestures towards Mason.
I don't know him. Stop pointing at me like I know him.
And he says, this one right here that you were with, who claims he does not know you, and yet he was yelling at the townspeople before about something. How did he know what was inside the wagon? The rest of the townspeople, they want something to be done, and the Baron has told me that I must find a way to solve this problem. You are a solution to a problem, Rictavio. There is no way you can explain this away. And Rictavio sort of shrugs again and says, that is not true. This is not the thing that is responsible for what has happened. Okay, so at this point, Izek turns to all of you and says, before I continue with this one, I want explanations from the not to you, Mason, but says to the others, I want explanations from you. All of a sudden, I find you in the exact same place as this wagon. I thought you would have at this point had left, or be in the inn, instead of wandering along right at the time where I would find you. I know for a fact that you were speaking to Rictavio earlier, yesterday. Why is it then that I should believe you are not responsible now? Can you explain what you were doing here, and what your connection is with him, pointing at Rictavio?
Yes.
And he looks at you with, like, raises an eyebrow, Weller.
Oh, did you want me to explain it?
And he nods.
Oh,
silently.
right. So I suppose my first question for you is this. How many of these people, and it points to the Valakine
Assembled
people
town,
standing
yeah.
nearby, how many of these people are going to share in this apparent guilt? Because they are also in the presence of this cart, just as we were walking down the street. But the moment you see us, you think, oh, they must be involved with this. Do you also have the same level of suspicion for these fine folks who also happen to be traveling down the same street as this cart? So if I give you my explanation as to why we are involved with this cart merely because we're walking down the same street, are you going to visit the same level of suspicion upon everyone else assembled here? Or are you not actually willing to listen to the veracity and truth of my statement?
The short one makes a good point, Governor.
And he turns to you. He says, "You keep quiet," and then goes back. And then he goes back to you, Weller, and he says, "I will listen to what the truth is, and I will listen to your statement fairly. If you wish to know if I will assign the same likely guilt to them as to you, the answer is no, because you are not from Valaki, and they are. I know them, I don't know you, and whenever anyone comes from outside of this town, inside, strange things happen, as we have just seen." And he looks back at Rictavio, who kind of nods, or it's kind of, just sort of shakes his head like, and he looks back, he says, "So make your statement, and I will do what I can for you. But I will not," and he repeats several times, "I will not be beholden to what you think is fair and right and reasonable. You are not from Valaki." And he stops and just kind of looks at you.
And he turns to Rictavio and says, so this is your tame pet, as you say.
Rictavio nods.
Does it follow specific commands when you issue them?
And he nods again.
What sort of utterances does it make?
And he says,
Don't tell me. Let me hear them.
"Ah, you mean you wish to hear some of the commands?"
No, I wish to hear its voice.
And he nods and he says, sort of loudly, as he's sort of considering it, he says, "Avenus." Now, the word that he uses sounds completely unfamiliar, although I do need to, well, let me rephrase that. What languages does everyone speak? Let me check that first.
Sylvan.
Okay.
Well, I mean, more than that, but that's
Right.
the figured you would. Common, Goblin, Sylvan, Undercommon, and that's it for now.
Okay, that's all we need to know. Does anyone else speak anything in that regard?
Besides common, draconic, paterna, and infernal.
I'm just common and orcish. Rude is
Thinking about if Sylvan
common
and
and giant.
thinking about Elvish and Sylvan actually.
I would understand Elvish.
Yeah. So Mason, that word that he says sounds Elvish, but it doesn't correspond to anything that you know. It might be a name.
Zarama also knows Elvish, if I remember correctly.
I'm sorry. Say again.
Zarama
Oh,
also
yeah.
knows
Oh
Elvish.
yeah, that's right. So
And
Let me double check that.
We used that early on when she first joined us because Weller said something in Sylvan, and Maggie's logic was that since that's very similar in some ways to Elvish, that she could pick up pieces of what he was saying.
I would describe this as sort of like, for those who speak Sylvan, it would be like knowing Portuguese. You might pick up a word or two of Spanish, but it's not going to be quite, So this is, so when he says the word Avenus, that doesn't connect with anything, so your guess is maybe a name. He says, Avenus. And then he says, again in Elvish, says very clearly the word Mason speak, he hears. And from inside you hear, and then you hear, like, as something bangs against the side of the wagon. And the townspeople, sort of take a step back. And the guards all kind of lift their crossbows, and Izek, eyes narrow. And Rictavio looks back at you, Weller, and says, one of his utterances, as you put it.
Weller turns to the captain.
Izak.
Thank you, whose name will not stick in my brain. And he's like, show of hands, who would classify that as a howl?
And the townspeople all, like, mutter, like, no one raises their hand.
I thought not. Thank you. So next, this is going to be a rather unusual request, Mr. Octavio. So he is, as you say, a tame pet. He will not attack, I presume, unless you order him to, correct?
He nods, unless, of course, I suppose I am threatened. And Izek says, you'll get another kind of threat in a moment, my friend. And Rictavio just sort of shrugs and falls silent.
The top of that cart opens, does it not?
He nods.
And so Weller walks up near the wagon. There have to be openings in it somewhere for air to get in.
Yeah. I would say that's true, although they're not really windows, though. I mean, like, it's just slat, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But like slits.
Yep,
and whatnot.
definitely.
And so Weller kind of leans up close to one, and in Sylvan says, I'm friend. Can I come in and sit with you?
So there is sort of silence. There's kind of that, again, the grrr, and then there is just sort of a, and you hear this, and it's like something's
up towards the,
yeah. So something is sniffing, definitely at the slit.
I'm gonna look at Rictavio and say,
May I go in?
And Rictavio nods. There's maybe the slight smile, a half smile on his face. And Izek says, are you sure you want to do that?
I'll do more than that. Would you like to come with me?
And Izek raises his eyebrows and says, no, I think there's only room for one fool in that cart at a time. And he says, but if you're going to go in there, How do I know when you open it, this thing won't leap out and attack us? And Rictavio says, leap out and attack you when all of your men have crossbows trained at it. How big do you think this thing is? You've seen him. He can't possibly do that much damage to you that quickly.
Moreover, Octavia, would you swear upon your life that your pet will not do that?
And he turns back to you. He kind of draws himself up, and just for a moment, make an insight check for me, Weller.
Okay. 25.
Yeah, that's a hell of an insight. There is a moment, Weller, when he draws himself up, and there's a moment where you feel like you're looking at someone different. I don't mean that he morphs and becomes a mimic. I just mean there's a moment. Yeah, exactly.
Megatron!
Jesus. He's like, no, he's actually an older Optimus Prime. Roll out, Autobots. No, he doesn't do that. But there's a moment where you catch sight as if you're looking at someone different, more regal, more self-confident. Not that he wasn't confident before, but as if you're looking at someone who, when he says this line, which is, yes, I would swear it upon my life, you feel as if you're hearing that spoken by somebody else for just a moment, and then it's replaced with,
Izek?
And Izek says, all right, you. And he basically issues orders. Shadowed, yes. Well, do you mean know what the thing in the wagon is? Yes, because the townspeople don't, but you, the audience, know, because I just mentioned that they were on top and looked in to see a saber-toothed tiger inside this wagon. So two of the guards, basically issues orders. Two of the guards basically keep crossbows trained on the rest of the group. And one of them shoos you over, Mason, to the rest of the group, not because they think necessarily you belong, but because they want, they've only got so many guards. So they
All their
basically
targets
move
in one location.
Yeah, basically. So they move you over there, like all of the what the hell is these people like spot.
So as I get pushed over, I say, "Oi, shove it! Afternoon. As you got dragged up in this too, are you?" And
I love how this is like some dude after a Chelsea match is basically just like Rob is displaying this like a hooligan after a football game.
Well, I mean, it'll all be revealed eventually, but I have to play the part right now.
No, I get
so
it.
As I get knocked over there, if I can make eyes real quick with like once the guards go away, I'll just look at like, is Django next to me?
Sure, he can be.
All right, so I just sort of look over by go over to Django, just like, oh no, got dragged up into this unfortunate situation too, eh, Governor? And as soon as the guard goes away, I just sort of look to Django and point up towards my head again, and sort of that telltale thing.
If only Arcanus, exactly. And yeah, you hear in your mind, what are you planning to do next?
What I say to him in his head was, I was just trying to get Victavio out of the city. However, if he does get captured, it makes no good of us if we both get captured. So I had to find some way to get away from him.
What is in the cart?
It's a saber-toothed tiger.
We do not think that was what killed that villager? He claims it is not, but that we only have his word for that. And what good is that?
We know
all the evidence points to it, including him burying it himself in the copse of the woods.
Which is why we need Rictavio alive. And as I said, getting captured with him was not part of the plan. Right now, we just need him to be alive to answer those questions.
Well, even if he did it, he's not going to admit to it now.
That's why I don't think he did it. But I need to ask him directly. Which is why we need to get him away from Isaac.
Okay, at this moment, I think the others would be moving around to the other side. Just quick question for Alec.
We're not looking at each other, though.
No, I know, I got you.
Yeah,
Like staring at each other, like, no, I assumed you weren't. Alec and Zarama and Alec and the still invisible Vraxos. Although actually, how long does this invisibility last? This
an hour doesn't
An
it?
hour,
last
I
an hour.
believe.
Okay, all right. We're going to be pushing that in a little while, but okay. For now, that's fine.
Right.
So
right,
Vraxos and Alec and Zarama and I guess and Django. So we already know what Django's doing, but Alec and Vraxos and Zarama, what are the three of them doing? So what would Zarama be doing, John?
Just real quick, the one thing I want to just say before we end that thing is I just would say, just make sure to call me Xavier and act like you don't know me. That's all. That's the last thing I say to Django.
If it gets to that point, I will certainly do so.
Okay.
Drama is just letting. She would let Weller have his lead, I believe. So that's what she's gonna do.
Oh, looks. He's pretty much spaced out this entire time. He isn't really paying attention.
Okay. And then Vraxos is just sort of enjoying his invisibility. What is Vraxos doing?
That's not good. I mean, like, would he just be standing there, just watching it from out?
No, he would not. I do not believe he would be just standing there invisible.
I don't think that he would necessarily be wading in to like beat people up though either. I don't know.
Right,
No,
exactly.
he's doing a one-man flash mob in front of all the guards.
Would he? Wait a minute. Let's
All
back
too
this up.
Darude Sandstorm.
That's what I'm saying is the guards only saw you
When they all got
everyone
rounded
else.
up.
Yeah,
When
yeah,
they all
that's what
got
I'm
rounded
saying.
up, Vraxos wouldn't have gotten rounded up with him.
Exactly. He'd just be standing
Right.
there.
The question
just-
is, what is Vraxos doing? Right. Exactly.
He's just gonna observe. There's nothing much he can really
somewhere
do.
where even if the thing wears off, he probably won't get seen.
I really love the image though of him suddenly just like Goliath just appears.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere. Anyway. Okay. So he does that. All right, Weller. So you go around to the back and like a bunch of the crossbow guards, basically like 5 of them. Let me see. 1, 2. Yeah. So 4 of the guards go with Izek and basically have all crossbows sort of like trained at the door. And Izek says, all right, the 2 of you. And he says to 2 of the guards, crossbows on him. And the crossbows go to Rictavio. And he says, if this door opens and your cat decides to jump out and prove that what you said was a lie, you will never have the opportunity to see the result, because they will shoot you down where you stand. And Rictavio shrugs and says, understood. I would, however, recommend that none of you act in a particularly threatening manner. He can be a little sensitive. And he looks to you, Weller, and says, are you ready?
Yes, I was ready when I said I was ready.
So he nods and unlatches it and opens the door. And so there's a moment where you look in and you can, at first you see just shadow, and then coming out of the shadow you see this very large, yeah, exactly, and then this enormous orange head sort of looking at you with the 2 tusks down from the mouth, and kind of tilts its head at you curiously, looking for all the world like a house cat, an enormous, multiple-toothed, huge house cat, kind of staring out the back. And so there's a moment's pause, and then he says,
Pause.
oh, I didn't even see what I did there. And then he says, then Rictavio says, Arenis, and he says some word which in Elvish means sit. And
I was hoping for kill.
And Arenis, yeah, attack, death, yeah.
Wait for it. Wait for it, John. Wait for it.
And then so he settles back on his haunches, and as he settles back, you can see, I mean, this is a huge saber-toothed tiger. Like it does fit inside the wagon, but it's
we've been saying for weeks Weller's going to roll another character, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Weller,
not Weller.
Trent has had an alternate character since the beginning.
Yeah, he's got one queued up and ready. All right.
When opportunity knocks.
Yeah. So Weller's going to just kind of smile and very lightly kind of narrow his eyes towards which for cats is not an aggressive, thing. And he's going to kind of chuff and then step up into the thing and sit down nearby and say, "Thank you for letting me visit."
And the saber-toothed tiger says nothing. Now, with you said you sat down, right?
Yeah.
So with you sitting down, like his head is above you, like he's sort of looking down at your sitting form. The inside of this wagon smells pretty strongly of rotting meat, but he himself seems actually surprisingly calm. And the Rictavio then, sort of having told you that he was going to do this, closes the door. Now, he doesn't shut it completely. He just, kind of closes it over again. And so you are now
fires
inside.
all 4 locks home.
Exactly, right, exactly. And then opens the hatch and a Molotov drops it. No, none of that happens. So he just closes the door, and now you were in the relative silence and certainly the darkness. There are some like little shafts of light coming from the the slits, and the Arenis, this tiger, is just looking at you.
So Weller will say, because it seems, he's got enough, probably the cart is probably 2 tiger lengths long,
Yep.
I would imagine.
Yep.
And probably 1 tiger length wide.
Yep.
So he's got room to at least walk around in a circle.
Yeah, he probably could not. He would have to. But he'd have to. If he were going to stand side to side, he'd have to like curl around a little bit. Like he can definitely move his body, but he couldn't stay straight, across.
Right. But he's got enough room lengthwise that he could
Totally.
stretch out if he wanted to.
Absolutely, and there is quite a bit of what looks like soft cotton or something like that, maybe, as well.
Okay.
And you can see some half-eaten, by the way, I should mention, a few like what look like bones, but mostly actually not only like one thing that might be a bone. Most of it just looks like scraps of meat here and there.
So Weller will he will, after sitting down, and he will just kind of make sort of casual introduce himself in Sylvan and say, I'm Weller. I've met your master yesterday or the day before in the tavern, but he never told me he had a friend as pretty as you.
And the tiger sort of, again tilts its head, and you hear this, which first might be a growl, or it could theoretically be a purr, and then it sort of just kind of gazes at you impassively. Its great yellow eyes.
Clearly, it's bowel movement.
Obviously.
Hungry, need weather. No, just kidding.
You look delicious.
Yes, it responds in Sylvan.
Yes, it responds in Sylvan.
It clearly says, "From now on, I will call you Bite Size." Not for too much
I
longer.
picked a bad time to go vegan.
Oh, good, a snack.
Yes, exactly.
Are you fat free?
Low sodium, yes.
So Weller will sort of stretch out a bit, just kind of rolling his shoulders in kind of a stretching feels fun, because every cat appreciates a good stretch. And he says, "I have a request, but another request. May I look at your paws?"
And it kind of don't know if that's a no or just a like a what. It's kind of like doesn't, you're not sure, you're not totally sure how to read that. It's not openly hostile.
Right. So he's like, "Could we see this one first?" And he sort of reaches towards the left paw.
And the left paw kind of pulls back slightly, and then he kind of lifts up and then reveals his paw, which is the size of your head.
Right.
And shows it.
And Weller will very gently take it and kind of rub across the pads a little bit, and is basically making a gradual inspection to see if there's any blood anywhere.
Make an investigation
Doing
check for me,
that.
please.
Deep down in the thing, and at one point he will probably say, can you flex for me? Show me the claws. But
Okay.
that will
We'll do
part
that
of
after this investigation check thing.
because
Yeah,
that will be part of the.
One,
It's like that Vine that was Vine that was
One-
that
yeah.
video that was going around on Twitter for a while where somebody had the cat they pushed and the cat's paw.
Yep.
yeah.
Murder mitten. Yeah.
Yeah.
You said
Well,
investigate.
Well, they're pale, Barovian veterinarian. Da,
Right.
da, 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 da.
You said investigation.
Yep.
All right. Little Weller is assisting with this, so he has advantage.
One crazy saber-tooth step at a time.
15.
There is no blood that you can see, although there may be some liquid, and it's not it's not 100% clear what that is, but a lot of the meat around here, all the meat is raw, the little bits you see, so it's possible that could be from it as well, but you do not see any obvious blood or anything like that. When you press it to sort of, it does that flexing.
And it's both paws. I'm going to do this.
Okay.
With.
What are you looking for when it flexes?
Basically, I'm measuring against the wounds that I saw on the body.
It's too large. This paw is bigger than the ones that you saw creating that attack.
Okay. Then, Weller will stop and thank him and kind of brush the fur back down very gently and let the paws go and say, one other thing. And he just kind of brings his finger in right towards where the nose meets the top lips.
So just to be clear, because I really love this visual. So you're pointing in between the two enormous teeth of the giant-headed saber-toothed tiger. Okay, I want to be clear.
Right,
Chad, everyone
right
got
where
it?
the nose
Okay.
meets the lips. Yeah.
All right, yeah.
And then through the whiskers, he's just going to kind of very gently dig his fingernails in and just scritch right through the fur all the way back along the cheeks of it, just kind of just like, oh yes, kind of thing.
Yep.
If he will
You can
allow.
see it's kind of its ears sort of slightly lie back, and it kind of arches, as you're doing that. This thing which is humming like a like a I can't say
Harley Davidson.
Yeah, right. Well, I was just trying to think of an in-game version, but I mean it's definitely like this
Guys,
low hum,
Like a jaguar.
like a jaguar. Very cute.
Yeah, because
cute.
those run around here all the time.
It's
Commonplace in Barovia.
and yeah, as this thing which could take off your arm with one bite is just sitting there purring, eyes like slightly closed.
And so finally he stops and pulls back.
Thank you very much. I wish you a long and healthy life.
And then he eats you.
Yes, and then Weller eats him.
And you can see it kind of like tilts its head again and just looks at you, and then that's all it does.
And so Weller stands back up and very gently knocks on the door.
And you hear Izek's voice. Is everything all right? Is it safe to
Yes,
come out?
quite fine.
All right, we're going to open the door carefully. And when the door opens, you see like the crossbowman, like the very sort of hyper conscious and
Right, Weller is sort of blocking the door so the tiger doesn't see that,
yeah,
and is like,
lawful suicidal. Yes, that's his alignment, Marinda. That's funny. Okay, so you take the steps down out of it. Then Rictavio closes it. Says Arenis, and says some like quiet word to Arenis that you can't hear, and then closes the door and turns. And so Izek says, "All right, well, what did all that get you, other than you're very lucky?"
No, I'm not very well. I suppose in some ways I am very lucky, but I am also very good at what I do. And I can state with absolute certainty that whatever killings you may have experienced, that creature didn't do it.
How are we supposed to believe that based on your say-so alone?
You can believe it from me. And I step forward, having heard what he just said. I am a doctor, and I have seen what this man can do, and I will vouch for what he says. If he says it's true, it is, and that is the end of it.
Izek
And-
turns to you and he says, And I am expected to believe someone who 3 seconds ago was pretending to be a drunken sot. Who exactly are you, and why should I believe you or him?
Real quick before
Mhm.
anything further goes, as Weller is kind of turning to sort of nod kind of appreciatively towards Mason, he mind speaks very quickly saying, do not mention the bodies we found. And
Mine speaks,
to Mason,
but how you? Hmm?
Weller has mind speak.
You have to. Okay. I just want to make sure. I mean, I know that Django has this, so I just wanted to make sure that I was aware of how many people can actually telepathically connect.
As a metaphysician, that's one of the first cantrips
Right.
that they get.
That's right. I do remember that. Okay.
He
Okay.
just doesn't use it very often.
But yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna
his
say.
one's only 1-to-1 as well. He can't do like
Right. Can't do the group text. Yeah. That
Correct,
Django
yeah.
can do. Right. Okay. Got it. All right. So you hear that. And so Ezek says, all I know is that since you've been here, you have not told me the truth. And as for, he says too, that says that to Mason. He's like, and as for you, he turns back to you, Weller. I know only that you had some strange questions, you and your group, for my lord the Baron. And since we've had strangers come into this place, odd things have happened. You must prove to me that what you say is true.
Yes, you asked for proof. He will show you proof. That is what he does. He finds the proof in things. When he says he is good at that, that is the truth. And I will vouch for him. Whatever he has found. My life is worth that.
And Izek sort of kind of looks confused and sort of like, I don't understand why we should take your life at anyone else's value. And he sort
Because I stand by my friends, especially when they're willing to help others instead of just pass judgment when there is evidence to be unfurled in front of you. Weller? Will you continue, please?
Weller, now give him the proof. The proof, you know the proof.
But actually, I already tried to do that, but you wouldn't go with me.
And Izek says, what do you mean?
I mean, I asked you if you wanted to come with me to see the proof for yourself, and you said you declined. You said no.
Indeed, I did.
Now, would you like to change your mind? Come with me and meet the creature for yourself. See that it is not harmful. Or do you wish to refuse to accept whatever proof strangers may happen to bring before you?
And he says, I have no intention of getting into some wagon with a saber-toothed tiger. And he says that, and for now you're still standing behind the wagon. So there is the townspeople in front don't hear, but at this point the group is close enough that the group can hear this being said. And he says, I won't do that, but there must be another way. How can you prove to me without my having to be in the wagon with it? Can I simply look at it from a distance?
Did you not just do that at the top of the...
Yes, and I saw something powerful enough to have done these killings. Your telling me that it didn't happen tells me nothing.
All right. Then I would request that you choose a number of guards that you can trust with proper trigger discipline to not lose their nerve and fire should they get slightly spooked. Tell them to stay and tell all of the rest of the guards to get these townsfolk out of here. And then once this scene is appropriately secured to your satisfaction, we let Venice out. And you can stand as far away as you like. Octavio and I will be right here with him. with full confidence of exactly how nice Venice can be. And you can stand as far away as you would prefer and make your judgments from a safe distance, Captain.
So he kind of sizes you up. Make a persuasion check for me.
That's perception. Don't click that one.
You perceive that he is trying to determine what to do.
This is going to go very poorly.
Okay.
Watch this. For those of you at home,
No,
19.
Doesn't look. I was gonna say, or perhaps a 19. So he's like, he kind of. I am not intended to be a zookeeper, but a guard. Fine. And he sort of he turns around, he issues some orders, and he says, get the rest of them out of here. Tell them that we will address them in the square in front of the Baron's house after we have addressed it. Tell them that the situation is being handled. As for you, and he kind of turns around, he says that to two of the guards, and he says, the rest of you are going to be here. And so the two guards go over, and at first there's kind of a, like, you can tell that people are not happy at being told to leave. There's like, and then the guards sort of like talk back, and eventually Ezek comes out from behind the wagon and is like, what is the delay? All of you will get back to your homes, or I will bring you to another one, the Baron's, his basement. Do I make myself clear? And the people are like, Homer in the hedge, turning like around, and head off. And so soon the street is pretty much clear in both directions, and it is just the remaining. One of the guards has gone with the townspeople, but most of the guards have remained and are with you. And Izek turns back to you, Weller, and says, "All right, we're going to let this thing out, as you say, but one of my men is going to have his crossbow trained on both you," and points to Octavio, "and another one on you," and points to you, Weller. He says, "You are the ones who will die if you try to betray us at this moment."
One other thing, Captain. A personal request from me. When, and I say when, this is proved true, will you please stop being so distrustful of me?
And he sort of looks at you and his eyes narrow a bit, and he says, "It is my nature to be distrustful. It is the only reason I am still alive, and the only reason, or the only way that anyone should live in Barovia."
So no.
And he says, "So no."
As long as we know where we stand. I am trustworthy, and you are a dick. Let's go.
And he actually gives sort of a grudging smile, and sort of gestures to Rictavio, who again nods and comes forward and says, "All right. Again, I would encourage your men to be calm." And you can tell that the men who are standing around... Now, Izek, to his credit, whatever else you can say of Izek, you definitely cannot say that he's a coward to the extent... I mean, other than not wanting to walk into the middle of a wagon with a saber-tooth tiger. But he is not sort of shaking. The guards, however... these guards are not... They're not like... but the guards are definitely a little... Like, you can see beads of sweat. Like, you can tell they're a little uncomfortable by this whole thing.
But that's why Weller specified, that they be people with good trigger.
Right. They definitely don't look as... These are not rubes. Like, you can tell that they're experienced, like, guards, but they're definitely not, like... This is not the great day that they were told. This wasn't in the police brochure, okay? Like, this was not what they were told it was going to be like.
The weakest among them is going, "Oh, we'll be well. Oh, we'll be well.
Oh, we'll be well." Exactly. It's literally like Kevin Bacon. Literally, all is well, and then all will be well. Remain calm. Anyway. Yeah, basically they are sane. Exactly, Marinda. So, okay, so he opens the door. And says, and his name, by the way, is Arenis, Arrennis, not a Venice. So he says, "The merchant of Venice, come forward."
I couldn't.
Yeah, no, I know. He says, Arenis, and then he says something in Elvish, Anishk, which basically means come out or come forth. And so, padding out of the wagon is this tiger. And the thing that you notice about the saber-toothed tiger, all of you, is as it moves down, the wagon sort of creaks a little bit as the weight of the tiger is removed from it. But the tiger itself is silent. Its paws are velveted almost. And so as it walks down, it's like it makes practically no noise other than just the sound of the things around it.
But it does leave some impressive tracks.
Oh, yeah. Like when it gets into the mud down below, oh, yeah. This is a big tiger. And so it comes out and sort of pads there. The men are like, you know, like leaning back still with like crossbows trained on everyone. And even Izek sort of takes a slight step back, although he doesn't like, you know, he doesn't freak out or anything. And he says, all right, show me what you're going to show me. And Rictavio looks to you as if like, what do you want him to do?
So, what have you trained him to do?
And he says, several things. He will come when I call. He will sit when I ask him. And other things not relevant to this. Oh, sorry, I'm giving him an accent for no reason. And other things not relevant to this discussion. And he kind of gives you a, like, don't talk about that again. Like, don't go any further with that.
Yeah. Sort of thing.
Kill a command. You know, type of thing.
All right. Let's see. I'll be right back.
Just a moment. And
So like
Weller,
Izek is, and the guards are all like,
and Weller's just walking up into the cage,
okay.
into the wagon, and he's going to find the freshest of the pieces of meat,
Okay.
and using his belt knife, cut away any pieces that might be
Not a whole lot
so-
left, but you know. Okay.
right. But there are some probably slivers
Yes.
of meat that
Yes.
would be fine.
Yes.
And so he comes out with that piece and kind of palms it so the tiger can't see it, and walks over towards the captain and says,
Feed him.
And Izek sort of, what do you mean? Feed him.
I'm sorry, you don't understand the definition of the word?
And he kind of, you want me to feed this thing?
Yes, just take this piece of meat, go over gently, and ask Mr. Octavio if you may give Arenis a piece of meat.
But why?
How many wild animals have you encountered?
He says, certainly not inside here. Outside,
Wasn't my question,
several in the
Captain.
hunt.
How many?
I don't know. 5, 6, perhaps more creatures that I have killed. Wolves in
many
the
of them would-
wilderness.
How many of them were tame enough that you could hand feed?
None.
Exactly. Feed him.
So he takes the meat and he kind of looks, and his men, you get the impression, Weller, that the men around him are also kind of sizing him up. Like, so he's almost kind of like, and he walks forward with the meat.
And treat him with the same respect you would wish to be treated yourself.
He kind of looks over at you and then kind of shakes his head like, I can't believe I'm doing this, and then goes forward again, and holds out the meat. And the Arenis, who has been sitting since Rictavio told him to, Arenis sort of, as he's getting close, and Rictavio says, Arenis, Kinis, which sounds like calm, Mason, to you. And Tiger is like, and he comes over and holds out this meat. And so Arenis opens his great jaws and just goes towards it, and just lightly, with his lips even, kind of closes around the meat and pulls back, and then like this with the meat, and sort of Izek is kind of like jerks back his hand after he does that, and then sort of looks back and says,
Weller comes over and examines his hand and says,
1, 2, 3, 4. 5 fingers still. Miraculous.
and Izek says, all that proves is that he's able to keep this thing from killing except when he wants it. But he could have commanded him to kill others.
Then that means that your little problem is not with the tiger, not with Arenis. It is with Rictavio. And that is where you should focus your ire if you want to accuse someone of doing anything along those lines. Now, how many people have seen this man constantly in this town? What you should do, I would suspect, is account for his whereabouts, because he spends a great deal of time, forgive me, sir, to Rictavio, a great deal of time in the tavern, as I recall. So he's been seen many times there. So forget about the tiger. The tiger isn't your problem. You want to accuse someone of something, accuse the someone that you just deduced is the one in charge.
He says, I will absolutely do so, but this would have been the instrument of his killing. If we prove that this is that instrument, it means that his master is the one who used the tool.
So we're back to the howling again.
And that, not just that. Deaths. There have been several of them. Villagers torn up.
Mm-hmm. Did people die before Rictavio came to town?
Of natural causes, or sometimes outside the city, but not inside the city, not without reasons we already knew. And Rictavio nods and he says, do you think these walls protect you from the things outside, Captain? Or do you think that Baron Velakovich has done a wonderful job in keeping you safe while here? And Izek says, my job is to serve the Baron, not question him. I have seen one of these dead bodies, savage, destroyed beyond recognition. That is tangible. It is something I can put my hands on and see and feel. I am more interested.
And yet, my
in
lord,
that
you
too.
cannot connect that with either Rictavio or this creature. And all he has tried to do is prove to you that very thing. And yet you will not even look at the evidence that's right in front of you. You only acknowledge the body, but not the truth of the situation right in front of your eyes, sir.
And he says, do you have any other way to explain the deaths of these people? Is there anything that would keep this creature from being the one that actually did it?
Allow us the opportunity to find this creature, using our tools, using the ones that we've shown you now. Perhaps that will allay your fears and show you the truth that you seek to find in the wrong places, sir.
So he sighs deeply, and he sort of says, stay here for a moment. And he draws back and talks to one of his men, one of the guards, back and forth a little bit, and then comes back over and he says, if I am to give you the space to do this, it cannot be with this creature still within city walls. The town here, now that they know that something is here, will not stand for it. Even if I am able to find the actual creature, they will not wish something like this to be within the city limits, and I cannot say that I blame them. Therefore, you, he says to Rictavio, will have to leave here. One of my men will be sent with you as an escort. You will wait outside the walls in a camp that we set up for you there. In the meanwhile, and he turns back, you are, if you wish, able to help in trying to track down this other creature. It should be known that no matter what it is that you choose to do, my men will be watching to see your actions. I am not fully convinced that you are not somehow involved in this matter, but to avoid even more widespread conflict, and to keep my master satisfied for the moment, if I can tell him that the threat is reduced, it will probably be enough for now. He's already preparing work for his new festival, you see.
We very much appreciate this opportunity, and we will find the truth. That is what he does. That is what I do. That is what my friends do. Better to find the person responsible and just lay blame at everyone's feet. And as for myself, I apologize for the ruse. But at the time, I needed an opportunity to present itself where we could make you see the folly in your theories. And believe me, theories and science is my expertise, sir.
He says, "That is not for me to decide or consider. We will escort you, Rictavio, to the western gate. You," he says to the group, "you may have free reign while inside Valaki. Be aware that once you depart here, you will not be permitted to re-enter unless you are bringing us proof of where other creatures may have come. Proof that we can use to solve the mystery of these events. Also, I would ask you to be able to speak to the priest at St. Andrew's Church. He has heard some of these howlings and heard of these attacks, and in fact, one of them was his parishioners, one of the people who was killed. You can speak to him about more if you wish. But once you leave these walls, you will be not permitted in again until you bring proof that we require." And Rictavio sort of nods, bows slightly, and says, "In that case, I would like a minute or two to speak to this group, if you're all right with that, Captain." And Izek says, "You have 1 minute and no longer." And he kind of backs off a little bit. And so Rictavio turns to all of you now collectively and says, "Thank you. And well done, Weller. It is precisely what I was hoping would happen, but this is a suspicious lot. Arenis was not responsible for the death of these people, but as I may have mentioned, there have been other forces for some time around the outside that I have heard of before, something which frankly a simple musician is not equipped to handle. But I hear things and see things, and there is no question that something else has been here for some time. Tied into the church? Quite possibly. But for the moment, I will go with this man. However," and he sort of lowers his voice, "I may not be able to stay with him. There may be a time in which I am forced to move on. I will not harm him, nor will I leave you in the lurch. If you come to find me and I am not where you expected, there is an old tower to the west of this town, a place where I can lay low for a time, and there I will wait for you if need be. If you wish to seek me out, and I am not outside these walls, you will find me in that tower, and you will find me grateful."
And I sort of just take a step up to him, and I get really uncomfortably close. And I sort of look him in the eye and I say, "Part me, part Mason, part Xavier. You can count on it, Octavio. We are not done yet. And you had better hope we find who's really doing this. For I have grown incredibly tired of you." I just back away slowly.
And he kind of gives a slight bow, and then tells Arenis to get back in the wagon, which Arenis, padding up again, the wagon slightly sinking below the weight again, closes up the door behind it, nods to all of you, takes an extra nod to you, Weller. Go ahead. Yeah.
If I may make one small suggestion, see if you can get over to Lake Zarovich. I'm sure that Arenis would love to take a little swim, and perhaps you could muck out the store.
And he nods with a slight smile, and he says, "It is not easy to clean a litter box, especially one this size. I will do what I can." And he nods to all of you, gets up on the wagon, and then heads off. Quick programming note, we've got about another 10 minutes or so, 10,
He's headed
15
to the
minutes.
west gate, right?
He's headed to the west gate, yes.
All right. Weller's going that way anyway because he's going to the church.
Okay. Are the rest of you doing the same, like following to the church?
Has Izuk and the rest of them?
So
Buttered
Izek, Izek, they are sort of moving in that direction, not really formally, but they're kind of moving in that direction. There is a guard with that's riding on the wagon with Rictavio, though, as was promised by Izek. But the other guards are sort of following along, sort of in that same direction, but not like following him, or it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, we have to go return the bones there anyways. We might as well go and kill two things with one stone.
Two bones, two things with one bone, as it were. One set of bones. Okay.
Well, fortunately, this ends up positively for us either way. If it's not him, we get to find out who did it. And if it is him, I'm going to kill him myself. We just go.
Okay.
So we're wasting time here getting drawn into these town's problems. And now for this bard, he'd better be worth it. And I kind of look at... I actually look at Mason about that. So whatever you have going on with him better be worth the time we're taking to do this.
Him dead doesn't help me. However, him dead at my hands would be a pleasure if all of this goes south.
But it doesn't help you either, does it?
It would make me feel better. And I sort of work really hard to bring Xavier under heel, but he's really not in a good mood.
Okay. All of you, assuming that everyone is good with this, Alec included, all of you are going to then head to the church, where, again, the Church of St. Andrel. And when you enter, you do not see Milivoj, who was the sexton that, took the bones out in the first place. But you do see still some people gathered in there. You notice that not as many as before, and it's possible that a few of the parishioners actually managed to get enough courage to go out and see what was happening with the very exciting thing happening on the road type of deal. But still, there's a decent number of people still inside this. And so when you enter, you see Father Lucian Petrovich, who is at the front actually speaking to someone in one of the pews. And when he sees you, he sort of looks up and comes forward as all of you enter the church and says, "Welcome, my friends, welcome. How are you? Any news do you have for me?"
As he's walking towards us, Weller kind of turns his back to the father and holds up the bag with the bones and holds them out to Alec and says,
"Take this. Finish what you said you were going to do."
Grab the bag.
Okay.
I walk up to the father. Said, found them. They were in the coffin maker's residence.
And he shakes his head and he says, "Vandervoort, I had wondered about him. He was always a troubled, lonely man. Why would he take the bones, though?"
I don't know. There were some vampires in there. I think they may have been controlling him somehow.
Before he blacked out, did Alec hear the guy say they belong to the vampires now? Because he did say it. I just don't remember if everything. No, it was right after that it went black. Did you caught up with him, or Alec caught up with him?
Yeah, you consciously heard him say, yes, for sure. So Alec consciously heard him say that they belong to the vampires now before everything blacked out. I would say you still remember that.
I was walking upstairs while it was happening, while you were talking to him. He was talking about vampires. I remember that.
No, I mean when you caught up with him, though, Alec.
Running in the street.
When you ran in the street, he said the same thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that too, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
The coffin maker's also dead.
And The Father Petrovich says, "How did that happen? Were you forced to kill him?"
Yes.
And he kind of looks at you for a minute, like, kind of gives you this weird, like, bemused look, Alec, and then looks over at you, Weller, and he says, "I am sorry to hear it. No one deserves to die cruelly, and yet he may have brought some of his damnation upon his own head. We will give him a burial when we can."
The body is in his home, along with another. They have been prepared, so they will not be. They won't get up and go walking around for 7 days.
He nods and he says, "I will make sure that perhaps Milivoj and someone to keep an eye on Milivoj will go and bring their bodies back when we can." Go ahead, Django.
Yeah, actually, I reach out to Father's Mind
Okay.
and say,
Have you done this before, by the way?
I thought I talked
I
to
think
him
you
when we
did, I
were in
just wanna make sure.
private.
Yeah, I think that's
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah,
so-
because you pulled the thing down and showed him.
Yeah,
your
that's
mouth.
right. That's right. Okay, I just want to make
Yeah.
sure that he wasn't like, "Ah, okay."
Forgive the intrusion, Father, but I have a small request.
And he,
When you or your people find out who the other person is, the other body, please, we will come back and please let us know who it is. It has to do with a current investigation we are looking into.
and he nods and he says, "An investigation. Who is this other body? What has happened to them?"
It has to do with the attacks in the town. I think you will see, once you see the body, you will understand what is going on.
He nods slowly, kind of in recognition, and he says, "Very well." He says, and he sort of, now you handed him the bones, the sack with the bones, right? Okay.
Yep.
So, so he basically goes over, and replaces the bones in this. He basically goes down to where the little, reliquary below the crypt, and presumably puts them there. Comes back up and he says, "I am most grateful to you. And speaking of what you just spoke to me about, I think you should see something. I wanted to wait until I knew that you had come back so that our church would be protected. Now that I feel more safe again, it is safe to tell you what I have found while you were gone. It is this way." And he kind of jerks his head towards the office.
All right, heading.
So, and I assume everybody's doing that?
Is he? Yeah. Is he doing this for motioning all of us to come?
It sounds like yeah. It sounds like it.
Then let's dance.
All of you enter the office then, and he
including the now visible Braxos.
Yeah, I was gonna say has Braxos
I
comes
was,
in.
yeah, he's probably visible. Yeah.
The door's
big
now
and tall.
He closes the door behind you, and says, "This note was left at the front of the church about an hour ago. I do not know exactly who delivered it, but I saw several tracks of a beast in the mud at the door." And he sort of, from his desk, he pulls out this, from the top of the desk, he brings this, what looks like a piece of paper folded over, and there's a wax seal on the outside of it. And it is addressed to the address is "To the Fortunate Few," it says. And he says, "I have not opened it yet. I did not wish to do so except in your presence. But I can think of no more fortunate few than what you are. It is too much of a coincidence not to assume that it is being directed to you, whatever this is."
I can't necessarily say I agree with that. I mean, I'm here.
And he kind of hands over the note. He hands over the note generally to whoever wants to take it.
I'll take it.
Or do you want to open it?
Hell's fucking yes.
Okay. It is.
A scroll of fireball.
Yeah, exactly. No, it is a note.
Consider my luck this session. Yeah.
It is a note.
Candygram.
That is written in a fine, very sort of flowing hand, and it says the following. I'm going to show it to you and read it.
Do you want me to read it, or as
He's
Mason?
gonna do the handout.
No,
and then
I'm going to read it, and then I'll tell you why.
Okay.
So.
Where are you? Oh, you're showing it in the screen. Okay.
Ooh.
I can kind of not see it.
Can you see it now? My friends, know that it is I who have brought you to this land, my home, and know that I alone can release you from it. I bid you dine at my castle so that we can meet in civilized surroundings. Your passage here will be a safe one. I await your arrival. Your host, Strahd van Zarovich. And that is where we will bring this session to a close.
All I keep getting from all these sessions is that we're just keeping the big man waiting.
Yeah, apparently. Yep. I didn't know we were on such a schedule.
What schedule?
A nice house party.
Yeah, it'll be a pleasant
Some
housewarming.
music, some wine. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Quote unquote wine.
All right,
This
gents.
was
I bet
a
you were.
very, very interesting session.
I was
and
going to
like
say, I bet nobody expected you were going to be dealing with a saber-toothed tiger today. I bet that was not.
I
necessarily
didn't
what-
expect saber-tooth tiger. I thought it was like maybe like a panther or something. You know, a bit smaller.
Saber-toothed tiger.
Saber-tooth tiger.
Yep.
That's-
But good
I
stuff.
don't know. I
gentlemen.
had a lot of fun doing that.
Yeah, I mean that was well. I thought it was really fun for me. I thought you guys had a great session today. It was fun to see it going working as we went through because there was a lot of stuff going on.
There's nothing more terrifying than being. Well, here I'll let it. I'll explain.
I was going to say, go ahead and explain in just a minute when we get to you. We'll
Yeah.
say first
Yeah,
of all
yeah,
that
yeah.
chat you've been watching day 15 of D&D with INB. Then beyond Curse of Strahd, what we call the Dead's Wrath. And I will start by saying again, Margaret Crone is one of our players. Has not been able to be with us because of life circumstances, good ones, but I mean just moving and job changes and all this. Hopefully will be back with us late February or if not early March, but you should follow her on Margaret Crone Plays on YouTube and Twitch and a whole bunch of other places. But hope all's well, Maggie, and we will see you back here soon. Also, I want to say that Don Cairo was not able to join us because of personal stuff today, which was very much reasonable as to why I wasn't able to come, but he will be here for our next session. John, unfortunately, will not, I think, be able to because of conflicts in schedule, but Don Cairo will be here. So we also love Don. He's great. He's awesome and all that good stuff. And we will see him again at our next session. Now, for the people who are here, I will begin with the gentleman to the far right of my screen. And that, of course, is Mr. GC Darkside Rob, who had some good work to do and had to think quickly when it was like, guess what? The wagon's rocking for some reason and all that. So how'd you feel about today's session, and where will the fine folks see you next, Rob?
I felt really good about the session today, and I think some people are probably surprised as to why I went with sort of helping Rictavio and then betraying him. And in case anybody's keeping up on my history with Rictavio in this session, I think the guy is a motherfucker, honestly. Like he keeps acting like he has information to share with me, and he keeps hiding behind layers and layers of bullshit. But I need him to not get captured and not get killed. So I had to find a way to try and get him in a position that shifted the balance of power while being completely powerless myself, because I got thrown, like, you threw me entirely into a position that I wasn't expecting. First of all, why would you ever take a wagon into the middle of town when you're trying to escape? First of all, that was like, what are you doing, Rictavio? I would have told him to go the other way if I had thought to have a chance to do that. But then I don't think it would have mattered much. I think probably would have played out the same way, just at the one gate versus the other gate. And then the other thing was, if Itzhak had not come in the tent and I had been able to see the creature, I was actually going to do, I wouldn't have been able to do it as well as Weller did it, which is why I allowed Weller to do it. But I was going to actually take a look at the creature because I wanted to get a look at those paws. So Weller, when you did that, I was like, yeah, buddy, that my man, you did it. So that was fucking awesome too. And then I figured the only way that we were going to get out of it was either I was going to carry this through all the way to the end and he was going to get captured and we were going to like have to break him out or something, or Weller was going to find something and I was going to go, hey, Chief, fuck you. I know this guy. He knows his shit. Give this motherfucker a chance. Shut your face. Let him talk. And so we did the latter and he let him talk. And guess what? It all worked out because Weller's a fucking genius. And I had really no fucking plan whatsoever and had to do everything on the fly. And that was fucking terrifying and awesome at the same time. I love when that shit happens. Didn't go quite to plan.
Hey, it's
but
Barovia.
considering
Nothing ever goes
we
to
all
plan.
walked out with, you know, our necks intact. That is a good day. I will say this. After we do this, if it's proven one way or the other, Mason wasn't kidding. If he did it, he's a fucking dead man. If he didn't do it, he better fucking help us or he's a dead man. Xavier's fucking tired of his bullshit. He really is.
I don't want more riddles wrapped in enigmas,
Yeah, exactly. He's fucking full of shit, and I'm so tired of his crap, man. And we've also got, you know, the other dude, you know, the fucking ex-hair metal band guy from the, you know, the cabin in the woods, who has also been all forms of useless too. Fucking guys. So yeah, so that's me. This was a fun session. I enjoyed it. If you guys want to find more of my shenanigans and family-friendly content, kidding. Clearly not true. You can find me on my little corner of twitch.tv /GCDarksideRob. You also find me on Twitter, twitter.com/GCDarksideRob. And my music is on Bandcamp, dsaudioverse.bandcamp.com. Why do I always have a problem spelling my own goddamn name? DSRDIOVERSE.bandcamp.com. And yeah, I have lots of cool stuff coming on down the pike the next couple of weeks. And I will see you guys here on the next Infinity and Beyond session in 2 weeks.
Few weeks. I think we actually have this for...
Is it 3 weeks?
I think it's the...
End of Feb?
Yeah, I think it's the 23rd that we're in. Normally, we're going to be doing this differently. We moved it back a little bit to accommodate people.
Bravo.
Which unfortunately is not as good for John, but is good for Cairo. We wanted to try to get him in, especially now that he wasn't able to do this. I'm especially glad that we set it up so that Cairo can get in some session per month, even though I wish John could be there. But yeah, so
as long as you don't get to Strahd's castle before I come back, that's what I really care about. So
yeah, we just go straight there now. Like,
well, and I do want to note, by the way, just a quick note. First of all, thank you, Robin. Good stuff tonight. I do want to note, just very quickly before I get to John. Again, Strahd is very, has been very out front from the very beginning, as I made clear. Strahd is not sort of hiding in the shadows as the secret figure. He's like, no, this is all about me. And I do want to make clear,
it's all above board.
This is definitively not an invitation that must be adhered to or listened or paid attention to, or it's also not necessarily this is not the, all right, so we're just going to skip everything and we're just going to go to the end. This is not anywhere close to the end of this. I'm just letting you know that it is an invitation. That's all it is.
We can take him at level 4, guys. No problem.
Yeah, we got it. We got it covered. It's fine. It should be fine. But I'm just letting you, he sent it along. So whatever. Okay, moving right along.
Eternal, he can wait for,
John, it was interesting. You got a chance to do a little bit of that early CSI work as you were looking through this copse of trees. You thought you got sent on the, like you went the wrong way, and all of a sudden you stumbled into more madness. How'd you feel about today, and where will they find folks? So where can they find your work, etc.?
It was a weird observing one, but not, I'm fine having people take the foreground, especially Weller in that last scene was very good at defusing the captain and getting us on the right side of it with an assist from, Mason. But well, it actually worked out all for the best because I got a chance to talk to Mason about Alec, which is what he wanted to do in private. So that worked out surprisingly well, finding a corpse in the middle of the copse, as they said. It's an ex brother Cadfael mystery.
Yep.
Yeah, it was interesting. I thought the corpse was going to be just nothing. You're like, someone's certainly either going a long way to frame Rictavio, or just it happened to be convenient use of that. And I still don't know. I wanted to know. I should say, Django wants to know who the hell buried him there. That's the interesting point. And yes, if it turns out Rictavio was deceiving us, then it won't just be Mason after him. Django will have some words and other things to punish him for that. But I can only assume he's being on the up and up since he was so adamant about that his kitty cat was not the killer. So I guess we'll find out who that is, because we're gonna buy houses and settle down in this freaking town and just live for us for life. That is obviously what's going to happen. I'm already looking at apartments, so what can I say? So there you go. But yeah, it was fun as always. I'm slightly annoyed that the schedule's been changed, but I understand that it's been too long since Cairo's been back here. So we'll make do, and I'm, who knows, something may change, or I may just call in. We'll see. I'm out of town, but it's not like I don't have web service. But
if you can do that, man. I mean,
do it remotely.
Yeah, do it remotely. Like,
if it's feasible, I will look into it. I don't
know.
If
it's just mobile phone webcam, and then one of us can do the rolling for you.
That's true.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, listen, Rob even remoted in once from Iceland, so it's conceivable. That is actually fairly impressive. Yeah.
I don't know. I actually don't know how it worked.
It did though. It was great. It worked.
I could if the web connection is strong enough. I actually could. I'll have to see what's going on there. It depends on the evening. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. But yeah, always fun, guys. Always fantastic. A lot of fun. Yep.
And thank you, John. And again, you will see John. Where will they see your? What do you want to talk about as far as your stuff? And also,
right now we're doing a lot of Axia and Emberwind every Tuesday on Unmade Gaming's channel. We're doing our limited run. I think we're at 8 weeks left to go. Things are getting interesting. So, other than that, I'm also doing on our channel, of course, alternate Thursdays from this one, except for that one time where I won't be here, but I'll still be doing Thursday. I think we're supposed to be doing it on the 14th, but that's a holiday, so I have to talk to the folks. I know Strahd's okay with it. Most people are okay with it. I just double check with them. Just make sure everyone is, and we'll have our party up to snuff and full and everything. And so we're tentatively on the 14th for part 2 of Skies of Axia with the Ember crew on our channel, which has been fun so far. Look forward to continuing that one. So yes, you guys pulled me back into more streaming because apparently I'm crazy and don't have enough hours in my day to do everything, but I cram it in anyways. So,
it's all good. It's business
related. Don't know anything about that life.
John, how about this? Infinity and Wind On.
Yeah, keep working on that side. Keep working on that.
Infinity and Wind Bond.
I like Ember Crew. We have to be a little different. We can't be all slavish, adherences to Arv's titles and things. We gotta strike out on our own a little bit while still retaining under his little umbrella.
Exactly. You can't be ripping my stuff off. That's all.
And ideally, hopefully, folks show up next time because we should have our opening credits sequence, which is freaking awesome.
Yes, I actually, and
do that.
I spoke about I've dealt with the musical side of that a little more. I spoke to someone who knows something about that musical environment. Yes, I've greased the skids a bit. Anyway.
Well, thank you, sir.
So good stuff. Thank you, John. Yes, you should check out. That's going to be on the 14th, a week from this Thursday. And yes, definitely check John's editing work and everything else. John and I will be working together on several occasions in multiple projects this year. So we got things coming up with my work and other work and stuff. So anyway, but good stuff. Thanks, John. As always, a pleasure. Saad, you got a chance to, in addition to all of this, we got a chance to get some broadening out of Alec's character.
I'm surprised I did the role and saved. I mean, we know how hard it is. I gave you the statistical.
100% did. Yeah, you 100%
and
did.
It's going to be interesting. So
how'd you feel about today, and where will the fine folks see you?
It was good. I liked it. We get to see more of what's happened to Alec. You don't. Still, there's a lot of questions. So hopefully, people are enjoying that. And in terms of me, you can see me on channel twitch.tv/slot_. You can see me on Aching Forces 21's channel for doing D&D, which will be next week because I couldn't do it this week because I'm super busy. Probably. So that's the 20. Sorry, not the 20th. The 17th. I think that's what we've got planned. Something like that. No, 10th. My bad. 10th. And you'll see me, of course, Emberwind with John Helfers as the humble GM. And just lots and lots of role playing on both sides.
That's all what it's about. Not more questions. I want answers. We were just,
kidding, Shadow Mage, Jesus.
Just like we were talking about.
Holy water affects him, but does it? You don't know.
I was just gonna say, just like we were talking about before the show, it'll be just like this, Lost. So it'll be fine. It'll just be like this. It'll be like the series finale.
We're actually, we're all in purgatory, and Strahd is actually like, what would be like?
You're going to hear the "Don't Stop Believing" song, and then the screen's going to go black just as I answer everything. It'll be great.
It's all a conspiracy.
Anyway, but thank you, Saad. Great stuff as always. And Alec, definitely enjoying Alec's character. And speaking of enjoying characters, Weller, that was some damn good CSI work that was happening today. It was not just CSI, but also working with the Saber-Tooth Tiger. I thought it fit nicely with a lot of what your character is good or not good at in terms of how you address things. And it was sort of interesting to see you working with Izek and the rest of the angry townspeople with pitchforks and so forth. How'd you feel about today, and where will the fine folks see you?
Well, when we first started and I was listening to the descriptions of the wounds and whatnot, I was like, yep, werewolf. And of course, Weller wasn't there, so, not. And then when Weller finally saw the body and it was very clear that it was more claws than jaws, I was like, okay, well, not a werewolf. All right. And then when we found out, when the words saber-toothed tiger came out of your mouth, I was like, oh no, that is a creature that would attack more with swipes than anything else. I was like, oh man. And so it's like, this is probably it. And then when I got in there, I was like, nope, it ain't him. Oh boy. I'm like, I have it. No, I have it. No,
I got it. No.
Yep. But yeah, it's I was very much enjoying this part. I was bordering, because I knew you were about to wrap up, so I was about to say that Weller just leans into the tavern on the way by. I go, keep waiting, we'll be right with you, and close the door again. Everybody's still okay? All right, we're going to be right back.
Because you still got, it's true. I mean, Arena's there with them. I mean, they are watching over her, but yeah, there's that.
Yep.
Yeah, you got that. You got the whole thing with the winery, you've the vineyard. You've got the situation, obviously, with Casimir and company.
A
and
very
all that.
involved World of Warcraft quest list.
There's a lot of stuff to do. It's true.
I don't have time for all these bloody side
We need a
quests.
tracking UI mod. Someone
We
make
need a
one.
tracking
please.
you. I know it's true. But sorry, Trent, I jumped in. You were saying.
No, that's fine. I was just as for where people are going to see me next, probably on the 10th,
Okay.
because the Highlander stream got shuffled around and everything, so we didn't do episode 0 last weekend. And of course we're not doing
So
this.
disappointed. I want to see.
Okay, we're gonna do it next weekend. It's just we had to shift some stuff around, and it's fine. But episode 0 is on the 10th, which is next Sunday, not tomorrow, but the week after.
Right.
Tomorrow is Super Bowl lies, which my housemate and I are going to a Super Bowl party, or a superb owl party.
Nice.
And I give no damns about the game, but hanging out with friends, and
Friends and food.
two
there you
of
go.
whom are vintners, and one, like 3 of whom are professional chefs. It's going to be a good party.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
That's now you bet. Like that's why that's happening.
I'm fat. What can I say? But yeah, it's going to be good. And actually, Kyle Gold, one of the 2 people that's hosting the party, is also one of the many authors that I know, and he's one of our biggest furry authors that we have. By that I mean he's most popular, most published. Not that he's fat; he's actually very trim and fit and handsome, wonderful person. Envy his husband terribly. So
Just make sure you clip that and send it off.
yes,
that way.
so the Highlander stream on the 10th, and then back here on the 12th.
Yes, for AME. Yep.
Middler.
Mhm.
And then 2 days later is Valentine's Day, which I give also no shits about.
You haven't done a Tren AMA stream in a very long time.
True. This is true.
We ever done that?
Yes.
You've had Ask Me Anything streams before.
I have.
Yep.
Yeah.
Curious. Right. So February 15th is Discount Chocolate Day. And so that'll be a great day to go hunting for chocolate, which earlier today my housemate brought White Buttons.
Oh, classic.
White chocolate, which is, as he said, is not bad for white chocolate.
Mhm.
And yeah, so I've been kind of, it has nothing to do with where you're going to see me next. So there we go. The 10th on Sunday on Grimjack's channel for the Highlander episode 0, where we talk about our characters and blah.
Good stuff. And speaking of Grimjack, I actually just got confirmation from him, so we are set for Assignment Impossible my 60 Spy show will be happening on here Friday the 22nd with the full crew. So Summon Impossible returns on Friday the 22nd if you like your Mission Impossible and stuff like that, but Grimjack is part of that too. So, but anyway, great stuff, everybody. Again, really been enjoying this campaign, its complexity. Rob and I were talking off air earlier about how going from Tyranny of Dragons to this is definitely, like, as I told you all, very different feel, and I think everyone would agree it's got a very sort of different vibe to it, but I'm really enjoying the complexity of the way
Rise
this
of
world is put
Tiamat.
together. Tyranny of Dragons is the combined one. Like
Oh,
Rise,
the combined. Okay,
it's
yeah,
for-
that's what I
for
thought.
the
I
Dragon Queen plus Rise,
yeah.
Rise
Yeah.
of Tiamat. Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, I've been.
It is. This is
very
a
different, but I've really
whole-
been having a lot of fun watching you guys do it. So good work as always. It's great, and I really cannot
Doesn't feel
wait.
like anybody's on our side whatsoever.
Well, I'm not going to say
Including
anything. We'll
each
see.
other. We're not on each other's side.
Not even.
It waxes and wanes. That's for
Somewhat. I mean, the priest likes you, and there's others.
For now.
You have allies. You'll find them. But you guys have done wonderfully so far, and I wish that we could play tomorrow. Like, I'm already excited for the next session. It'll be great. So,
No, I need a break.
Thank you to everyone. Great stuff. Chat, can we get some love for the players? Thank you to Trent, to Saad, to John, to Rob, and we will see, of course, Don Cairo and Maggie very soon. And thanks, guys. Good work, and I will talk to you all soon.
Thanks, everybody. Yep.
Alrighty. That is going to do it for that. Again, as always, as I said, it was great. It was wonderful. We laughed, we cried. It was better than cats. I really enjoyed it, and I hope that you folks did as well, because that is why we do things here, after all, is so that we can make that happen. All right, let me get out of this. There we go. Wanted to make sure I got out of that because I like that music, but gee. Although thank you to Kim McLeod for making that happen. So, but that was good stuff. I really enjoyed it. You have allies. You will find them, all two of them. Yeah, exactly. But I enjoyed it. I hope you folks did as well, as we continue to build and broaden out this story. And if you like what you've seen here in building and broadening out this story, please continue to spread the word. Having the folks jump in and do the resubs really helps. I really appreciate always when we get the raids and the hosts. That makes a difference also. So ENT stopped by with the raid. Firesnake Aries stopped by with the raid. So I appreciate these raids and hosts because they really do matter. And again, the more that we spread the word, the more that we can get more people coming in there. I wish that we hadn't had that disconnect in the middle of it. I apologize that happened, but it is what it is. And I'm glad that people stuck around despite that little snafu. I do want to say quickly, thank you again to the audio podcast listeners who are continuing to listen to this many, probably months after we've actually gotten there, because the video goes longer than the audio does. We hope you have enjoyed this, and we'll continue to check in at arvanelleron.com. If you do get the chance to check in live, we do these usually on either Friday or Saturday nights, usually Saturday nights starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. And if you look at arvanelleron.com, you can check out the calendar for when we'll be on next. Don't be a stranger. Please stop in. Please check out the show. Please tell people that you're here and that you heard it on the podcast. And it's a friendly group. Arvanauts are the best group on Twitch, I think, best viewers. And so they will welcome you in with open arms, as they have always welcomed me. But thanks so much to everybody for that. And thank you, the audio listeners. And I am now going to say adieu to the audio listeners until next time. Bye for now. And now I can say goodbye to the video people as well. So again, folks, really appreciate it. Thanks. You all are the best. I will be back to you folks on Tuesday. Again, Tuesday will be either a gamebook illustration stream with Terry Tunes as we continue Sagard the Barbarian, the Fire Demon, or it will be more of the Bard's Tale 4 Barrows Deep. We are in the home stretch of that game. And once that game is done, we're going to be moving on to Sorcery, which is going to be super awesome. Sorcery, which Chad is going to be playing, sort of like my gamebook streams, but a lot more involved. So that's going to be really cool. I'm looking forward to that. But Bard's Tale is going to be what we're doing on Tuesday if we don't do this other thing with the gamebook illustration stream. And then I will be over at GOG for Pen and Pixels and the continuing playthrough of Thronebreaker, as I am continuing to move on through that game as well. And then Friday, I will be coming to you live from Farpoint in Baltimore. I don't yet have a start time for that. I will probably be doing kind of a live stream that might just be sort of an IRL stream of the book fair, because I'm going to be at this place doing book stuff, panels and stuff like that. But most of my panels and things are happening Saturday/Sunday. So on Friday, I just have a book fair thing where I'll be hawking my wares, as they say, and we'll be talking to other folks and fellow authors. So last year I was able to sort of go around and interview a few folks, and I will try to do something similar to that this year. That'll be Friday, and then Saturday we will have the first session in February of the month of Espergenesis, which I will be doing live from the road with the power of Arvbox. So Farpoint, do I expect an encounter there? It's a good question. Maybe. I don't actually think we have any Star Trek people this time. Previously, we've had, I think Marina Sirtis was there one year, and we've had other people who have stopped by as Star Trek people. But I think one year we had... Oh man, who's the Bajoran that is on Deep Space Nine? I forget her character's name, but anyway, that actress. That is something else that I don't remember. Anyway, she was one of the guests of honor, I think. I want to say it was last year, maybe the year before. But this year it's Wallace Shawn from The Princess Bride is the guest of honor, which I think is really awesome. So hopefully maybe I'll catch Wallace Shawn and I can be like, hey, talk to people. Kira, that's right, Miranda. Yeah, Kira, that's right. That would be really cool, man. Can you imagine if I had him and I'm just like, hey, talk to my viewers. Could you? I would be so hard for me to resist saying the whole inconceivable. Like it would be so hard for me to resist doing that, but I might, we would sort of see how that all happens. But let's see. What have we got? I'm looking to see who we're going to... Okay, cool. I think I know who we're going to read. So, but that is the deal with that. Nana Visitor. Yes, that's right. That's who it was. So that was cool. Anyway, but that is all coming up. So again, I'll be back to you Tuesday at noon. If you like what you saw and heard, please follow the channel. Please, again, subscribe to the channel. I am happy to say that after tonight, we are up to now... How many subs are we up to? We're still at 49. We're still sitting at 49 subscribers because we had some people that resubbed and everything else. So we are right below that 50 sub mark. Again, want to try to get to basically 50 and then 55, then to 60, 65, and so on. And my goal is to get to 80 subs by the end of the year. So I hope we're able to reach that. You can get cool things for you, cool things for the Patreon, inspirations that are available and things like that. So you can check that out, which would be lovely. And it's good to see you, Dark Galaxies Gaming. Thank you for stopping in. Always much appreciated. So that's the deal with that. So definitely check out the channel, follow. Please, if you can, check out the YouTube with !ArvTube, the Discord with !ArvCard, the Twitter with !ArvTweets. Please check out arvaneleron.com for all of your Arv Twitch channel scheduling needs and the podcast and things like that. !Arv Shop will get you over to my merchandise area. We can get Infinity and Beyond merchandise and soon to be other merchandise as well. !Arv Shop is that. !Arv Treon is the Patreon, currently sitting at $377.96. I would really love to see that get up north of 400 and beyond that as well, because again, that really is kind of the financial backbone of the channel, and I have been relying on it heavily over the last month or two with channel related stuff, videos and intro videos and a lot of other things. So definitely I'm looking forward to having it recover a little bit because I've had to use it. So any support there is much appreciated. And the same thing with the subs. Everyone who's able to sub and resub, that also really helps too. So thank you everybody for supporting if you have already. And if not, it's never required, but is always appreciated. So thank you. Thank you to all my wonderful viewers tonight. Thank you to my wonderful mods, to Dragon Spear, to Shadow Mage, and to Year of M. Canning, someone who is definitely not a person that I know from elsewhere with a different Twitch name that he's waiting to actually get back. But it's good to see all of you, and thank you as well to my subs, Dragon Spear, Shadow Mage, Year of M. Canning, Aerodinel, Divinoria, Marinda, Nonstop, Rock God, Sod, and Specchio, and much love, of course, as well to all of those who are supporting the Patreon too. And while I'm on the subject of thanking people, I do want to thank Sod for doing awesome work tonight. Thank you. Thank you to my viewers, Active Energy, another TT viewer, Apricot Droopfruit, Bad Doberman, Cogwhistle, Commander Root, Cyphus, Dark Galaxies Gaming, Echo Alpha X5, as always, Electrical Longboard, Aranth. Thank you to Firesnake Aries again for the host. I appreciate it. Thank you to Freeze. Thank you to GC Darkside Rob. Great work tonight, Rob. Thank you to Harlequin. Thank you to Host Giveaway, to Jagtrist, to Jasper Gazai, Light and Passion. Thank you to Moobot, I guess. Thank you to Mr. Meno1, Mrs. Dunsel Nedved. Thank you to Orson Fells. I'm not sure if I've seen you in here before, Orson Fells. I hope you like what you saw and heard and will follow and support and sub and all that Patreon stuff if you can. But thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you to Polizei, to Positivity Bot, PKD Fan. Thank you to Radio Johnny Panda. Great stuff tonight again, John. Thank you to Skinny Seahorse. Thank you to Sonic Wind. Thank you to Stay Hydrated Bot for always keeping me hydrated. Thank you to Strider. Thank you to Super Secret Squirrel. Thank you to Trendane. Great work as always, Trend. Thank you, man. Thank you to you, Christensen. Thank you to VNK. Thank you to Video Store Cowboy. And thank you, of whom you will see more on Thursday. And thank you to Virgo Praz. And I actually forgot to mention that while I was talking about the schedule coming up. Remember, Thursday is the premiere of The Clay That Woke, which is going to be awesome too. So make sure that you stop in for that. That doesn't involve me. That just involves it's being hosted on my channel, and I'm really excited about it. So that is the deal with that. Can we donate pizzas to the cause and keep you well fed? You know, depending on the pizza, actually, I always appreciate that. Keeping me well fed is always much appreciated. Although I have to be careful because I can't have like heavy amount of fat content because of gallbladder stuff. So you know, kind of, you know, if they've got like a I don't know. I do like pizza if I, as long as I don't, like, I can't do the extra cheese deal anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I got to be just, you know, take it a little bit. So, but anyway, very much appreciated. Thank you all so much for being here. You all folks are the best. And we are going to do a raid. So stick around right after the video outro is over. We're going to do a raid. And the raid works like this. If you stick around here right after the video outro, I will take you over with an automatic raid. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid. That's lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. And then sub raid is like this. If you were a sub, you do the same thing. The Arvanauts have landed, but you followed up with Get Hyped, which is ARVANE, and then uppercase H, and then lowercase YPE. That is what you should do if you want to check out the stuff that we're going to do and to do the raid that we're going to be doing together. So let's please do that together, and then you can go off to wherever you're going to go. That's exactly right. Nonstop has done it. Thank you, everyone, for the resubs. Thanks, everyone, for continuing to support the stream. Thank you, everyone, for spreading the word. Very happy about where the channel is and about where we're going and about all these announcements that I'm going to be making about secret things happening soon. Very exciting. Thank you all for being a part of it. Much love to all of you. You are, as I have said many times, best viewers on Twitch, so thank you for continuing to prove that every day. That's it for me. Stick around and for the raid, and I will see all of you wonderful people beyond that on Tuesday at noon for either the game book illustration stream or more Bard's Tale 4 Barrows Deep. Until then, everyone be good to each other.